ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back, everybody, to another night of ESL Pro League over in Europe. We've got a good start to the evening with G2 taking on Na'Vi. The KFC Zinger Burger hot match of the week is what we're going to go with. I think I nailed that.
Yeah, you did.
I've got Sponge. I've got Pansy. Are you guys as excited as I am?
Yes.
Just a train wreck, isn't that?
Yeah, he is. But we can hear you, the broadcast can't. So it sounds like we're going mental. I'm going to carry on talking.
I can hear him constantly.
That's just voices in your head.
No. There is a bit of static where I can just hear everything they're saying. But we won't worry about that. We'll get excited about this match,
Lauren. We can get into this one.
I think it's two weird maps to be finding these teams on. G2 aren't necessarily super strong on Overpass, and Na'Vi aren't necessarily super strong on Nuke, so it's going to be a really interesting clash.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see them, especially because we got to see them on some of these maps over at Starladder. Either way, let's check out the standings of both of the divisions before we get too deep into things. NA hasn't changed much, although we do see Immortals jump up to the 2nd seed. It's been mostly Cloud9 there and then Liquid in the 3rd seed, but Immortals has leapfrogged a couple of the big NA names.
I think, yeah, you know, it's looking pretty standard, as we always say. You'd expect Immortals to be in the top 3 or 4 teams as they are, and same as Liquid, right? So that is the top 4 that you would expect from the North American region. Where we're going to lock into the 5 and 6 teams, you know, we could be seeing an Optic, maybe a Luminosity, even an Energia looking pretty good. Unfortunately, Renegades, even if they do make that top 6, will not be able to go to the LAN
Two
finals.
Important things to note here is obviously Luminosity, if they do make it, that's 3 Brazilian teams that have come over in the past 2 years and made top 6. And then also, yeah, if Renegades are in the top 6, it's going to be someone else because they have to go to the Asian minors. Yeah. So a little bit unfortunate for them. Moving on to the EU standings as well, we can see this one is still pretty crazy. Astralis, Na'Vi, Mousesports are the top 3, North, FaZe, and G2 to round it out. But I mean, Fnatic is knocking on the door. Hellraisers and NIP and Virtus.pro are not that far behind from those top 6.
Yeah, NIP look quite likely in a way if you want to look at their opponents coming up. Sure, they've got Envious in there, North as well, but Hellraisers probably the easier run out of a lot of the other teams who have opponents, and them splitting the Series 1-1 against Astralis last night is a great step in the right direction for them.
Yeah, and we're actually going to, this is something we'll touch on pretty much every night from now on as the playoff race comes in. We're going to highlight those top 6 teams. If the playoffs were to end today, these are who makes it into the playoffs, and down at the bottom, because the Envy, LDLC, and Kinguin are grayed out. They would be the 3 that would be forced into relegation. Kinguin would have an automatic demotion down to the Mountain Dew League, and then Envy and LDLC would have to fight for their spot to retain it in Pro League against, what, 2nd and 3rd place down in MDL.
Yeah, which is big in Spirit, I believe.
Is it? Okay.
I know it's big because Godsent won it out, so I'm not too sure on the other.
Yeah, well, let's get into the schedule for today. This is what you're going to be watching. Like we said, that hot match of the week, the KFC Zinger Burger match of the week, Na'Vi versus G2. And then following that up, we've got Virtus.pro against Heroic. That's where, you know, we mentioned it last night. It was a very, very good segment. We talked about Angry Poles coming in for some revenge against Heroic. And they're going to be playing on Nuke as well, so that'll be very, very cool to see.
Yeah, and you've got to highlight as well how much of a big match this is for G2. They are right on that cusp of being within the top 6 at the moment. They're sat in, you know, a relatively decent position. They're kind of tied up with Fnatic, but point being, they win these 2, they go up to the same sort of position that Na'Vi and Mousesports currently hold. So a massive game for them if they get the 2-0, even a 1-1.
Yeah, and obviously it's important for Na'Vi, you know, you want to get a higher seed as possible so you have an easier first round matchup when we do get to those LAN finals, but they have LDLC, Mousesports, and Heroic, not the hardest end to the season. Yeah. And with that, you know, you might be seeing them finish in 1st or 2nd place.
Well, I'm glad you actually brought up their end of the season, because we're actually going to show you 4 of the big teams that we have. This is their remaining schedule of the season. G2, this is a tough schedule to round things out. Na'Vi, Astralis, Virtus.pro, and FaZe are the last 4 matchups as they try to make their playoff push. Fnatic, they have Kinguin, they have Astralis and Mousesports, NIP, North, Envy, and Heroic. In Virtus.pro, Heroic, FaZe, G2, and North again. And VP and I think NIP are the ones sitting outside of playoffs. Actually, yeah, 7th place right there for Fnatic, 8th, and then 10th. So I mean, this is how scary it is for some of these teams.
Fnatic could find themselves, you know, edging in there with a 2-0 over Kinguin and a 1-1 against was it Mousesports? I think there was the other team, and then obviously Astralis could go anywhere with those guys. They seem to have close matches.
Yeah, G2 is the one you got to be worried about with them. Even though I think they're the ones sitting in 6th place, that's a tough end of the season. Either way, we're going to send it over to Mitch. We're going to get his thoughts before the matches go live.
Thank you very much, Moses, and the desk. As always, ladies and gentlemen, hello, when you should be heading over and checking out our social media platform at facebook.com/ESLCS and at ESLCS on Twitter. Now, our second match of tonight features Virtus Pro, and while this isn't strictly CS related, I wanted to take some time to bring you up to speed. Yesterday afternoon, VP CEO Sneg confirmed a long-rumoured football match between Virtus Pro and SK Gaming. Now, this all started back in February when SK Gaming was in Germany prepping for IEM Katowice. SK gave fans a chance to play a pickup match with the players, and this caught the eyes of Virtus Pro's Pasha. Pasha challenged the team to a 6v6 match with 50k on the line, live stream included, of course. Fallen of SK quickly doubled down, bringing the pot to a whopping 100k. Unreal. And by mid-March, VP and SK had agreed to the match with details to follow. Well, with yesterday's announcement, we also have some more details. Both teams will compete July 10th, just after we wrap up ESL 1 Cologne. So if you're in Cologne for the event, be sure to check it out, and this too. But for now, our community plays of last week.
Good plays from the community, and that right there at the end, you saw IDDQD, which I believe was the God mode code in Quake, Doom? Something like that?
Yeah,
Doom,
it was,
maybe?
I'm pretty sure.
Doom, yeah, it's Doom.
And it's also a Swedish Overwatch player's name as well.
Yeah, that's what I resonated with there.
Yeah, did you? Cool.
Just so you know.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, now we get to get into it. Now we get to get into the fun stuff. Navi versus G2. Chad, right before we went over to Mitch, you mentioned, I mean, this is just kind of an interesting matchup. Both these teams, you know, on some of these maps aren't really known for their proficiency on them.
Well, G2 on Nuke, you know, they've looked really good. I think they're on like a 6-match winning streak or something like that. Whereas Navi are on like a 4-game losing streak, but 3 of those 4 have been to Astralis and 1 was to FaZe, who are teams that you would consider better than Navi on Nuke anyway. The thing which I think is the most interesting part is that Navi have to bring this map into the map pool if they want to be considered a contender at events, you know, where you're doing best of 3s. They have to be able to play with this in their map pool and, you know, not necessarily be banning it first because they do have that permaban of Cache. Right. So they have to be prepping this, and we're probably, considering we've seen them as more of a CT side that's happy to dictate the pace now, that's going to be more of a positive thing for them. If they can get those 12-3 CT sides, you know, we know they can ground out those T rounds just by doing defaults. So it could be something in their tool shed for the future.
Yeah, and I mean, is this now, I mean, what we've seen from Navi, especially against some of those Astralis, is just some terrible, terrible halves of Counter-Strike. I mean, this is, they must be putting work in onto this map. I mean, they were improved from Katowice to Starladder, but I mean, still looked a little bit deficient.
Yeah, I think that's a decent summary. And I think the one thing you got to highlight as well, especially for G2, is how much Kenny S has been having an impact as of late, especially on Nuke. He's been actually having, you know, it was when you first got those glimpses of classic Kenny S coming back, and then you add everything together, and you kind of get a little bit scared of what he can achieve. I do want to see how well he kind of shapes up against Guardian, who seemed to have a little bit of a resurgent form as well, which is always going to be a nice little storyline to follow. But for me, it's kind of surprising not seeing Na'Vi being giants on this one just yet, you know, on that Nuke sort of map, because it feels like it would play to their style. But as said, as highlighted, they've struggled massively. I think they had that horrific half against, I think it was Astralis, when they only got like 1 or 2 rounds on the CT side and got completely rolled, which was kind of surprising. You know, we thought Astralis, yeah, they're specialists on it, but not to that degree. So I'm hoping maybe there's a little more that Na'Vi have to bring to this matchup. Yeah,
to touch on what you're saying about Kenny and him being, you know, such an influence on this dates back to Cologne 2014, where he dropped 24 frags or more so in the first half versus Vox Emnor, beating them 16-1, I believe.
How many frags did you have there,
Who was, yeah, how'd you do?
I had 4.
That's not bad.
Yeah, Top Gun only had 2.
You probably got those 4 kills in the 1 round you won, though.
Probably.
Yeah.
I did have the only star there, so...
You are the MVP.
You were the key to the victory.
Yeah, that's
to the single of 15.
But I think a really important and integral part of the CT defense for Titan, not Titan, wow.
God bless.
G2.
Your mind is like time travel.
For G2 is shocks. Yep. Now, if you watch the way that he plays this map, he is the swing. He goes to ramp, he throws a nade for MBK, he drops under, he might go outside on the rafter assisting Kenny. He makes all of the decisions. Now, the interesting thing of this is he's the in-game leader of the team, so he's dictating. He might not necessarily need to tell everyone else what to do because he slots himself in wherever he sees it to be needed. And they're even, you know, I've seen them do the double AWP on this map as well. You know, he brings it up at ramp, Kenny AWPs outside. But he has to have a good game because what he does is influence or rotate around to make the situations more difficult for the T's or to counter what they've been doing, right? So if he's making bad reads and bad calls and getting caught off guard, they're in a 4v5 situation pretty much off the bat. So he's going to be extremely influential in this match, and it's something that Na'Vi are going to have to deal with, you know, trying to be slow and find out where he is in every single round because it's always somewhere different. I
mean, the cool thing about this match to me as well is, you know, you have Kenny and Guardian, you have Simple and Shocks. You have 4 players that at one point in time in Counter-Strike history have been considered the best player, the top player.
Yeah.
Which is insane, the amount of skill we're going to have in the server. They do only just have a couple players in the server, so we're going to have a little bit of time to roll with this.
Okay, cool.
So let's have a good time.
So just like a broad sweeping kind of synopsis of G2 is the way that they like to approach the game, or the way it seems is, obviously they're bringing more strategy and stuff in. That's what we've seen over this team's development. It looks like that they've been going to that online. But in more recent times, they've been rolling back the years to bring in the 4 spies and be more aggressive. And the reason they can do that is because they're such a talented roster. They just do their 4-1 pack rolls, and they just go for fights, and they take you down, and they swarm you. They don't give you a chance. Now, the interesting thing in this matchup is Na'Vi is known for the opposite on their T side. You know, they're methodical, they're spread out, they're waiting for the CTs to make the decisions, waiting to see what they do, waiting out their utility, making a calculated decision. It's going to be really interesting to see like how those sides clash, because the pace being dictated by G2 on the CT side of both Nuke and Overpass can be negated pretty well by Na'Vi's well-structured default strategies. So that's where the battle, the clash is really going to come to a head, and I don't know. It's going to be who's hitting shots, right? Yeah. The CTs can step on out and make the headshots, and the T's can't do anything about it. They're going to have a rough time with their default. That
swarming G2 attack, it's going to be like a flashback to the great Emu War of the 1930s.
Did we confirm whether that was real or
real.
not?
I guess it's
real.
That's a real thing. Real? Chad was a little disappointed, I feel, to find that out, that his country actually had to battle the emus.
Yeah. How do you feel about his pronunciation of that? Is it
emus. I can't believe he said emus.
We don't have these animals where I come from.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Well, you wanted us to help you out there, but
I did actually a little bit.
You decided to bully me about emus, and we have an anti-bullying policy going on right now.
We need to talk about this anti-bullying policy.
Cards. I want to see physical cards now, to be fair.
We need physical cards.
Yeah, Mitch will be the commissioner. Yeah, he is kind of our commissioner.
But that's only for worms, though, isn't it, surely? Does it then bleed through onto anything else? I thought he was only the commissioner for worms. Does that apply to...
Maybe for life.
For life?
Yeah. Henry and Chad have been kind of fragile lately with the bullying thing.
Right.
It's gone a little bit too far, I feel, this anti-bullying campaign. I just keep hearing that in my head just every 10 seconds.
It's like an open mic on the casting desk, so you
hear
what we hear. I don't know if it would be, but
sometimes we just think we're dreaming, don't we? But
or nightmare.
We're still here. Do you want to talk more about Counter-Strike, or do you want to have more fun, Jason? I'm happy to have fun.
I would like to have fun.
Okay.
What have you got for me, Chad? Because you're looking at a Counter-Strike webpage right now, so I feel like
I was trying to make it Counter-Strike
trying to find a way
fun.
to combine the fun. If you had to make a prediction, because we don't do them for matches, if we had to do the VP versus SK soccer game.
Okay, here we go. Now we're talking.
Now we're talking. Who do you think is going to win that? The question becomes: is it actually like a 5-on-5 game, or is it like 3-on-3?
Are coaches involved?
Didn't they say 6-on-6?
Yeah, you can throw some coaches in there. Is it 6-on-6?
I think that's what they said.
So coaches involved. Listen, VP's got a lot of big human beings that are just going to be like tough to really stop.
I can imagine.
But SK no Neymar. They'll just call him up. Be like,
Imagine the brand.
Fly in real quick.
Imagine the brand of Polish soccer though, or football. I can see it being very ruthless, aggressive.
Right? What are you trying to say here, Chad?
The brand of Brazilian soccer that we've always been told is like, you know, beautiful. It's very fluid, very stylistic. Yeah. It's pretty to watch and everything. But I mean, these are not, you know, professional soccer players. These are, you know, esports professionals. I'm not quite sure that we can bust this out.
Wasn't Kogu like trying to be a professional soccer player?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Oh, I thought you were old enough to remember that kind of stuff.
I mean, I remember Kogu. I did beat him in a match.
Oh, was it
actually,
Kiku?
Nice.
Just name dropping that.
Nice.
What's up?
Could have been Kiku.
It could have been. Could have been one of them.
Yeah.
Holden, one of the old U.S. players, was actually playing for the U.S. national team in the World Cup a few cups back. Till he blew out his knee like 3 times.
Oh,
that's always fun. Yeah, good ending to that story.
Nice
it's
memories,
a bright
guys.
spot.
Yeah. That's where he ruined everything. And moving on.
Yeah.
Do we have any graphics we can throw up on the screen to help?
So what are we waiting on? Is it players?
Yeah,
just
it's players.
taking their
It's
time?
players that we're waiting on right now.
Nice.
So
I
tweet
love
at the
that.
players,
Yeah.
not us.
No one ever
It's a
would do
vicious cycle, isn't it?
It is a little bit of a vicious cycle. It's all right though. We always have a good time on this.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about the talent being announced for IEM Sydney.
Yes, we are happy to announce that the IEM City talent has been
Has been
put out on
lifeline.
Twitter. It's I'm going to take that one away. I'm going to roll with it. All of us here at the ESL Pro League broadcast have been announced as the Sydney talent. We also have Yanko coming in. We got Sponge's boy Sniper's going to be on the analyst desk with some one of the other Australian legends.
Back from the Vox days.
Back from the Vox days. And then who was the reporter they have there? He's apparently like a commentator for like console games mostly, but like the Australian scene loves him.
Lawrence, save me.
Miles Ross.
Yeah,
Miles Ross. Yeah.
Mitch will be the desk host.
Mitch will.
Yep.
No. Yeah, he will.
Yep.
He will be the desk
Yeah,
host.
he will be. And who else we got? Is
Big
there anyone
OJ.
else?
And
Oh,
big
OJ
OJ Borg. Orange
Big
Juice is in the
dog.
house.
How can we
OJ.
forget about OJ? Oh, you
can't.
want to jump out of an airplane?
I do want to jump out of an airplane. We are going to do that. There's
You're
a
gonna
nice
do
there's
that.
a nice little spot where they take you up 14,000 feet. You hop out. It's over one of the beaches.
Okay.
Apparently you can spot like animals and wildlife in the water as you do it. So you know we're going to try and get some players up there as well.
My biggest fear for doing this, I would like to do it, but is the potential bad weather. I don't really want to skydive in rain.
I don't think they let you skydive in rain.
Okay, well then your money might be going down the drain, Jason. Because
Well, I guess we'll have to look at the cancellation policy, wouldn't we?
give them a call.
This is becoming very practical.
Get on the dog and bone.
I like it.
What else can we talk about that's cool?
I feel like we could have gone to the skydiving thread for another minute or so.
There was more.
Lauren
There
didn't
was
like
definitely
that.
more
There
there.
was way more there, but. So
I ruined it.
Yeah, a little bit, Chad.
What would you recommend we do in Australia when we're there? If we're not, let's say it rains. Let's say we can't do skydiving. What's the next best activity?
It's Sydney. It's not my neck of the woods.
Okay.
But you know, you can go see the Sydney Opera House.
Okay, yeah.
You could do the bridge walk.
That always looks cool.
You could walk the Sydney Harbour Bridge.
Is there anything to that outside of walking over a bridge?
Probably
You
looks alright.
have to be strapped to the bridge, I believe.
Oh, okay,
just
so
walking
it's like
across
it's not
it,
just
you
like
walk
walking
over the structure, the bridge itself.
That could be cool.
Very
Yeah.
exciting.
A lot of things that have to do with heights that we're throwing out.
Yeah,
this-
you don't like animals per se, and I know Lawrence
I
loves
enjoy animals.
spiders.
I just don't want
If
to die to a
anyone
spider.
I
is
enjoy
coming,
animals
if
very
anyone
much.
is coming to IEM Sydney, and they want an autograph or they want a photo with either of you, I think make sure you bring a plastic spider.
Don't do that.
Because it would be fantastic to see the reactions of
Don't do
both of
that.
you as the
Why'd
selfie
you do
comes
that?
in with a little spider.
Don't do that.
When I vacationed
You're
in
horrible.
Cambodia, they have deep fried tarantulas.
Okay.
So I've been face to face with a creepy looking
deep-fried.
spider. Even dead, it's
you try it?
unnerving. Absolutely not. Well, right next to the spider was a deep fried scorpion, and right next to the scorpion was a deep fried snake, all on the same kebab stick. And
What scares you about spiders?
They can kill me.
Which spiders, Lauren, do you think can kill you?
Funnel web.
Yeah,
They
that'll
sound
do.
deadly.
That'll do. Any of them. Any
so
of
just
the
one
ones
spider
that look a bit
that
deadly.
is very unlikely that you will see.
But the point is, they can kill me. I should be scared of it.
What
It's
is the
silly
other one
not
that you
to be
always tell
scared
us?
of it.
It's
The redback.
The
I think you
redback.
guys call it the black widow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But isn't the red spot on the belly? It's not, on
Not
the
in
back.
Australia, it's on the back.
So everything really is upside down over there. Great.
Yeah, and the toilets do flush the other way.
Chad would know.
That feels like
So much
that
about
feels
plumbing.
not true.
That is not true.
Okay.
Yeah, so a redback spider is not going to kill an adult.
All right.
It's going to give you a red rash. You're going to have a really bad time.
I think it's the idea.
It just
more
doesn't.
than more than actually
you
being.
guys should be more worried about the snakes.
I don't mind snakes. Little danger noodles.
There was so many places that
Yeah,
could have
I know.
gone.
I was about to go
So many
somewhere.
places that
Thankfully,
could have
Sadicus interjected in
You
my
know
brain.
what is I can save us right now, and this amazing thing
Really?
that we're doing with the Fantasy League.
Oh yeah,
Ooh,
we
the
can actually
Fantasy
talk about
League.
fantasy.
I don't know if it's physically possible for production to throw up the fantasy graphic that we have. But I mean, he's also gonna have it on screen if you can just pull it off
No,
there.
probably don't do that. It's never a safe bet.
Yeah, we know what
You
Chad's
closed
been
all your
looking at
tabs.
recently.
What have we got here? I think Lauren is still on top, but Shazam did some good work for us yesterday.
Jason, every time we talk about fantasy, you have to make innuendo, don't you? I've hit F11,
I'm in
and
innuendo?
we can
Let's have
bring
a
it
little-
away.
Yeah, I'm still on top.
Oh. Ah, yeah. I walked right into that, didn't I?
Yep.
You and on top of the Danger Noodles.
So, off of last night's matches, I had several Misfits players in my team.
Yep.
And I've climbed. I'm
Yeah,
catching
you
up
have.
to Lauren.
You're not winning yet, though.
No, but
So-
a huge turnaround based off Jason's favorite player, Shazam.
Yeah, he had a very good
Getting
evening,
a
didn't he?
lot done, and I think it actually helped Hank a bit. He's still on the bottom,
by a fair amount.
but it's good to see him climbing little bits
I
at a
think
time.
the more embarrassing thing about Henry being last and Uber being second to last is the fact that I don't think Machine has changed his
No, he's
roster
not.
in
Let's
probably
have a
like
look.
2
Let's
months.
let's see. No, he's definitely
He's
not.
only got 4 players and he hasn't changed his roster.
He's done the Chad strat.
It's a good strategy.
He's been committed
It's
to
not
that,
that.
as well.
I feel like it's not that good.
These are really safe picks, though, because you're going to always expect within the North American region these 3 guys to get some frags.
Yeah, he's just gone complete safety net. That's fine. It's done all right for him.
So the issue that we have here, Lauren, is I believe that you
Yeah.
have Simple and Guardian, and I also have Simple and Guardian.
Yeah, so it's going to kind of...
Yeah, these
double out.
players don't matter because we're going to have the same amount of points after
Yep.
this week. It's just how Dupree, your favorite
They're not
player,
playing,
not doing
again,
fantastic for you.
It's North and Immortals.
Yeah, so I have Magics and you have Config, so let's hope that
Again-
my player does better than yours,
Config's got that.
and I can take first place.
I think Immortals are playing again this week, if I'm not mistaken. I don't actually know the NA schedule off by heart.
Check out. Let's check out Sadicus roster. He's in 3rd.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Let's check out a bit of what Matt's up to. We really are waiting on players, aren't we? This is getting...
this is a hot wait.
Yeah.
Okay, so he picked Cutler.
Oh, God, that went very
CLG,
poorly.
I don't think they've
Wait,
played
he
yet.
picked Cutler, who played against Immortals? So CLG played Immortals.
Have they played yet?
Well, this is the schedule for tonight. I believe it is
All
over
right.
in North America. So CLG's
So-
taking on Complexity. I've got my boy Kusa in the lineup. So
Kusa
there's
could be
there's a
one.
there's a
Yeah.
pretty good fantasy farming for him. And then NRG versus Rush. I've got Peter on NRG.
Huh.
And there's another good fantasy
I'll
farming.
bring up yours. You were
Yeah.
explaining how you did the online strategy by picking
yeah,
players.
absolutely.
And these are your words, picking
Straight up.
players who can only compete on the internet, I believe you
Okay.
said.
Wow.
I mean, now you're just
Well,
trying to make this
that's-
sound a little bit harsh.
That's a little strong.
Oh, wait,
Yeah, on those notes, since we're trying to, I mean, here's your anti-bullying campaign, just not following your own rules. We're going to send it over to the most devious of all Worms players. It's Henry G and his sidekick Sadicus.
I actually don't play Worms. It's the worst $30 I've ever spent in my life. If I've ever seen an overpriced game, that is it.
Want to talk about Counter-Strike at all?
Nah,
Or just Worms?
that's another overpriced game.
I think it's pretty cheap for all things considered. What, $10? No?
Free to play.
You want it free to play?
That's what it should be.
Well, you don't have to pay to watch. You can actually just tune in and
You
watch us
should have
talk
to pay
about
to
it.
watch. I think the game should be free to play and pay-per-view to watch.
Okay, fair enough. A new approach to the Counter-Strike viewing
Hey man, all
strategy
these
there.
productions don't come cheap.
Well, it's G2 versus Na'Vi here on Nuke. A nice matchup coming in here. I think this is definitely going to be quite an exciting one. We've also got Guardian in amazing form right now going up against the likes of Kenny S and Shoxy as well. Nuke, a very good map for G2, I have to say. It seems one of their much stronger ones in the map pool right now. And we are going live as well. It's going to be a CT start for Na'Vi by the looks of things. That's a little bit more beneficial, I would say. It's not overly CT biased at this point, but it's still slightly favored towards them, I think. And we're going to have a look at the buys coming in for G2 as we get into this pistol round. 5 sets of armor. Lots of teams opting for rushes in the upper bomb set these days. Maybe towards ramp as well. You can try and overwhelm that one player in the ramp position, get towards lower as fast as you possibly can. Seed has got the defuse kit and a smoke grenade as well.
Hey, Pex. Going up to the roof early on. Potential to bust out skylights, but I've not
nice.
heard any
4
broken
players
glass.
around.
This is going to be a full push. Flamey's going to go first. They'll think he's alone. The others will bust in and go for the trades. Flamey getting a kill before even going down. I take that back. It was simple. Will at least be traded and avenged. That's the plan. It works. Simple's going to go for more. He's got 3 already in the pistol round. Look at the bomb. He doesn't see it. but it's problematic because G2 has to go back and grab that at some point in time. Guardian, good shot on Apex, chance to close the round here and now. He'll get tagged up, puts Kenny in a position where Guardian re-peeks it. I was going to say Simple could wrap around.
Yeah, it didn't really make sense for Guardian to re-peek that, but he went for it and managed to land the headshot there. So 4 players in round from the CT side to kick off the round there, and Simple, aggressive, of course, towards the round from him. He finds 3 kills in total, looked very calm, didn't seem to actually break a sweat whatsoever. So 1-0 for Na'Vi, and everything's shut down there as G2 try to make their way towards the round. It's going to be a force buy return, though. Tech9s, 4 of those, and a little CZ for MBK as well. They have 1 smoke to work with. That goes towards outside. Just taking vision away. And I think that's a bit of a ruse. They're heading towards lobby here and maybe ending up towards ramp, where Flamey is waiting with the UMP. Good grenade about to come in.
Not great grenade. A little bit deep, actually. Went through them. But Flamey's ready, drops down. They're just going to jump into his gun. I think he had a few bullets left in that magazine.
No, he had to reload.
Did
I got my screen.
Okay, I didn't quite. It was on the screen too. I just didn't pay attention.
Oh, okay.
So don't worry. But either way, he did go down, and they'll have to be careful of the fact that they're going to get pushed through. Turnpike, Simple wasn't ready for that at all. He wasn't anticipating the fact that Shox would be so close. He gets taken back by Guardian, and Kenny, already making it downstairs, will try and bust at the vent. Surprise them inside. Done so. Grabs a UMP. Chance in this round. 2 versus 2 as well as the bomb. Just getting into the lower bomb site. In position now.
Yeah, the French side, so good with these Tech9s. Bomb goes down, no kits available for the CTs, and another kill coming in. Edward tries to get on the vents there, and he's going to be met by Kenny S. Up to Guardian now. Can't really do much about this. Has to find his kills very quickly. I think he's going to opt to save the M4. He knows he's out of this one. There's no reason for the T's to really do anything at this point. Let's make him fire some shots, give away his position, run down the timer, and kill him in the end. Kenny S will pick it up, and G2 fight back in the second round now. A little ramp rush, pushing for the smoke as well. We thought it was going to be tied up after Flamey got the first 2 kills, but then the Tech9, they always seem to prevail, and here's the replay of Simple pushing the ramp, and the 3rd shot especially was very nice indeed. There it is.
Yeah. Crispy, as you would say.
Indeed.
How do you like your bacon?
I don't eat bacon, so...
Why do you not eat bacon?
I don't eat pork.
Oh, right. I knew that. I'm sorry.
But
bacon's not pork, it's bacon.
Yeah, it's true. It's a different product.
Yeah, bacon is on its own, and it has its own food group.
Bit of maple syrup on there.
Yeah, maple syrup also having its own food group. And then strawberry milkshake. That's the other food group I know about.
Specifically strawberry.
Yes. Navi's done well here with these pistols. Hang on, we could have a back and forth affair. An affair that goes 2 ways.
Yeah, well, this is a CSGO in a nutshell right now, isn't it? The pro scene, especially at this level, always forcing back, and it seems the pistols and the scouts prevail every single time. We have a player dropping out. It's on the Na'Vi side, and it's in threesome, so not a big deal. We'll get straight back into it. So G2, I'll have a look at their cash as well. They've actually got enough to buy. They've got Kenny S, who can afford the AWP. So if they were going to force, that would make a lot of sense. The AWP comes in, of course it does, and he'll be surrounded by UMPs, Tech9s, maybe a Shox AK by the looks of things as well. They'll be looking to go towards outside, and they won't be up against an AWP, but Guardian's got the scout, and he can cause some damage there. If he gets a couple of tags, he's got backup as well, which is likely. He wouldn't be on the scout outside by himself, I don't think. Maybe a player on the catwalk to back him up. Flame with a decent spawn. He plays towards the ramp for him. Maybe he can go towards Secret. We'll see what he decides to do. Guardian up against Kenny S. Now the final buy comes in. 2 Tech9s. Well, Deagle and a Tech9, a UMP, and Shoxy on the AK with no head armor.
Kenny, AWP gonna head over toward the ramp room. Oh, wow. That is about as good as you get. Actually, I like to see it.
Yeah.
I'm not sadokistic for nothing. Perfectly placed nade. Straight in the gonads. Actually, it was closer to his feet, but that's not as exciting, is it, Henry?
It's not.
No, definitely not. They're set and ready for this crossfire over toward ramp, so they've got to be careful walking in. Flamey's backed off early, but Simple aligned. We'll take down 2 as soon as they walk through. It's Kenny that gets the response back, but bomb temporarily held in its place as Flamey still to contest with as it does head to the lower bomb site. Or will it? Because Shox, perfect position, will take Guardian. That opens up hell. Even though he backed off for that exact position, no one was watching Outer. Seems to try to flank. MBK finds him. It's suddenly turned around, and they can go anywhere they like. Flamey knows it. He's going to try and capitalize. Kenny was looking, not quite posted up with the op in such a way that he could take the shot, but now it's all about just getting the bomb down.
Yeah, they might be able to do it as well. Flamey's in towards the lobby, but unfortunately, he can't actually get to the touch just yet. But Edward striking. It's going to come down to the 1v1 as MBK fights back as well. Flamey up against 2. MBK and Kenny S.
Shoved through. It's tight. Ooh, tight angle, and Flamey hitting the harder shot on Kenny, and then gets repeat by MBK when he wasn't ready for it. Another bullet would have done it.
So the force buy, once again, comes out on top, and presumably, Na'Vi did the same. That money's not great, but, oh, there it is. Edward's gone all in. He gets the UMP. This one should subside at this point. It's very unlikely the CTs win this round. Have a look at that buy. 2 Deagles and a UMP. CTs on a CZ as well. Simple. I guess he has to be the danger man going to this round. We said it many times before. He's one of the absolute best players in the world. If ever there was a time to step up, this would be it. A chance to get back into the game. And Simple will be heading towards lower, potentially going towards that secret area as well, see if he can find players. Oh, using smokes right now to get outside. Simple is indeed heading to secret. Can he find anything from this?
Indeed. He's going to get out in a position of timing. Smokes are down, the wall's there, but there's no one in behind the red crate, no one pushing into his position or countering off his position, I should say.
Yeah, he's been very patient at this point. They are down towards lower, though.
Good play from Edward. Spots the feet. Apex walks in. Edward can't line it up, but that cue's Simple in. Edward drops down. He tries to change and catch them off, but doesn't work. And Simple, he stayed alive long enough to get one more. The important part is he has the bomb, but digged up through the edge of the wall, smoked off as well. Bomb's now gone back into the hands of those trying to plant it upper, and they'll rotate around. Guardian with the Deagle heads over towards Simple, but it's Flamey that goes up the ladder, and I do believe Guardian's going to try and go all the way around to Lobby, which is ambitious at this point in time, I have to say. Simple's been hurt as well. Body definitely heard him jumping up from the AC, hence why he's set and ready with the Tech 9, but he's aimed well high. Simple's able to walk in and get the jump. Not only that, he takes down Shocks and MBK and Hut. As soon as he's spotted, doesn't even need to be. Guardian just walks in.
Well, we said this is the point where the game calms down. Very unlikely that Na'Vi can find anything with 1 M4 and some Deagles, but we said Simple, the danger man. He gets 4 kills in total. The defuse comes in as well, and the bomb going down suggests GT will force back in return as well. The idea behind this is the loss bonus. You don't want to accumulate, really. You don't want Na'Vi to build up cash. You have to keep applying the pressure, and we'll see whether G2 do subscribe to that mentality. They're thinking about it. They've got about 2,500 per player, so Shox has gone all in, and they will indeed be forcing 3 Tech 9s, 4 now, MBK with the UMP as well. This is one of those crazy games, very difficult to analyze the tactical approach to it, because every round is going to be based on loose calls and trying to find picks with these Tech 9s and be smoking in into a basic approach in upper. You can see Shox using the smoke. They'll take vision away from the vent. Might just be baiting out that he's made it down there. Very difficult round for them, but if there was a team to make things happen with the Tech 9s, G2 would be out.
Guardian will take down Apex. You're certainly right, G2 are it. I think the eco round is their specialty. Unfortunately, pistols were not in their quarterfinal against FaZe. Could have been a very different outcome to the entire tournament if they'd even won 1 pistol in that series, Henry. To be fair. Seized will put down Shocks. Na'Vi looking good all right now.
That should
good
be
all
it.
right. They're looking good all right. By the way, G2's schedule for the rest of this season is daunting. So they've had an incredible comeback coming from last place to win, I think it was 8 games in a row, and put themselves well into the playoff positions. But now they play Na'Vi, VP, Fnatic, and Astralis, I think, is their last 4 teams to play. So it's not like it's easy in the way. Don't quote me on that, but it's in that realm of tier team and skill level. So they've got a tough little end of the year for them.
We'll see whether they can bounce back after the rough start to the season as well. It wasn't looking promising at all, but obviously over to Star Ladder, we saw what they're capable of at least, and looking to replicate that form going forward. This should be an eco for them. We did take a tactical pause at that stage. It's going to be the first full eco of the game by the looks of things. G2 now, second day DOS bonus, they got about 3K in the bank. They can buy up next round. It'd be an absolute nightmare to force into this one. It's very unlikely they decide to do that, but stranger things have certainly happened. We'll see what they decide to do here. Deagle comes out. This will be the more conservative approach. Some Deagles, maybe P250s, a couple of smokes, just try and get towards ramp. Objective, get the bomb down. That'll be all they're really aiming for here. But no AWP for Guardian as of yet. He actually hasn't had that weapon at all. It's been Kenny S that's ordered it a couple of times and managed to win a round from it. But for now, Na'Vi looking to get the 5-2. We're extending this pause a little bit here. It's a strange, it must be more technical than tactical at this stage. It's not really a point for GT to spend this much time discussing their ideas. It's going to be very limited for them, round number 7. Deagle and Glocks for now. So, Na'Vi just trying to keep 5 players alive. If 1 player goes down, it's actually not the end of the world, because that means Guardian can get an AWP, drop his M4 over, and that's when the game really begins.
I didn't begin yet.
Not really, because we haven't had a full gun round.
Ah, okay.
So that's when... really,
They all count, Henry.
I know, but I mean, like, in terms of
I know.
my tactical side of it and analysing it for you, it's very difficult when it's just running around to Tech 9s. Everyone's just...
There's a hole in the crotch of my pants.
Is that...
Time to throw these ones out, I think.
So, final buy comes in. 3P to 50s, Deagle, no nades. Means they'll probably rush up here. There we go. Body's leading the charge. Mowed down, but shots just find a kill and return.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Seized in good position. Far as you can go over to the left now on those vents, no longer being able to drop, or excuse me, sit above, squeak in, drop down quickly. Kenny will wait at lobby, why not? He'll do it because he Kenny.
Well, they have managed to get an AK here. That's in the hands of Apex. As you can see, he's actually managed to make his way beneath Heaven. Could find Flamey here. Comes down to the timings. You can see him kind of changing his focus towards the ramp, and Apex does indeed find him. 3-on-3 now. A chance for G2.
Edward, tight position at this doorway. He's going to try and get to the site. Instead, somehow survives that because he takes the dink on the initial exchange. And Kenny goes down. Apex, though, has good position to try and use the AC vent, or rather entrance to Heaven to his advantage. He's already jumped up, made his way in. No armor, aim punch, significant factor. So to our headshots, if he can dish them out from the AK-47, however, so. See if that's something to work with. Didn't quite see where the nade came through the smoke. Taken out immediately by Seized, who then goes back to the door and greets Shocks.
Navi 5-2, got a bit dicey there as Apex found the AK-47 and a couple of frags. But this should be, like I said, the first full buy now for either side. Guardian brings out the NWP as he drops over his M4 as well. And Edward down to just the SMG, but not a big deal. Kenny has a very good spawn. So the options with a good spawn, squeaky door, open that up as fast as you can, try and find the player coming in from main entrance, or just go and straight up challenge outside. We'll see what he opts for here. Actually looks like he's heading towards the silo here. Or is this sort of set smoke? We're using the spawn. His teammates are going very quickly towards outer.
Simple's waiting in a perfect position. It's a great position, but it also means he's got to strike while the iron's hot and capitalize inside of the smokes, which takes a risk of knowing what's on the other side, rather not knowing as he gets MBK. Kenny now knows that, all right, you've covered off secret for me. Part of my job done. I'll start to look and make sure that we can cover off the drop down inside events instead, as Simple wants to make that approach. They're down a man still. Simple takes Kenny. That's going to make things a lot more difficult, but Apex's rotation back toward the stairwells of decon could be timely. Not only that, Shocks is lurking, found by Guardian. There's really not much entrance. Was that through the door?
I think it was.
Just for the sake of it. Just spraying it. Why not? It's Apex to do some decent work, though. However, it's now down to Body. He's got one bomb still planted. Somehow they pulled this back, despite the shots through this board, despite it all starting off, but Body can't find the kill. He's on the defuse. He's going to hold it down, and Body's lost it.
Oh, it's so frustrating when that happens. As soon as you start spraying, you don't find a hit in the initial, 10 bullets. You start panicking a little bit. You know, the time's ticking down and you have 5 seconds available to you. And Body can't find the frag. And now they extend that lead now to 6-2 after G2 looking pretty promising overall in that round, managing to get towards Secret, but Simple finds MBK as the last player. Simple with great patience and awareness at that point, just to wait for that last player to come sneaking down the back, takes him down. It was a very difficult round for G2 after that one, especially that wall bang from Guardian through the decon door. We'll get into round number 9. Osborne is starting to help out here for G2. It's going to be 4th stage for them, and the bomb going down as well allows them to get 5 AKs. Lacking utility, as you can see, MBK and Apex low, but a nice boost above the smoke here. Gives Apex some vision. Looking to find the first frag, but Guardian a little faster than that to take him down.
MBK. Oh, did he not? Surely, okay, Kenny did. I thought he saw his foot sticking around the corner. Little baby toe, Henry. Little baby toe. Down to the side goes Flamey. He's on 9 HP. He's got to be very careful on Body's approach. Not to get bodied. Certainly didn't. Good shot from Flamey indeed on the M4.
3-on-2 now. Kenny S did find Seized, and you can see Flamey is low, and Kenny S very proficient with the rifle. He's known for his AWP, but so far he's found all the kills for G2 with the AK-47. Now a 2-on-2, which I'd say favors the French side, all things considered. They have more HP, a smoke to work with, and 45 seconds as well. Guardian by himself on the upper side, but G2 Shocks has walked into his crosshair there. Up to Kenny now. He needs the ace to win this round.
He needs the ace to win the round. He's only got to find 2, so it's doable as he gets in through the window, finds the headshot on Guardian. Bomb grabbed, 9 HP on Flamey, vent closed. But Kenny walking into the vent, drops down, misses the shot because the axis, it's straight down, he's off to the right. Kenny came so close to 5, he only gets 4.
So close, yet so far. That was sick from Kenny as well. 4 big kills, and it looked like he had that around tight as well.
The panic, too. As soon as he busts out, oh, dead.
The thing is, anyone is not 100% aware, if you're falling down in CS, you lose your accuracy. And that scenario, though, you'd think you'd get a bit lucky. Just 1 bullet, he fired like maybe 5 before he drops down. Just 1 of them had to hit. He wins the round. 4 kills, not finding it. That's going to be a bitter pill to swallow. But he does get a lot of money for that in total. So he gets the AWP, and Guardian has spotted him. Gives away his position at least. So a chance for either or to make something happen here. There's one player on towards Silo as well. Guardian will be focusing towards that area for now. Double orb set up on the CT side. It's an interesting approach. Can be very difficult to retake bomb sites, but if you get other kills before that, maybe it's not such a big deal.
Guardian. Oh, timing is everything. Peeks out, spots Apex. Try and find another. That is ridiculous. I think there's some GoTV embellishment in that because that was so fast we didn't even see shocks. And Kenny S will sit inside of the big garage. Flash goes in. He actually does find Guardians. That works out. Body above, gets Flamey back. Unfortunately, he lost Kenny in that time.
3-on-1. Body of 50 HP. Position given away. Edward waiting for him in the upper rafters as well. This is an almost impossible round for body. Caesar's there and the CT vent as well. Has got the bomb and a smoke and a Molotov to work with here, but what are his options? He has to find a frag first. He knows that as well. So, unfortunately for him, Seized holding that wider angle there, making the challenge towards main entrance, takes him down, and Guardian hitting some fantastic shots there, I have to say. Very impressive indeed. And his Flamey's POV when Kenny dropped down the vents, I believe.
Look, Kenny jumps in. Yeah, this is when he first peeked it. Kenny had no idea, didn't he? And like you say, you'd think it'd be one random bullet, but he was also looking slightly left. And as he looked straight down, he would have had to turn his mouse as well to get over toward him.
Well, this looks like a partial buy. It's actually a little bit more oil in than I like. They have got maximum loss bonus, keep about 1,500. At least have a buy available. They've gone very quickly down towards Secret here, but Simple, he's waiting for them. He should be able to gun most of them down. There's 2, looking for the 3rd as well. Nails it. Good work by Simple.
Good work indeed.
That should be the round tied up here. 4 kills. Simple looking for the ace. Down to 11 HP, but might just find it. Shocks gets the better of him just there as well. But the objective for them on this partial buy, try to get the bomb down here. And if he maybe just rushed it at that point, he could have had a chance, but it doesn't look like it'll be possible at this stage. Might find another kill. That's a nice shot to take on Edward, but his days are numbered.
Shocks tries to get back above. Can't do it. Turns around though and does get seized. This is reasonable. Now he's got position, but he's run out of HP in the end, Henry. Not always a good thing to run out of. It doesn't really conducive to winning rounds.
He does a lot of damage to their economy. You can see the rebuys on your screen right now. After that, it's going to be Edward with no cash left over, and Simple very low as well, down to 0. So those 3 kills are actually very beneficial to Shocks. He doesn't win the round, sure, but if G2 pick up 1 now, he could force him into an eco. So that's actually very good indeed. 9-2, like I said, maximum loss bonus. And then some. I think it's 7 rounds in a row so far in favor of Navi. 9-2. Another full buy here. Very good boost. This is nice to chuck in once a half. Flame will be going up this time. His teammate probably going down towards lower. And Apex is actually snuck down towards Secret as well. So Wall of Smoke's working out for him. Sees a nice angle. And he gets blocked by the smoke slightly. No one dying, but Shock's taking significant damage.
Apex already inside of the fence. We'll bust it out. No one on the inside of the ramp. Seized gets Apex down. Rotating back in, hence why I'm scared to take out the vents, but that allows them to go upper. They know one's gone below. They've cleared the rafters. This is an open upper bomb site, which, despite being a man down, is something to work with. Nuke, we know, is very hard to retake. Kenny. He's going to sit and make sure front door is covered off as well. That'll let the others inside of the site, the other 2, put more focus on positions such as this and Hut. Simple already above, though, with a flash out. Going to try and find an angle in toward the site. Kenny getting seized down back to 3s. Smokes off 2 teammates. Simple has no way in. Kenny's going to get aggressive. Good find from Simple, though, over the box to get Shocks in the corner. He's still searching, though, and Body's going to find one in return. It's this man that they're trying to find, a 1 versus 1, and Kenny makes it through the window, through the smoke as well. I don't think Simple's going to be ready for this at all. Kenny, perfect positioning, nicely played.
Well, finally, G2 gets something on the board here. They haven't actually posted a single gun round as of yet, and we did say if they win that one, that's actually massive for them going forward. The Na'Vi economy was in a weak position there. So it's 9-3. Kenny S once again finding multiple frags in that round, and a 1v1 versus Simple as well. Held his nerve and managed to take down that final AWP shot as well. We get into round number 13. There is a force buy for Na'Vi here. Probably would have been double eco regardless. So they managed to get an AWP on Guardian. He's the only player with residual cash there. So he gets the AWP out, and he's the sort of player that can make things happen all by himself. He goes towards Secret this time as well, and that's where G2 are heading. So he could be very dangerous in this one. One player's made out on the vent side as well, I believe. So this is going to be almost impossible for him. Let's see if he can step up. Nails the first shot. Shox is waiting for him, though.
Good shot, Kenny, indeed. Guardian goes down. Simple will rotate back toward the big garage. Incredibly, Na'Vi without much weapons and money, considering how many rounds they've won, but they're also finding kills in this. Simple finds yet another. Kenny's missed his shot on the vents, gets stuck on the doorway. Edward takes him down, stays alive in this as well. He's gonna go back around the corner, try and get the shots in. Ammo gone, Shox down yet again. Na'Vi in a position to steal a round away for all intents and purposes. But Body's in good, whoa, I was hoping he was gonna continue with that. He's in good position, he's got a Molotov. They don't have kits. Spots one already takes it. This is his round to lose. Edward's gonna face him. Headshot would do it, but Body's ready. And he'll hold on. I know you're a fan of Body.
I am. I think he's an awesome CS player. Not the flashiest, but one of the smartest, I think, playing his role. And that's a nice 2v1 versus him. Disciplined, didn't give too much away. Got the information with the sound cues as to where they were going. He nails that first shot, and like you said, it's his round to lose at that point. He knows it as well. Does everything he can to limit the options of the CT, making him commit to trying to take him down in the duel. And let's hit the second shot as well. This is G2 getting right back into this game. It was looking quite bleak for them at one point, but 9-4. Another full eco for Na'Vi here. P250s and USPs. That's about all they can bring to the table at round number 14. We're getting to the closing stages now of the first half. And G2 get 9-6 here, which is very, very likely. We've actually got a decent half and still well within this game. So they know the money's low. That's why they're slowing things right down now. You can see Shoxy and Body patrolling towards Rampron, looking for any aggression there coming in from the CT side. No real stacks from the CTs. Haven't really got an objective here. Just hoping they can make these Deagles land some shots, but it's Shoxy to strike first as he takes down Flamey there. 5-on-4, and still just waiting for the reaction to come in.
We're all just in it for the reaction, Henry. That's what it's all about. Shots are going out. Body starts off by taking Guardian. Edward, however, will get shots back. He only finds 2. And it's G2 that end up winning the round to make their 5th. So they hold on in the end. They pull it back ever so slightly. And now they're making a half out of this. They're making a case for themselves.
Absolutely. 9-6 isn't a bad half at all, especially after losing the pistol. So they've done a good job. It was an interesting opening few rounds, the back and forth force buys, but now they came out on top. And since that round where Shoxy, like I said, found 3 kills, actually found him a few more, all things considered. But here we go then, the final round of the first half. 5-4s, no kits, very limited on utility as well. This should be a G2 round considering they have the AWP. We're slowing things down, but it's Simple who gets an opening challenge against Apex. No smoke down this time, and he finds the first kill.
Can't find the response. Kenny. Guardian will wait to see if they'll wrap all the way onto Catwalk. That's his plan. Sitting and waiting like a man in pub battlegrounds.
That didn't really make sense from Guardian. They've got this huge advantage, 5-on-3. He takes the duel there once again, but it looks like it's still going to be fine. Just 2 players remaining for G2 at this point. Edward gets 1. That's round secured. He can't do it though, so there's another turn to this round.
I like that they are wearing camo with a little bit of green for all the, you know, wildlife that grows in a nuclear reactor. As MBK gets the shot unseized.
This is a blunder.
Yeah, double face.
Yeah.
They need you, Henry. They need Jesus.
Henry Jesus.
Henry, oh my Jesus. It's a very Newfoundland expression. Oh my Jesus. Simple will go up the ladder behind. This is just checked. There's a Chance they wouldn't look right away, but MBK certainly was. They'll go 9-6. That's a great little comeback from G2.
A horror show of a round to finish it off for Na'Vi there as well. It's going to tilt them off the face of the planet. Guardian, he had the 5-on-3, decides to face, and the round falls apart. He could have fallen back towards VT, heaven, anything. We have a 5-on-3 when you're very limited in a round like that. Take the advantage for what it's worth. Well, there it is. Na'Vi do win the half, but it's bittersweet towards the end there. G2 certainly get back into this game. We'll take a quick break and see how the second half unfolds.
It was all Na'Vi to start things off. Looked convincing, winning, including that round, that a pistol round early on where it looked like they weren't going to be in it, Henry, and then all of a sudden they weren't in it anymore. It was all G2 to close out the half.
Yeah, that was a little bit shocking for Na'Vi to let a few of those rounds slip away there, but they still have the half victory. It's 9-6. They won the pistol, but that was quickly answered back by G2 as well. So still a decent half, I'd say, for both teams. Pistol in the second half could be very valuable, but G2 will switch over now to the CT side, and that's for Kenny S. He was looking great, especially the rifles as well, I have to say. Didn't do that much with the AWP. Won a big round for them, but overall, I thought his rifle was very impressive. 9-6, and have a look what G2 can do on their CT side. He'll be getting into this momentarily. But I don't know, G2 are very good on Nuke, and they had that rough start. That's always difficult to actually analyze this kind of games. The point I'm trying to make is in terms of like, oh, what can you really say about that first half? Well, if you have the first 7 rounds coming down to pistol force buys, you always feel a bit gutted in those best of ones. Kind of, okay, we didn't allow ourselves to actually play our game there. Gave away so many rounds because of our economic situation. Couldn't get our best players on the AWPs. We didn't have enough nades to actually properly execute. So you have to be very confident in game leader in terms of your team's skill with the pistol to actually make those decisions. Obviously, G2 are very capable, but it's always a difficult game in that respect. But let's get into it, shall we? 4 sets of armor and seized. He's got 2 flashbangs and a Molotov. So the Molotov presumably used for the hut position. He's actually going towards outside. So he'll be flashing out there and going in there by himself as well, looking to challenge the USPs, which is brave, I have to say. And his teammates getting ready in lobby as well.
Lobby as well. Edward starting off by getting Apex, however. He's in the site. Bomb's gone down on the floor, though, and Body with 1 HP. Tries to do what he can, unfortunately. Gone. Bomb dropped yet again. NBK this time to find Simple. Edward gets him back immediately. Oof. But it's a trade and a trade and a trade and a trade. Do you work in the trades?
No.
Of course not. You just walk in a 1v5. Bomb's been recovered. Edward's got it in 1 versus 2. Decides to shoot at a vent that was already shot out. That one's certainly not. And he's going to go for the inevitable safe plant. Goes immediately back to the vents as well. Great read. But he's apparently unaware, although they were in front of him, or just desperate to find the opening shot, that the bullets were coming in from behind him.
I think that was a calculated risk there. Edward just trying to get the bomb down. That's the main objective. It's unlikely he's going to win around in a 2v1, but if you can find one player isolated towards the vent especially, it's unlikely the other one's rotated that quickly as well, so you might as well take the duel. Unfortunately for him, though, Kenny S is going to be waiting at ramp, and he pinces him in. Takes the frag, but the bomb goes down for Navi. What I said, that means AK's in the third. They're forcing the second. We're going to do it all over again here in the second half. It's 9-7. Navi trying to steal the lead away, though, once again. They get a UMP, a Galil, upgraded pistols, and seized. He's got that Molotov and smoke combo once more. So what's the play here? Is it something fast, or try and slow things right down and allow Edward to at least try and find a pick from maybe the silo area? That's where he's going to be heading. What's this little boost?
Just busting out windows, Henry.
All of them.
All of them. Oh, except for that one.
Go back up.
Oh, that's apparently a good window.
He wants that one.
There's actually, I think it was Dignitas circa 2014 that used to throw a nade from spawn that would just land in between all of the skylights and blow them out.
Yeah,
I think there's some other teams that still do
as well.
it.
Like, you used to just sacrifice an HE at the start, just to get rid of all of them.
Yep.
No wasting any time, though.
Oh, I thought it was going to miss. He makes it.
Oh,
Oh,
he didn't miss.
it didn't. Yep, too far to the left. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and he has no idea that's happened either, so it's going to be a problem.
And if you're smart, by the way, if you're CT and you identify that, play where that missed.
Yep.
Go right to where that smoke's supposed to land, walk in, you'll have the angle covered to your advantage every single time. I don't know if anyone is up there or not, but they've definitely gone to strike early. Apex rushes in, no one's certainly above. It's drop down body. He's playing it, gets a neighbor landing beside him. It's Kenny who's gonna walk around and catch off Simple and leave the bomb on the ground.
Yeah, this force buy hasn't really worked out for Navi at all. They could have got AKs in the next round, took the gamble. It's up to C's now in heaven. Finds a kill here, still has a chance as he finds a Famas as well. Bomb still down for now, and he has a chance, but whiffs the spray, and Kenny S will finish things off there. G2 pick up a much needed round, converted to a 2-0, and it's almost certainly going to be 3-0 here and ties up at 9-9 because that was the force buy from Navi. For anyone that's not familiar, if the bomb goes down in the pistol, it's quite traditional in Counter-Strike as a whole. That's you force buy in the third round with AK-47s, which is a bit of a bonus. You can't normally do that till the fourth. Navi went all in on the second, tried to get the killer out. The UMP set execute towards upper, which wasn't perfect. A few missed smokes and Molotovs there. They come out, and the crossfires prevail for G2. Upper rush now, trying to get the bomb down the bench potentially. Edward has made it down. As I say that, though, Apex does find him with the MP9. Bomb drops as well.
Apex getting another kill on Seized. It's gonna be 9-9. And at 9-9 with G2 on the CT side. Shift your odds that way. The scales tip. And therefore, guns will come up, but G2 is going to be in the hot seat and have the optional bonus round. MP9, though, on a bonus round is a bit much. We'll see if Apex just wants to run into Hut potentially and try and get some kills.
Rush ramp or something like that, go for a cheeky kill at the start of the
Yeah,
round.
ramp could work too, yep. Something toward lobby.
Yeah, anything like that. I guess you can sit on the Hut as well if you just want to just go for that one frag and maybe upgrade to an AK. Doesn't look like he'll be rushing at all. He'll be holding back as he goes in scrap. That's the play in towards Squeaky Door. Bit of a YOLO move, but at least the refrag comes in. 4-4.
Oh, that's a bit of a YOLO move. That's a UMP, not an MP9.
Yeah, that wasn't worth it.
Not a, oh, okay. Well, it makes it work.
Covers.
Attaboy, Shaxay. Seized inside of Hut has to be careful. He's being spammed at. Spick and span. Guardian, though, takes down MBK. And astonishingly, excuse me, it's G2 with the lead, despite the MP9's sacrificial push. And the ambitious play from Shocks. Kenny's going to get Guardian. This has gone very well.
Yeah, that was a hell of a shot from Kenny, showing us how good he can be with the rifles. 3-on-2, though. Shoxy on 20 HP. Edward and C's now left with a lot of work to do here. The bomb is in their possession. And they're both going to be heading down towards ramp. C's is there alone for now, and it's going to be Edward. Found by Kenny S once again, his third frag of the round. He's playing out of his mind right now. After C's, not really much he can do here. If he finds a couple more kills and limits the money further for G2, that would be something, but it's very unlikely they give him much to work with here. He's going beneath heaven. Kenny S still waiting for him.
So nade up for Seized. Yeah, not bad. Oh, and he reads it as he goes up, but body is there to at least take him down immediately after. And G2 now do have the lead. From the bonus as well, Kenny's up to 10K. Unsurprisingly, straight onto an AWP.
23 frags for him. That's not bad at all. Very good stuff. And yes, like you said, onto the AWP. This has to be another eco for Na'Vi. He has a bit of a partial buy. They get some Tech 9s and Deagles as well. They have 4 smokes. I would suggest quite heavily they're going towards outside with that sort of approach. Wall of smokes and try and rush towards lower, but KennyS is waiting for them. The smokes have to be perfect. Wait for a little bit here. No one on the silo from what I can see. Smokes come in. The initial one to take away the vision as they cross over. And this will indeed be 4 players heading towards Secret, but KennyS getting a bit aggressive here. Does he run through with the no-scope? Surely not, Kenny. Come on. Let's be sensible here.
The MP, or excuse me, UMP is a little bit more sensible in that position. However, it's been run down, gunned down by Tech 9s. You're certainly right. If Kenny had tried to push that, it would have been a problem. He could still go down here.
Yeah.
Low HP. Simple's got the angle.
He got punished.
The bonus round might have worked. This one may not.
Yeah, this is still anyone's round. That advantage lies towards Na'Vi, but they haven't scavenged a weapon just yet. MBK waiting towards lower. Window shot out, so it gives away Flamey's positional ease. And this is the shot that really counts. MBK can't find it quite yet. Still on 5 HP, so it's going to be an equal exchange as Simple finds Apex.
MBK try and Molotov off toward the bomb, but he's a little bit late in doing so. And they actually get back through the flames toward Decon. Not pushed out to the left side, which is frustrating, no doubt, on the retake. They were hoping to find a kill immediately as the bomb goes down. They've done damage, but it's all on the body. He'll fight forward to find Simple, low enough HP, not a hard shot. The other two are going to be more challenging. Guardian's going to push as well, and that's going to put the icing on it. Not bad. They lose the bonus, win the subsequent.
Well, that was a partial buy for Na'Vi as well, and I have to say KennyS getting a little cavalier towards outside, could hit them all running towards Secret, and that was to his downfall as well. He wanted to push through the smoke. You can see his mentality. He wanted to do it. He's known for the very close-range, flashy AWP no-scopes and things like that, but that wasn't a correct decision. I think they were tracking the money. They knew it'd be low, and he's maybe getting ahead of himself with the amount of frags he's picked up so far. He doesn't push through the smoke in the end, but he's caught out of position from silo, goes down to 20 HP. At that point, the player waiting at red takes him down, and that's the opening Na'Vi required to get him into that one. 10-10 now. Plenty of money available for G2. Have a look at the buys coming in. Kenny will get another AWP, and plenty of money around him as well. 4 M4s, UMP for seized. Another pause coming in. Tactical, of course. It's getting to the tense point of the game. No one's really got a ton of cash here. So after this investment, everyone will be down to about 0, and could mean double eco for either side, depending on who wins up. Na'Vi will be fully reset, and G2 lose this. They haven't got a loss bonus to speak of either. So
Lost bonus. Henry, how do you feel about it? Obviously, new to go.
what do you mean?
Well, like it wasn't really prevalent. It wasn't in any of the other iterations.
Yeah, it was.
Well, it wasn't the same though in Source, was it? It wasn't as much?
It was exactly the same.
Oh, was it? I thought it wasn't. I thought it was less in Source. See, I didn't really follow Source because Source sucked.
It was the same in 1.6 and Source.
Listen, Henry.
So your argument doesn't really stand.
6 didn't have...
Definitely did.
I have to look into that.
No, you don't have to. Right. I'm telling you.
Okay, fair enough. 6 also sucked.
Yeah,
actually, come to think of it, CSGO sucks.
Yeah, you hate this. You hate all of the Counter-Strikes.
I do. It's all about COD.
Oh, it's coming back this year.
But now that it's new in this game,
like
as I was saying, what do you think about it? Is it a good update?
I don't know what you're on about. To be honest.
Edward, oh, back off. Flamey's got him, though. That's going to open up Secret. Force a rotation. Should, you would think at this point, either come from ramp. Could still get on vent to cut them off on entry, but it won't. Apex is smoked off. Now he's made his way through, though, by getting seized. That's going to open it up for Lau. Flamey to take a duel and headshot in. Body's got Simple back. Bomb dropped in all of this is going to be spotted right now by Body. That's huge as well because they'd open up so much map control. Body's realized it. Yep, back off. No need. Guardians tagged as well. They'll hear that, and quite quickly this will be dealt with. You mentioned Body's smarts. This should mean he doesn't peek in this situation at all.
Well, yeah, he knows if he goes down here, Guardian, he's going to have a chance into this one. Let's force him to plant. That's the objective. That's a close shot there. Body will capitalize as the AWP shot rattles off towards the vents. And yeah, like I said, you almost know the bomb's there, but it's fine to let him have it, right? You've got a player in the vents, he can't go lower, make him commit to the plant. Then you kind of pincer him together. He's got to have 4 seconds actually take himself out of the round to get that plant in. So you don't really need to challenge at all. Body finds out his position, stays alive, very smart. And Guardian came close to that shot in the vents. If he hits that, maybe there's something there, but wasn't meant to be. We're getting to round number 7 here. Another force bite from Na'Vi. 3 AKs, a couple of PC-50s as well. Got some smokes to work with, 4 of them in total. Shoxy aggressive outside.
Aggressive indeed. Smoke's down. Ooh, I thought he was going to be pushed. This peaked. So Edward knows he's there, but can't do much about it. Kenny will cower to the rafters. And then toward the lower site, behind the inner silo. He shall wait and allow the bomb to get in position. Issue with that as well as his... Oh, he's planning at safe side. That, I was going to say you would be able to see it from control room door, but they took the gamble that it was going to be unoccupied. Where's Decon? Maybe. Nice shot, Kenny. Good timing on the drop. Knows exactly when to press click. Or click press the button and gets the kill. They're lucky that bomb did go down before the peak came in, though. And either way, it's still going to be G2 to retake the site. It'll go their way. And 12 to 10.
12 to 10 indeed. Guardian doing what he could from the shadow area, but unfortunately finds 2 kills, then shut down. That was another force buy from Na'Vi. Yes, the bomb gets planted, but still going to be an eco situation here. We're getting to the closing out point for G2. Should be 13-10 after this round. Nice shot from Kenny S. You're going to hit that most of the time. Like you said, it comes down to the timings and having that awareness that a T could be down there. So, oh god, is this another force buy? No, it's not. Partial. Okay. So, UMPs, Tech-9s, and a couple of PC-50s. No nades. I hate this approach on Nuke. Like the no nades thing. Very difficult to make anything other than a rush happen. That's all they'll be going for. They actually managed to get the first kill, but Body starting to do some work now. And it's going to be a 3-on-2 in favor of the French side, but Simple soon deals with that and equals it up.
Simple indeed will. Takes shocks as well.
He's so scary in these scenarios. Kenny S now has got the bomb, but he has no idea where Simple has gone. The mind games begin with so much time remaining as well. Simple can make any sort of approach he wants to. He obviously has no idea where Kenny is either. Kenny just wants some sort of tell. Suspects ramp might be an option for him. Simple's going to be heading towards heaven, maybe main entrance. We'll be opting for this one. He's got no nades to work with here, not necessarily a problem. He just wants to maybe get a bit of luck here in our position, Kenny.
Little luck never hurt anyone.
He's got a... Oh, where is he?
He's outside.
Oh, he's by squeaky door as the X-ray.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought he was in hut, but I see his foot.
Not out, yeah, that's what I meant, outside of the hut. So drop for Simple is going to have to be in the cards. When he does, noise to be made. Kenny always keeps his op in these situations. Most players would be like, oh, give me a rifle. 1v1. Kenny, no chance. He'll keep the AWP. Silently Simple does make it onto hut, though. That new ladder, always an option.
Yeah, he's running out of time now, though. Can still drop down on his boxes, but it makes a noise. Going for the plant, and he won't get away with this, I don't think. Is it wide enough?
Oh, yeah, I thought he was far enough around. He's got a fat ass.
bit of banter there towards the end. Gotta just show who's boss as Kenny S does win the 1v1. Very well played. At that point, Kenny S, like you said, he's got the AWP in hand. He might as well just hold a single position where he knows he's going to be safe. Inside that squeaky door, tucks himself in a corner, and Simple just a foot to the left, and he would have been absolutely fine. He said his big ass sticking out, and it's going to be 13-10. A close round there. Was another force buy from Na'Vi. Simple certainly made it possible, but couldn't outsmart the king. Kenny S. Double up setup now for G2. It's Shocks and Kenny S. Very formidable duo over in Katowice. It kind of got... Oh, sorry, Starladder. I'm thinking. I'm getting a bit carried away there. Starladder, they were looking very good in the group stages. Then Shoxy, that's a bit stubborn in terms of forcing himself in that double up. Every single opportunity he had, once it was being shut down, he didn't go back to the rifles, which was a bit disappointing in the playoffs.
I would agree with that. However, it just goes to show you that groups are very different from playoffs, much like online is very different than LAN in general. So perhaps there's 3 tiers to that. You can go online, LAN groups, LAN arenas, or playoffs. Kenny, good find out towards Secret, doubles up, goes back for more. Na'Vi seem to be running out of petrol. Maybe they run on diesel, or perhaps they're Greenpeace people and they are electric, and the battery's just dwindling at this point in time.
Solar
goes
powered.
Back for more. Edward tries to get Kenny back. Sorry?
Solar powered?
Still electric.
Yep. Wind powered?
Also
Still electric.
Yep. Anything else?
Water.
Steam. That's where
Steam,
you're
there we
gonna
go, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Also electric.
Apparently, technically also electric. Didn't know that one, but I suppose. Static.
Nuclear?
He said horsepower, like literal horse, not combustion horse. That would be gas.
Okay, well.
Hydropower, that's also electric.
Anyway.
Guardian, not so electric. Body takes him down. And Edward will try and find Shocks behind the vent. Knows he's there. Good luck. Why? Okay, throw it shallow. Wouldn't you throw it the same as you would throw sandbags? Okay, so Shocks is going to go. Ooh, makes it out. Going to get hit anyway. There's a little nook on the wall. You could throw it as if it's sandbags at cash, but
I'm not sure
either way.
it's deep enough. Let me have a look. I'll
I think it is. It'd be the same effect. Either way, it didn't matter. It would. No. The one behind it. There. No. There's the second one. See?
From there?
Straight. Go in. Good. Yeah. No one can see. It's that one.
You're going to commit quite heavily to that, though. Look at that.
No, he was there. He had it. Because he threw it high, up below the light.
Oh, yeah, I guess. I'm not sure that's possible.
Yeah, I don't know if the collisions of the hitboxes is there.
Either way.
No one can see what we're talking about,
no,
Henry. We're really good at this entertainment stuff.
It's good radio. 14-10, and it has to be another force buy. This is looking like a G2 map all day long. As we can see, it's going to be a full buy for G2. You see the guns on their back, and Na'Vi just trying to adjust himself now. What's the play? Tech 9 for Seized. 2 AKs, 2 Galils, limited across the board in terms of grenades here. They've picked up 1 round this half. That was number 5, and since then, it's been a very French affair. As the one pause comes in, a tactical timeout for Na'Vi just to discuss what the approach is going into this last one. Well, I say last one. Up to match point for G2 potentially. And the pause is called. Kenny, currently on 30 frags.
What a monster. What an animal.
Absolutely.
Got more kills in this game than I've had in the last 5 Face-It matches I played. ESEA matches I've played. Apex drops down. Vents will get blown out. Put a smoke off toward hut. And not dropping down to make noise, but will slowly slither his way below deck, as you would say, Captain. Oh, Captain, my Captain, Henry G. That's your cue. But Body's gonna sit inside of a smoke.
I knew that was coming.
Shocks. Body's gonna wait for this as well. Shocks is gonna try and rotate back around. He's gonna have to be careful and get toward the ladder to hold him off. He's gonna go up. I'm not sure I agree with that. Sitting and waiting might have been the better call. We all know how hard it is to get to the top of the ladder and fire in, but Apex does find 2. Simple makes it down. Rotations to come from Vent, and Apex on the chase. Gets caught out by Simple, who's now in a 1 versus 3. Dead.
15-10, that was the round. Na'Vi, the opportunity to get back into the game, but it didn't really work out for them at all. The Galils, AKs couldn't find the frags. A basic execution towards Upper. Shut down across the board by G2 there. Last chance to loom for Na'Vi now. They do have, I think, almost maximum spend at this point, exactly maximum. So they do get $3,400 going into this one. 4 players are ahead of them. They do have the AKs. It's not looking too good. Kenny S continuing his rampage as we go into round number 11 here. He'll be heading outside, and he has got an opportunity to maybe find a frag. There was a slight gap, but another smoke deployed. And here comes potentially the first kill. He definitely spotted that player. Doesn't take the shot just yet. We'll turn X-ray off to show how good this kid is. He actually gets taken down. There you go. That's a bit of anti-climax, I guess. But 5 and 4 for Na'Vi. Maybe they have a few more rounds left in them.
Good shot from Seized. They may indeed have a few more rounds left in them. Not if this play doesn't go down their way, though. MBK stepping up. Apex getting another. It's G2 with the man advantage, and it's a ring around the rosy because MBK dances well, but 2 players there make it difficult. Apex, however, finding one with 1 HP leaves Guardian in a 1 versus 2. A 1 versus 1. 0-1 in HP. That's all it was, but Body's done enough, and that's the game. 16-10.
A classic G2 performance there, back and forth in terms of the force buy in the first half. They managed to actually lose the first half 9-6, but a stellar CT performance there, especially from Kenny S. 30 kills in total. His teammates weren't far behind as well. Shox had a very good game overall, and Na'Vi looked a little bit lost on the terrorist side, so that's unfortunate for them, and the first map does go in favor of G2.
Yes, G2 are going to take that first map. It was Na'Vi with, a decent CT side, but it was the T side that let him down, which is interesting, because last time we saw them on Nuke, they had an atrocious CT side. We didn't even get to see their T side, but still. I mean, this is a team that's known for kind of some of their CT struggles, but here it's the T side that lets them down.
Yeah, I was saying in the pre-show, you know, that their CT side, if they needed like a 12-3, 11-4 kind of scoreline, that's what we were expecting out of them. Right. I think it's going to be like a very long teething period for them to get good on Nuke, because it's not the same as like seeing them good on a T side of Overpass, right? For example, where you can be extremely methodical, you can take your time. On Nuke, you're already on the back foot and you have to take territory and then wait. So it was hard for them to get territory, right? The guys from G2 didn't let them have anywhere. You saw like in one of those last rounds there, Kenny peeking up, secret grabbing, like, I think it was 2 or 3 frags, just making it very difficult while they were trying to make plays and make moves to grab map control. And that's one of the things that G2 does. They make you feel very uncomfortable. That's why their force buys are so powerful.
What it obviously helps, this is why we always call him just a star player. Kenny S, 30 kills, one of those guys who just, when he gets those kills, it just takes over the game. You can't really do anything.
Yeah, simple as that. He's having, you know, a very strong performance overall recently, but you're seeing it specifically being so impactful on maps like Nuke. He's been able to swing rounds back into favor, make such impact throughout from start to finish. And coming back to the Na'Vi point, I think the reason everyone kind of looks at this map and goes, why aren't they good yet? is because you can almost see every piece of what makes a good Nuke team in that Na'Vi lineup, and it's like, when it all clicks, you can imagine it's going to be a really big deal for them, and it actually could be a really nice addition to the map pool. It's going to turn some heads, I can imagine, because it's the one map that it seems that every team can at least kind of have in their pocket against them if they need to push towards it in like a map veto. But no, it's good to see them at least playing it and trying it out, and they seem to have improved. Now, obviously it seems like small steps, but you think they barely got more than 3 rounds against Astralis before. They've been having tough games, and it's like, okay, well, they look better, but you're still not going to be able to beat the likes of G2, I'd feel yet, just purely because G2 have been having such a strong run on it recently. Individual members are finding almost specialist places on this map now. So again, it's the one that kind of brought G2 back into the light as well after their shaky start with this new roster.
Well, we mentioned G2's schedule and how difficult it was to close out the season.
Yeah.
So far, they're off to a good foot against Na'Vi. We'll see if they can take map 2. That would be huge for their playoff chances. We'll see what happens when we return.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
We're back with ESL Pro League. It's going to be map 2. It's going to be Overpass between G2 and Na'Vi. And if you saw the standings during that break screen, you would see just that one win on Nuke had G2 rise up to the 4th seed. So big match for them. All these matches are going to shuffle those standings. That's what makes them so important. There it is up on your screen. G2 now, they were in 6th, but furthering their position on these standings. But I mean, just as quickly, that can drop off as well. We've seen it from plenty of teams. Na'Vi still maintaining their 2nd seed despite the loss.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Finish that dance.
Overpass is going to be a map where the two playstyles that I was talking about in the pre-show is really going to come to a forefront. This is where you can see Na'Vi take it slow, you know, have the default across the map, have that spread, wait out utility, and then you're going to see that aggression coming in from the guys on G2 on that CT side. And I actually have a clip just of a pistol round of an Overpass match that they played not too long ago where they just have that swarming CT aggression, right? And this is it. They're going to send 2 people down to connector, and they're going to send 2 people aggressive into the water or sewer section of the map. Now, this is an all-in pistol round. They're going to clear connector, they're going to push under water and help fight if anybody's there, and they're just basically going to sandwich in all of the terrorists. If this doesn't happen, what you could see is, you know, they would take all that territory, they'd have all that early information, then Shox would be the player who'd actually rotate back to that A bomb site most likely and cover off that section, while Kenny and Apex would stay in the connector, and they'd watch the pushes from connector itself, and the other 2 players, MBK and Body, would be able to lock down, making sure no one can come through Monster or Water. Now we're about to see the frags come in, as they all just basically get stuck in a 4v4 fight, and everybody gets wiped out from the Godsent side, and that's, you know, what the power of G2 can do.
It's also why you oftentimes see at least one terrorist member going down that ladder into the connector just to watch for that kind of a play. It doesn't happen there. Still, both of these teams, one thing we saw out of Na'Vi and G2, both at Star Ladder, was the aggression on the CT side. G2 preferring to go through Monster, through short sewers, Na'Vi pushing up Fountain long A. I mean, this might very well feel like a match where there's just two offenses, essentially. Yeah,
and it's going to be really good to see like who wins those duels, right? Because that's going to dictate the pace early. Are they going to be stubborn and run at each other and just constantly take those fights, or are G2 maybe going to play it a little bit more, I guess, smarter would be the way to look at it, and bait out that utility, wait until it's used, and then go for the fight a little bit later in the round. Knowing G2, I'd say they're going to be stubborn. But it's one of those games that could start like Nuke did, you know, very back and forth, a lot of force buys, a lot of pressure on Na'Vi early, and what they need to do is not crack. And they didn't crack on the start of Nuke. Those cracks started to form in the late half of the CT side.
They're going to see a lot of cracks, Lauren?
Oh, I hope so. Absolutely love a bit of that. No, no, for me though, it's like as much as these 2 teams do have something, I guess, stylistically that's quite exciting to theorize about this game. You know, both quite aggressive, both find nuances to kind of exploit throughout this entire map and found success throughout each lineups. But you look at Na'Vi, this has been a huge pick for them as of late, pretty much since Simple joined. It's been a massive map for them. Even just statistically, you look back, they won a 17 win streak on it and barely got touched. So it's like, sure, G2 theoretically should be able to keep up, put up a really good performance, but overall it should be a Na'Vi win.
And don't forget some of the magnificent Guardian clutches we've seen on Overpass. Take us through it. It is once again, one more time for the evening, going to be Sadakist and Henry G.
Thank you, Moses. Good to be here, and I'm ready to get into it. Oh, that doesn't work.
What were you doing?
Don't worry about it.
It seemed amazing.
It's all visual. You got to go with the visuals on this one. It's fine. Nothing happened. Hank, how are you?
I'm okay. It's been a fun evening so far. Some good CS displayed. Na'Vi versus G2 is always going to be an exciting matchup. And we go in towards Overpass as well. Chance for Na'Vi to tie up the series. We'll see what happens. They are very good on this map. They're one of the most innovative teams in terms of what they present in terms of boosts. And we've had some of the most exciting games in Counter-Strike history from Na'Vi on this very map. So we'll see whether G2, I guess at this point, we've seen them a couple of times with this lineup on this map, but certainly hasn't been the map that rings in my memory, at least, to be one of their best. We'll see whether they can go toe-to-toe with Na'Vi. I'm sure we'll see the double orbs coming out again on the CT side, especially for the French team. And yeah, lots of interesting force buys in the first map as well. I'm sure you'll see more of that once again, as Des was pointing out. So we'll get ready into this one. It's going to be G2 starting on the CT side. Na'Vi, of course, on the T side. We'll have a look at the T buy. In terms of T options of the pistol, a lot of teams favor towards B. Simple execution, smoking heavy on the bomb site, flashing over, and they have got 2 smokes, which suggests that might be coming in, especially with the flamey Superman as well. That means he has a Tech 9 and body armor. Guardian, simple, just a Glocks and armor himself. We'll have a look at the GT buy as well. Excuse me, 4 sets of armor and MBK with the defuse kit. We'll see where they do head towards B as we get into this one.
Tech 9 for Flamey with armor. He's a Superman.
He is.
Are you a Superman, Henry?
No, just a normal man.
Just a boy, just an ordinary boy.
What's that from?
Making my way downtown.
Oh, okay.
Come on, it's the greatest song ever written. You can even make
I'd say it's top 5.
a piano car in GTA. Have you seen that GIF? Come on, everyone's got to.
Piano car.
The guy that's just driving the piano
Oh,
through the city with that song on. Kenny's in a good position, but doesn't have a good shot. Guardian's going to take him instead. And down goes Shocks with him, meaning that Na'Vi have a great start to this situation. They've got a 3-man, or rather 2-man advantage. 3 men left to find is where I was going with that. Apex gets 1, but then it's brought to the same disadvantage in that they're 2 down on MBK. You make it a little bit more even by getting the bomb forward as well. This means the flank rotation from Body is actually going to be perfect. It means they have to be there. He's found the first already. They're back to a 2 versus 2. MBK backs off, gives Body a better chance to find shots at range, but he just needs to stay alive. MBK get his teammate closer. Continues to deplete his ammunition. Body is done well. Gets close indeed, takes down Simple, and they've coordinated this together in good fashion. But have they done enough to win the round? They certainly have. Well done, Body, to get the last shot.
Well, that seemed like
slam dunk.
Yeah, absolutely, for Na'Vi. They get the first 2 kills. They've got 2 smokes to work with as well, 2 flashes, and maybe they went a bit too all in that stage towards the A side. Didn't want to slow it down at all, want to try and capitalize and shut down the remaining CT on the A side. That's MBK, who finds a couple of kills and stays alive for so long as well, allows himself to buy time for Body, who finds 3 kills in total with the flank there. So that's a gutting round for Na'Vi. Not really much they can say about that one. No plant coming in either. So this is a technical pause. Maybe just a chance for them to kind of work out what the hell happened, calm down slightly as well. That's always going to be a bit frustrating losing rounds in that sort of manner. So G2 will, of course, pick up that pistol, and they have the buy in hand here as well. We did see a lot of force buys working out for either side on Nuke, and this is quite traditional for the T sides. Of no bomb going down in the pistol to be forcing up in the second round as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing that. But for now, a technical pause. A chance for us to calm down, Matt.
It's true.
Breathe in through the
Caster,
nose,
stop,
out through the
yell.
mouth.
Caster, stop, yell.
Caster, stop, yell. Something I try and tell myself every day.
When you're looking in the mirror?
Yeah, when I wake
doing
up.
your pose that you do for camera when it comes to you. That very practiced. Let me see if I can do it. Let's see. Well, I got to do it in reverse, because if I do it this way, I'm away from the desk. It's back. Yep, leg up and across, dangling. I don't know how, Henry. You must have a really small thing to cross your legs in that fashion.
No, just tiny balls.
I was going to say, that is crushing my coconuts, if I'm completely honest with you. It's rather painful.
I only started doing this when I was like 17. And then
you also normally have the, okay, I see. You've got the sophisticated fist on the left armrest with a dangle of the right hand, so you can make expressions rather gleefully with that right hand in a nonchalant manner.
Yeah, or you could have a glass in your hand. Like.
Can we get the camera to emphasize this? This would really be one of those times, I think.
Well, you want to demonstrate how I normally pose and the camera
This is your pose.
This is like a LAN pose. It's not an online pose.
I don't think we're going to get the camera, but this way you can get the points in. I thought you did this sometimes.
Sometimes you got to make it
on the knee, the hands on the knee.
Yeah,
it really doesn't work, but we're back in the game. Again, visuals don't matter.
You described it beautifully, I think.
Thank you. It was rather eloquent, I thought.
No force buy from Na'Vi after no bomb in the first. So this is definitely against Counter-Strike methodology, I would say, as a whole. Normally you want to be force buying with the Tech 9s, but I guess Overpass doesn't really lend itself towards just having armor and the Tech 9 and no nades. Maybe they just want to make sure they have a real full buy. They could force up in the next round with Galils and armor. That could be an interesting idea. It's certainly something that's been done before, but very rare to see it. So walking to the A site, maybe just trying to get a trade here. They get 1, maybe 2 kills. That's at least a successful round overall. Didn't bring a single dollar into this one. Apex will be farming with the UMP. Kenny is joining in as well. It's going to be a clean sweep and a single frag found.
Apex nearly got the ace.
This is certainly unorthodox. The fact that they'll be forcing into this round potentially, so they are. So they get 1 player, Guardian, AK head armor. Presumably a couple of Galils coming into the mix as well. Or maybe UMPs. UMP is king these days, you know?
It is actually king, to the point where I use it in Battlegrounds just because I want to think it's as strong as it is in Counter-Strike. Usually isn't. I always die. Yeah, I always die. Everyone agrees, including our producer.
Yeah, I don't like that game.
I don't either, actually. I think H1's better. I'm going to say it.
So we spent 20 minutes farming everything, then dive to people we can't see.
I think there's so much potential in it. I do. And I like that the devs are on top of it, constantly trying to update it, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
Speaking of work to be done, Na'Vi forced by in the 3rd round. You can see it's a decent one, but only having one smoke to work with here. Lose this, it could be the 4-0 coming in. Very fast towards the A side as Guardian made his way up towards long. MBK will be rotating in though. This frag means everything. He's the only player on the A side, and it's simple to strike first to B. This could be a nightmare for GT to hold off now.
Shots in NBK. Back off toward the bank. National Bank Security with a K. As MBK plays toward the stairs, tries to get back in position to get a headshot, manages it, has to back off as Flamey rounds the corner. And, you know, we talk about the UMP being the secondary gun of choice. Well, we had a FAMAS and a Galil, the guns that people are saying that it's eclipsed involved in that trade. However, it is now the AK of Edward that's found Apex, and that brings us back level. Missed shots initially, but Shocks does manage to locate, get his aim on, and go one-on-one with Edward. Immediately dead on arrival, though, as Edward closes it back, and Na'Vi will pick up round number 3.
Yeah, there's 2 approaches you can bring to that sort of situation. Edward obviously bombed down. He knows the position of Shoxy as well. You can surprise him like he did, go for that initial shot, just blow him out the water before he has a chance to see he's not going to be expecting that. Or you can try and have the long game there and try and hide and buy yourself time. I think that was actually the correct decision, considering he couldn't really see the bomb in the default position where he was from towards that bank area. Just surprise Shoxy. He knows he's going to have very little time to work with there. It's a good chance to have knife out or pistol. So that's a great round from Na'Vi to pick up there. A different approach to what we're used to seeing here in Counter-Strike. Force buying on the 3rd and no bomb. Fast play towards B. It seems Guardian going towards Munstead. Edward going in first from Shaw. Gets one, but Shoxy and MBK stepping up here. They've got a force by themselves, and it's going to be a clean sweep as Shoxy finds a couple of frags. They still had plenty of money to work with here. Kenny has even got the AWP. Simple now left in the 4 versus 1. Smoked out from the B bomb site, and then he has the UMP to work with. Firing off bullets as well gives away his position.
Smoke down, Simple. Sits back behind said smoke in a 1 versus 4 with the UMP. Ultra money
problem.
Possessor. What's a word for like a tank? Okay, hang on, I got this, hang on. Keep going, Henry.
I'll take over here. 50 seconds remaining. Kenny S looking to finish things off here. Was that a bit much?
Yeah, it was a bit emphasized in the drama region there, I think.
I felt like I kind of flashed forward to...
a little carried away.
Sydney at that point. That's the kind of tone I normally use on being 100% serious, you know. It's simple. He'll be trying to hold on to his UMP. If he finds 1 kill, at least that's something. They will be for sure, and then you get next round. It's a full reset. Nothing in the reserves. So, 25 seconds remaining.
Ultra Money Procurer. That's the UMP. That's the UMP right there.
Not bad. 20 seconds, simple. If he doesn't die here, right, he gets no money to the next round. That's not really a huge deal, because if they are going to be force buying with the double eco looming over towards them, maybe he just wants to save the UMP and have armor, smoke, Molotov to work with. Give it another crack in the next round. Looks like he will be saving. Getting $1,400 on top of this. What he already got is nothing. It's not really worth it, to be honest. So he'll save this into the next round. His teammates pretty much have to force now, considering he saved that with no cash. They need to balance the books and join him.
I think Ultimate Money Procurer is actually a little bit better.
What was the first one?
Ultra Money.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Ultimate Money Procurer. That's what UMP stands for, guys. It's actually a thing.
So Seized has enough for an AK-47. He actually bought that and gives it to Flame. He bought armor. So this is a mishmash in terms of the buy. Simply gets dropped an AK as well. There must be a UMP kicking around. Did he find an AK? Oh, he must have done. Oh no, there's a UMP. There it is. Okay, that makes sense. So I didn't think he did. And we go into round number 5 here. 3-1. 2 rifles, a UMP, and a couple of pistols here. It's not looking great. Guardian, of course, the AWP. Doesn't have armor, but Flamey with the first shot. Actually play from Apex towards long as well, so that's going to be a 5-on-4. And something to work with it. They can pick up that weapon. They're actually stand a chance within this round.
Stand a chance indeed. Kenny's still trying to find the option. Kenny has... You could also do Ultimate Money Patter, but I think Procurer is a little better. Try and get a shot off Kenny as he backs away. Inching closer, therefore, are the pistols, but Kenny's had enough of that. Takes down Seized. Slight bullet hit him in the knee, grazed him, but he's still an adventurer despite taking that bullet, and he will not be thwarted. Sees the shadow, fires a little bit early in the second shot, and that means he's going to have to back away this time for Rizzle. not just playing, because it's going to be a 4 versus 4, and he can't afford to lose the AWP. Edward, as well as one of the 2 players that did have the pistol C's, was the first, hence why he peaked early.
4 and 4 for now. We have got some long control here, Na'Vi, but their resources limited. They have a smoke, a Molotov, decent amount of control, but Body locking them in, but Flamey's ready for it. Body, 20 seconds remaining. This is probably worth the duel at this point. They can't really go back towards B. They know it's going to be open at this point, but 13 seconds remaining. Next kill pretty much decides whether they get the bomb down. Guardian finds it. It's up to Kenny S now to try and deny that plant.
Kenny's going to try it, but I don't know if he'll have success. Shocks May.
It's over.
He's got Edward down 2 seconds. Guardian gets shocked back. Kenny just has to survive. That's... Ooh. All right.
Hits that shot.
I think he got him through the edge of the wall, yeah. And we've had a drop, so we're going to have a technical delay here. But that was very close. As soon as Shocks goes down, Kenny can't move.
20 seconds remaining when they went for their final commitment. Body came for the backstab. He thought, okay, they're not going to be watching Connector anymore. They'll be focusing towards the A site. They were not, and Body goes down. There was a chance there, but Kenny S finds out 1 frag, as I said. If he gets 1, that's enough just to hold on there. And Shocks actually denied the plant through the smoke. So he did a very good job. And Kenny just surviving like 20 HP. Then he goes down. So money's going to be a bit of an issue for G2 overall. And I think Na'Vi saved 2 players in that round. Have a quick look as to how many they survived. Yeah, so 2 players. They managed to scavenge an AK-47 and AWP as well. So that's always going to be a bit dangerous. Guardian has no armor, though. He's got the AWP. That's what we call a glass cannon these days.
Yeah, it's if you're not familiar, it's Shadow Fiend at mid is the glass cannon.
Okay.
Outworld Devourer to some extent.
Is this Dota talk?
Yes. That's where the term... Well, I don't know if that's the original origin of the term, but yeah, that's where I learned it first. And then CSGO. So where does Simple elect to take said AWP on glass cannon round? He's going to be the T-side op and not Guardian. Who goes PT-50 no armor. And he's over toward the playground. He's going to head back over toward B. We just saw the setup. Number 5, Body, sitting and waiting in the short tunnel to try and cover off outside a monster. Good position to be in, but did they get the AWP and spot him? I assume not. Famos from this range, though, Henry. It is going to be the AWP. It is going to check it. Simple's got him down. Very well played. Consider all options. In they go with flashes. Flashes late, though, to catch off Shocks. They know he's outside of the site and therefore can smoke off sandbags. This should lead to a plant unless NBK it. Nothing to do about it. Kenny gets a shot in first, however. Molotov's down. And Apex good position toward jungle with a fast rotation seized. He's desperate to try and put the bomb down. Simple's got a shot to hold him off. Simple's got another. He's got Shocks immediately on re-entry. This will set a pincer between Apex, who's searching. Ooh. And Simple very nearly hit a close-up. However, it's Apex to control the situation. Seized is out. He's gone. He's bailed. He's got an AK and armor as well. He's in this.
Yeah, he's booked it over towards the A side. So default plan coming in. Buys him a lot of times. He doesn't have to go towards bathrooms, right? He can try and trick him like he's going to now. Get yourself in a tight corner. Be behind the bomb, which... obviously, you wouldn't expect as a CT at this point, and now Apex has no idea. He's completely lost track as to where C's could be. This is like, I would say like 70-30 in favor of C's. There's not really much Apex can do here. He's got the bomb ticking away as well. He's got a kit and a smoke, but C should just take him down as soon as he goes near the defuse here.
Seized. It's a tight position to play. He's got to gamble this correctly, though, because he could get actually found out. Apex, I was going to say, if he wanted to, could have actually swung to check that corner behind the truck and maybe seen him just by chance, but it was done as soon as he tapped the bomb.
The thing is, when the bomb's that low as well, that sort of plant, you just assume he's in bathrooms. You just have to.
That's true. You're right.
So, again, that's why I said it. C's just outplayed him in terms of, like, as soon as his teammate went down, I think he started going towards A before Guardian, or Simple, I think it was, before he even dropped. And Simple, amazing shots there at close range on the B bomb site. Manages to find some footing here on Overpass. Navi do pick up a round. It's going to be a G2 Eco now. I think this is a little forced by. They haven't fully committed. They left themselves about $800 per player. But Deagles, 5-7s, and a flashbang. In terms of any sort of stack coming in, 2 players push towards short. Monster, and here's the first exchange. Heavy damage inflicted towards Body. And this should be a Navi round all day long. But MPK does find something here with the Desert Eagle. There's 1 kill and a second as well. Trying to find the third, doesn't happen for him. It's still a 3-on-2, a possible situation for them.
Kenny rotates in with the Deagle in hand. Trying to get the shot. Edward manages it. Guardian.
Hello.
Rather giving it up. I thought it was Edward, but it was Guardian that gives it up, so Kenny's left alone in this situation, however, and they've gone back toward A. He may confront them, greet them in time. They've doubled back. Flash over. Bomb is the late rotate back, though, because it was the one that threw the flash. Seized has it. Which means Kenny could have gone back around, but he's still unsure of exactly what's going on. No armor, just the Deagle. Round 7. Guns down in the B site. They get set to try and get one of those guns. Perhaps it's beneficial. In fact, I think there's a few just inside of the water position, so let's see what he picks up on the way through. He made a noise. Sees looks. Kenny fancies this, you know. Kenny certainly fancies it, but doesn't have the angle figured out at all, and Navi will pick up number 3.
Give it a good go. MPK with the double Deagle kill towards Connector. Wasn't enough, though. And that, I guess you could cause it a force by the fact it went down to about $700-800 per player. Suggests it will be on a full EK this time. So the partial buy, we normally call that when it's actually a full buy into the next round. So this has to be another EK for G2 or Deagle's PT50s. Very similar to what we saw in the previous round. But now they're looking to tie things up here and more than likely going to do so. On the T side as well, they're looking in a decent position. It's certainly a CD-sided affair here on Overpass. They'll be heading towards long A, and this is a nice approach. You know, even if you run into a stack, you're going to get trades as long as you're going in together. That flashbang's decent, but the CTs can't capitalize just yet. It's simple to find the second frag. 5 on 3, pretty much the round concluded. At this point, you don't have to rush in and fully commit. You just want to be a little bit disciplined, hold off the flanks, and then use the time to your advantage.
Edward. Chilling up close, waiting to watch, see if MBK is going to pop out. Tie game in the cards. In the cards, on the cards?
On the cards.
On the cards. So it's not as deceptive. If it's sitting on the cards, it's visible. But if it's in the cards, where is it in the deck?
Not sure. It's one of life's greatest questions.
Yeah, it is actually. You know, magicians usually play with that one. I'm sure they would know. We'll ask Merlin. Kenny popping out. Headshot as the nade was drawn. Tries to swing and capitalize further and catch them off, but not quite so sly as its body left inside of the site. Wait, don't peek. Let him in. Deny the plant. Costs them money. I think he's been spotted. Simple certainly did see him. No questions.
Yeah, drive-by shot there from Simple to finish things off. It's going to be round number 9, 4-4. Money available for G2 once again. The Kenny S Orb hasn't been as explosive as it was on Nuke, but it's been an interesting game. A lot of force buys once again, like we said, was a very high possibility going into Overpass here. But in terms of the buy overall, I'll have a look at it now and see if we can look at how good it is for G2. They do get the 4 M4s along with the AWP, but lacking in terms of defuse kills is one of those. And it looks like a very fast B approach coming in from Na'Vi here. Shock sees towards Monster, but drops a decent incendiary to at least to subside them for now. All 5 players for Na'Vi on this side of the map. That suggests a full execution coming in momentarily. You've lost control of middle and long A as well. You have no idea what's going on, so you pretty much have to commit at this stage, and they will indeed.
Commitment's a hard thing, but all men do it eventually. Body takes down 2, turns around, finds a 3rd. Sees going down, leaves the bomb in the site. Simple and Guardian will retaliate, but ooh, I was gonna say, they're still very limited. Not with Guardian hitting shots like that. We said he's returned to form as of late. That's part of the form we speak of. His bomb's still down inside to his left. Has to try and work out towards sandbags as well.
Watch Simple. He's actually holding towards T-spawn for now. Just using that 1 minute time they have, just kind of getting the CT sweating a little bit. They have got vision of the bomb, and it's up to Guardian, who's trying to find anything he can, but Shoxy finds him first. 2 on 1 now.
Guardian down, leaves Simple with a bit of information that he's on bags and finds Kenny immediately. Oh, he's gonna beat the Molotov in though, and that's gonna catch Simple off because he's not quite set and ready. Shock's taking it, makes it 5 for G2. They will not give up the lead, but they've brought it very close, and that is a 3-round reset with only 1 surviving. The money is very tight, so it's a good thing they picked up the AWP to carry it over.
5-4, still anyone's game. You're absolutely right. The G2 money after winning the round, still tight. 3 UMPs and a FAMAS. Kenya still has the AWP here, and this one is another huge round in the context of this map. Considering whoever loses it is going to be almost certainly on an eco. It's Guardian to strike first. He finds Kenny S. That's a massive scalp to take. The AWP has gone down, but Apex recovers it. Not known to be an AWP himself. Might want to throw that over to Shoxy. We'll see what happens here. As we get to an advantage for Na'Vi. Apex falls back. He's be holding towards middle for now.
I'll rotate around toward B. Flamey, Deagle in hand, starts to walk in. Sight direct and Flamey with the Deagle. Perhaps unspoken of as much as, say, Dupree, but he's also very capable on the weapon.
Sure.
Thought he did spot him toward the big grate. He's gonna get close with the smokes down, flash in. Try and find the planter, looks away from flash, catches two of them with it, gets a kill, a second dink, but not a follow-up bullet. So Flamey stays on with two. Shocks will go wide side smoke, Molotov's down, could do significant damage. Flamey's actually been found by a nade. Speaking of significant damage, they do further, but it's down to Apex. They pulled this back, seized, catches MBK in flank rotation toward Monster, and Apex just fights in with a pistol in the flash. It's aggressive.
Yeah, not known to be an AWP. Pulls up the silence USP. Flashbang is decent, but not enough. One kill obtained, couldn't find the second. We said that was a huge round in terms of the money overall for either side. It's going to be G2 doing the brunt of it here. They'll have to take a full eco from what I can see. A couple of P250s, that looks like that's what they'll be purchasing into round number 11 here. Na'Vi with a chance to convert this into two. Flamey brings out the Mac 10. Chance to farm some cash here, throw him into the bomb sites first, find these unarmored players, and it should be a very, very easy round for Na'Vi overall. Just a Deagle and a P250 purchase into this one.
Just a Deagle and a P250. Mac 10 trying to farm the cash, therefore. Sees they'll do it over his shoulder. In fact, I think through his body. No, didn't quite, so that was through the edge of the wall because it would give him the assist point. But Guardian takes down body, speaking of. And it should all go straight forward at this point. Na'Vi, they'll take the lead for the first time. T-side as well of Overpass, Henry. How do you feel about that? I don't often play this map myself. Obviously, it's still CT-sided, but only just.
Yeah, this is great for Na'Vi so far. They did win the first half of Nuke 9-6 and threw it away on their own CT half, so we'll see whether that comes in once again. But right now, they're looking good. Another difficult round in terms of the buy for G2 here. Famouses, UMPs, and Shoxy doesn't have much more than that as well. He gets the M4 out, but the team's limited across the board. KennyS gets the EDP out once again. No armor to go with it, though. So let's see how aggressive he wants to go here. Does face towards Minute. He knows he needs to step up now, start finding some frags. Flashed off, though. Nades coming in as well. He's probably going to go down here. Edward finds him. Flashbang was very good indeed. 5-on-4 once again. Terrorists can hold up and see if they can get the reaction. And it's going to be the reaction coming in, and Na'Vi capitalizing. Apex does find one kill in return, but it's a 4-on-2 now. MBK, UMP, body on the Famous, and sees he's by himself, and B needs to be careful here. If you go down just like that, that's not required. He's trying to get the information that the B-side's open before his teammates arrive. It's actually given G2 a bit of a window now.
Oh, the spray going both ways. X-ray off shows us how difficult that could be, especially because it looked like it was on the other side of the squeaky door. In fact, it was. Top pallets, body's still going to try and see if they boost up. That's going to leave him in the open when Guardian walks in from Monster, and just like that, it's on to MBK. Na'Vi's in control. They could go 1-1 in the evening. Our hot match of the week, and it certainly is a little bit hot and toasty over toward MBK. He's going to try and push around the smoke, catch them off. Guardian will go down as a result. Low HP on Edward. They're going to be a little bit careful of this situation now, but no kit makes it certainly easier. Simple tag to 22.
Pause comes in. Na'Vi do manage to pick it up. A bit dicey there towards the B site, considering Seized walks in by himself, gives his frag away, and an AK towards Body as well. Body, though, stuck in a horrible position. He tried to boost up and look above the fence area, but couldn't get going at all, and it's going to be 7-5. And G2, with third stage loss bonus, they're only getting $2,400 into this one, so can't really bring a buy to the table. They're looking towards a bigger picture here and hoping to pick up the last two rounds potentially, and they'll take what I assume is a tactical pause. You don't really want to discuss this too much. Not really much to talk about. So, okay, we're taking an eco. What do you want to stack? Do you want to maybe send 5 players in B, push off short, overwhelm connector? Not really that many options for CTs with default pistols here. Apex buys the Deagle, but in terms of the Na'Vi buy, they have absolutely everything, including a Guardian AWP as well. We'll have a look at the score charts while I'm here. Simple. 17 frags, 6 deaths. Not too bad at all. Edward not far behind. Same story of Guardian as well. And in terms of the G2 side as well, Apex leading the charge, and KennyS right at the bottom now after dropping a 30 bomb, and then a few more as well on Nuke. He certainly has been shut down slightly here on Overpass. Final buy comes in, just some pistols, MBK with a bit of body armor as well, investing a little bit more than his teammates, so we'll have 2,900 coming in on top of what they currently have next round. So here we go, round number 13. Let's have a look at the stack. 3 players towards B, Body, MBK, and Shoxy. And once again, Na'Vi focusing towards long. It makes a lot of sense. Obviously, you have rifles and AWP. You've got the utility to work with as well. You can flash that area, trade frags if anyone is there, and even if there's not, you know you've got a massive part of the map taken over very quickly at the start of the round.
Kenny just jumping around. Let that one sit. Oh, jumps too far. Guardian nails him, and even though he's just on a pistol, it's a bit of a problem for them. Apex will try and play park side. And NBK's actually got the first shot. That'll be Apex, but he can't quite land it. Not up that close, not with the Deagle. Seized. Edward. They'll take back the site in the favor of Na'Vi, and Shock's the only one left. It should now be an 8th round.
Should be indeed. Just one player remaining with Shoxy. He's on the A side of the map, but not really much he can do about this one. The bomb's planted, and he'll be making his way towards bank, and he should be shut down in about 5 seconds, as he will be making his way out. He could get a kill on Simple here. Good job. That's some money in the bank at least.
Money in the bank, at least. Tell me he goes for this. Just do it. Just hold it. You got it. Just wants to do further damage. And the more he taps that as well, the more they have to check, which means the closer they are to the site. Should this end, hence why he's trying to just stay alive.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Yeah, because if the bomb goes off, they could go down if... Ooh. Oh, either way, it's the same effect now. The other guys are too far back. I think Seized is far enough away on 11. Yeah, he is. So it's by staying alive, even if he goes down, he's trying to make it happen. So even if they kill him, there's enough time before the reset of the round that the bomb will go off. Yeah,
exactly. Bait them as close as he can. Him touching it, they know they have to go and check it. The bomb's about to go off, and he's just hoping he can keep them in that area as long as possible. Double orb setup. We said it'd be coming, and it finally arrives on round number 14. Shoxy and Kenny S will both be wielding AWP here. Kenny towards long, and Shoxy in B. I assume he'll be posting up towards Monster. Doesn't look like that for now. He's actually going to be towards short. Takes a little peek now towards short, and maybe connector as well. He'll be holding that tight angle, and it's another default from Na'Vi here. Sees by himself towards the B side of the map, simple and connector, and 3 players holding middle. The bomb's still down in T-spawn, so suggests they won't be doing anything right away. Just go for that mid-control, push the CTs back, and try and keep hold of your utility. Oh, I told you they were innovative on this map. Here's the boost. Kenny S is in that position, I think. I'll have a look.
Does he know, though?
Oh, not quite.
No.
He was on the flower bed at one point. He's actually fallen back to the A side now.
They know Guardian loves to do that.
Yeah.
They used to use it, like, sparingly. The first time we saw it, obviously, Ketovic was 2016 last year.
Yep.
Epic Series against Luminosity at the time, now SK, for those of you who don't know where the Brazilians came from in terms of their other alliances and teams. But they never really used it much beyond that. Now they're starting to use it a little bit more regularly, and hasn't paid off quite as well as it did. The first time was obviously the surprise. Kenny can't land the shot out toward long. Smoke goes down in front of him. He'll flash into that to make sure they're not pushing. Massive gap in the smoke as well, so he just sits to hold. And he could play forward to that. Tries. As Apex gets simple. Now they walk in, and the shotgun is set. Kenny gets 2. That'll do. Bomb goes flying forward inside of the site. It's Guardian left versus 5.
1 player remaining. Not really much he can do here, but we'll see whether he can step up. 10 seconds here, and he's got 1 more round to go. Might as well hold on to the AWP. He's got plenty of cash, but we'll see if he can find some frags at the same time as well. Finds 1. That's MBK going down. 3 seconds remaining. Looks like he will be surviving. The CTs, they know he's got money. It's not worth them losing any weaponry here. So there it is. Kenny S stepping up, like you said, that close range shotgun style AWP towards long air. I'm sure that's the replay we'll see right now. 1 quick scope and a no scope as well. Both quick scopes okay.
That's actually okay. Yeah. So I didn't even realize they were quick scopes the first time by.
That's like 1 frame of the scope.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. And sometimes I blink because I get so excited. Every time he pulls the trigger, I just, you know. So don't blame me.
I never blame you.
Thank you. Thank you. My mom does. Literally, anytime anything broke in the house, it was always my fault. Every time. God, Mom, you're so mean to me. Carry on.
I wasn't talking, but I can build this one up. It's round number 15. 8-6 in favor of Na'Vi now. G2 looking to find 1 more round to split the map in half as well as you can, really. It's 15 in total, you know. But double up setup now. And we have got Kenny S, not long this time. That's actually be held by Apex. The other orb, Shoxy, of course. He's towards short once again, holding the exact same angle. Players coming towards him. Can't hit the shot. Actually, oh no, I thought he kind of nicked him through the wall, but didn't land.
Did not. Did too, did not. And then Mom would come in and say, no, Matthew, you did. She would be wrong, but it didn't matter because I was to blame. Shox is the blame at this time, though, as they walk in. He gets 2, Body finds seized, and Simple suddenly left standing alone. Well, crouching, to be completely honest with you. Standing now, and he's going to be burning alive. Backed into, I thought I saw, yeah, there it is, Apex. I thought he was out in the open, though. He's inside of the door, so doesn't quite get the kill, but they're still in great position with the bomb down inside of the site. Always on forcing back. Kenny, high HP goes down. Body, he's on 67. Shock's on 12. Simple's going to go for this. It is obviously the last round, but he's got a real chance at going for it. As he continues to walk in as well. Flash out, though. You thought one of the strays. I thought it for a second, too. Was just going to catch them on the way by.
A great half of CS there. G2 after winning the pistol. It's the 3rd round forced by from Na'Vi to get him into this game. And great methodical CS as a whole. Good defaults, nice executions as well. Guardian looking very good towards the end of it. But G2 keep their head above water and find 7 rounds. We'll take a quick break and see if they can make this 2-0.
G2 again with a decent start, much like Nuke, but Na'Vi returned to form and took over the half. I think ran with it, to be completely honest. Wind in their sails and nothing in the waters that troubled them whatsoever. They go 9-6 T-side of Overpass.
Great North School themed opening there from you, Matthew. I like it a lot. It's going to be the second half coming in momentarily. Still anyone's game, of course, at 8-7. But I guess Na'Vi with a slight lead overall, managing to win the CT half, but it comes down to the pistol once again. I'm sure I said every single game, but it's a fact, you know?
It is, yeah. It's kind of the way the game works.
Yeah.
It's not your fault.
Yeah, unfortunately, it always comes down to the pistols. A big talking point throughout the ages of Counter-Strike.
Has been, yeah.
Originally, we never had pistol rounds. We had what was kind of rush rules. So you had a certain time limit, and you rushed as a team for the amount of time.
Chargers,
yeah. So you did that as much as you could, and then you see how many rounds you could post then. So there's no pistol rounds back in the day, you know? It's kind of weird.
How do you feel about Chargers?
I never played them. I have no idea.
Yeah.
That was before my time. Jason could probably tell us about it.
That was like 1.3 time.
Yeah, Jason can probably tell us all about it on the desk. Maybe that's a feature he can do. Rolling back the gears with Jason Moses O'Toole, a.k.a. the Vulture.
A.k.a. the Vulture. Not the bald eagle. Don't make bald jokes. He's a vulture. Simple to the tree. Gets down on one knee. Sits behind the rock. Not to be seen. Pops up now. Perfect timing. Gets 2 bodies. Got Guardian at large, though.
Ooh.
And Simple doesn't care. Body goes down. That's the bomb.
Yeah, all 3 kills so far found by Simple with 1 HP on the final one as well. Lovely precision with the silence USP. 4-on-2, Shoxy and MBK. Still with a smoke and flashbang here. They will be able to pick up the bomb. Simple had to fall back at this point. Very lucky to get away with his life. But they'll just be trying to stick together and force a plan. They don't need to overcommit to this.
Seized. Trying to spot out toward long to get the shots against MBK, who's still in the corner, and they're going to try and bait Simple in. That nade.
How did I not kill him?
Yeah, that was like, that must have been the perfect distance, almost to the unit above them. Incredible. Or as Murray Walker would say, incredible! I love the way Murray Walker commentates. He's the best of all time.
So I've heard.
From me, of course.
No, I've heard a lot of people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think Red Eye's a big fan of him as well. I think he thinks he's the greatest as well. And we're away to jungle, or graffiti. There you go, Shock's tagged up. That information is attained. They will head toward this site. Shox is going to make it interesting. They'll find one of each NCs, but Flamey there to take him back will make it 9-7. Favor of Na'Vi, they continue, or excuse me, with G2 getting that round. I got that backwards.
No, Na'Vi would have.
Yeah, okay, all right. I'm gonna step back.
Are you still with us, man?
Well, I think I confused myself. I said it was 9-6 half. It was 8-7, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, they continue to roll with the momentum. So that thought was right. Everything's fine.
It was.
I'm gonna take my crazy pills, and we'll carry on.
No, I like it when you're a bit mad. Don't take
Wow, that's about every day, Henry.
Yep. Well, here we go then. There is a forced buy from the French side this time. Deagles, P50s, obviously no bomb going down there, but a nice round from Simple overall. 3 great headshots towards Long. He's so good at those pistols. He's pretty much good with every weapon in this game, to be fair. But here we go, round of 2. They have got 4 smokes to work with. This will be some sort of B execution coming in. Shoxy lining up a smoke towards the site. There's one towards Heaven as well from Kenny S. Here it comes, flashbangs in. Hope for the best, boys. Don't get mowed down.
Timing was almost perfect. Vision was better. Nice reaction from Flamey right to left. Simple gets the nade kill onto Kenny, and the bomb dropped down. Pistols to go in. Simple. I thought he was going to get found out by that Deagle, but no shots to land on the head. Tinked up further, and Simple will get 3 kills in the round, 1 via the Pokeball. And then it'll go to 10-7, and Na'Vi will have guns that G2 certainly will not have.
No. Force buy in that round as well. No bomb planted as of yet. The money's at about 2k per player. That's $1,900 with the loss bonus, so nothing really they can do about this situation. PT50 purchased by Shoxy. That's pretty much all they'll bring into this round. $300 spent in Sweats. So here we go, round number 3. A chance for these SMGs to farm some cash. Simple. He's not slowing down by the look of things. Wants to try and find the first frag. Certainly got the aim to do so, but a Season Guardian to find the opening kills there. And Simple's taking quite a lot of damage here. Down to 5 HP. Probably a chance to get back now. As Body will try and finish things off, and he actually gets him as well. It's a little bit Simple. But the round should be still firmly in their favor. This could be Apex now, and he's found by C's as well. 11-7. Now they do take a nice early lead here to get the 3-0 on the second half. The buy comes in though. I don't think the AWP is a possibility. Body has enough to buy it, but he won't be able to buy anything himself, so he'd be with an AK without armor. Maybe that's not the right approach at this point. So Kenny S buys the AK-47. Body's still thinking about it. They're probably discussing right now, do I do it? Should I pull the trigger and get the AWP out? Looks like you go against it here. 5 AKs, and what we saw on Kenny S on Nuke with the rifles, to be fair. Maybe that won't be a problem. He was very impressive with the AKs. Going to be Guardian towards short this time, aggressive. Exchange towards middle. Simple does a little bit of damage. Makes actually a lot more than he gave out. So MBK to take down his teammate Seized, and a nice early 5-on-4.
Shox is going to wait to make sure no one will push through. And the time being, we go quiet for the moment. They head out toward Long. With Seized gone, Simple has to back to the site. They call for rotation as well. They'll split 2-2 with Flamey getting close to the jungle position so he can be quicker to rotate back as well. Guardian gets Shox down though. That goes back to 4. Shox the only one on the on the B side though. It's fine if he goes down. It would have been better he gets a kill, causes some rotation back the other direction. Na'Vi, they're still in good positions to hold this off. Bomb gets planted, Edward. That's remarkable. 2 versus 2 on a long rotation, which has succeeded for MBK, but has Flamey caught on his heels. Guardian finds it on rotation.
Guardian's back, isn't he?
He is looking excellent.
He's looked amazing at the lands. He's looked even better online, hitting absolutely every shot. He was certainly in a slump. Like it was still a good offer, but now he just seems like he's godlike again. I'm actually going to say that he's actually finding that form that's going to win them events. It's actually quite scary and Simple. Finding 25 kills as well. He's not in bad form either. But 12-7. And the bomb planted, and with 4th state loss bonus, that means the T's can buy into this one. It's round number 5. Na'Vi, though, getting closer to splitting the series. If you're just joining us, we have Nuke first, which was a very good game, but GT ran away with it in the second half. That's Smoke. Ooh, that's a different way to throw. It normally bounces off the bridge. That one just dribbles across, and actually has a bit of backspin on it as well.
And I think that one may deploy later because of more bounces, which means it's there for longer when players are actually close to it.
Possibly, yeah.
By a second or two, if minimal, but it counts. Timing's everything. I'm curious about that. Someone can investigate that for us, I'm sure.
Rush can get on it. He can have that as a pro tip. That's fine.
Hey, future pros.
Oh, he's got a new line now.
Hey, future professional players.
Yep.
Apex waits for them to walk out. Simple gets taken out with a headshot as he was in perfect position to catch Simple off. It's not been as carelessly aggressive as much on Na'Vi. I think it's just a respect thing for the organization and the team and the players he's always wanted to play with. However, that time does get caught off with said aggression. It gives G2 yet another advantage to work with. Need to start capitalizing on these advantages, though.
Yeah, Body was actually waiting for that push as well, but C somehow beats him to the punch, pre-fires the corner, takes him down, and gives them a chance to win this round. They had to react. Someone had to step up there. The A side is completely open. No CD presence there whatsoever. The bomb makes its way towards that A side of the map. It's round over. But Shoxy, perfect timing as ever, finds two as they're rotating over and gets the information into the third as well. Round done. GT will be posting their first round here on the second half to bring things up 12-8. Flamey, not really much you can do about this. It will probably just be saving in terms of the money available for Na'Vi. Flamey has $6,500, same sort of a Guardian as well, so he can certainly bring out the orb. Teammates, not as much though, so he probably wants to almost certainly save this orb, but you can see right now 3 players on sub 3k. They'll only get 1,400 the next round, so he needs to save his M4 and then maybe drop a couple of weapons, and M4 and a UMP would be good with the Guardian orb as well.
The Guardian orb as well. You make it sound like it's like the Guardian Angel.
It is, in many ways. Just looks after everyone.
Wins some rounds. It's an appropriate name for a guy like that, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what he should rename his skin to.
Angel?
The Guardian Angel.
I think just Angel. He's Guardian. It's the Angel.
Yeah.
Well, but then it'd be like Hellraiser's Angel. Or, yeah, Hellraiser's.
Well, you should call it Guardian's Angel.
Yeah, that works. I like that. Yep, I'm fine with that.
Play on words, yeah. That works.
Yeah. I think you're onto something, Hank. I think we got a real moneymaker here.
I'll speak to him in the next event.
You talk to your people, they talk to his people. We'll get it through the systems, and we'll get it done in about 6 months.
In about 6 months. Well, here we go then. Like we said, the first round posted for G2 here, but a boost towards short. Shoxy could be finding early death there. The flashbang's good. Guardian ready to face though. Can't land the fast shot this time. Actually does hit it, but it's going to be Shoxy not going down and finding his teammate towards short. So another 5-on-4 for G2. Just narrowed as well, and there's the wallbang from MBK. Finds the Overpass. And this round is falling apart for Na'Vi.
MBK. Trying to watch off to make sure no flank to come in. Right, meanwhile, though, look at Apex. Look how far up he is. No one even near him. He's inside of the site. He's between them. He could cut off rotations. Simple's out toward long, and Apex is about to greet C's, completely unaware. Knife in hand. Simple realizes, hang on, they got in through bathrooms. My mistake. He backpedals toward the site, and locked out in all of this is Edward, who can't make it back over toward A. Still thinking it might be B with a wraparound, so he goes back to consider good flash in. Simple's found this is round over, I'm afraid, as you would say, Henry.
Would I? Round over. It is 12-9. G2 finding a couple in a row here and actually bringing the economic situation in their favor. And Na'Vi now have to be maybe a full eco after trying to recover a couple of situations. That was a bit of a brawl. It was Guardian boosted up over the B bomb side wall, looking towards short. Flashbang gets him. He manages to leg Shoxy, and then his teammate drops at the same time. And then it's a 5-on-3 before they even know what's happening. It was actually a very impressive round from Na'Vi to begin with, but G2 capitalized. We'll find 3k available for Guardian and Edward. C's on 2k, not really much they can do with this one. And I think this is a technical pause. Yeah, there it is on the screen. So no one's dropped out the server, so hopefully we'll be into this momentarily. I'm going to say right now, mate, this is going to go the distance.
You think so?
This will be a 30-rounder.
Well, I'm excited for that.
I can see it in your eyes.
Dude, you're not even looking at me. Don't lie. Just because they can't see you doesn't mean you can lie, Henry.
You're in my peripherals.
That is such... He's been lying to you this whole... I don't know how the fans put up with you. You're straight lying to them. You're so disingenuous.
What fans?
It's true, actually.
Henry's G's.
Henry's G. Is that what they're called?
Yep.
Part of the G unit?
Exactly.
That's quite clever, Henry.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
You didn't come up with it on your own.
Didn't I?
I don't think you did. Usually clever things aren't your forte.
We had a few other names that we couldn't go with.
However, we couldn't go with.
No.
I'll find those out later. I don't want to know, Henry.
Well.
Mine are the Sato kids.
Oh, it's going to be about that. That's fine.
What's wrong with kids, Henry?
Nothing.
Yeah, okay, good.
12.
Look at this. This is Astralis-esque.
It is.
Except they're not worshipping Zippix.
They're worshipping simple, but they're not looking at him. It's quite rude.
It's a bit rude.
Worship your god. And we're joining the action as well. We'll be part of the snake in the water here.
I like it. Do you remember the VP snake on Cobblestone?
Of course,
I love that.
What a magical moment in Counter-Strike history. How could I
You sound very convinced again.
No, these tactics, like the one in Cobble especially, that's like a bit of a Hail Mary. You're hoping it works out. When it does, on the planet's line, it's like a bit of a blunder that the fact that Terra team can run into that sort of setup. It shouldn't be happening if you know they're in the eco. You shouldn't even be going into a situation that's a tight choke point with a situation that could be a stack. But it happens every now and then.
Every now and again.
You hate to see it.
I love to see it. It gives me something to talk about, get excited about, so I can justify what they're paying me for. Simple, good shot, takes Apex back, starts to walk in behind the truck. Molotov goes down, but Kenny gets Simple immediately afterward. You have to watch the fact that no one else is inside of the site and wonder, are they going to rotate or just sit back and try and get exits? Getting exits at this point is fine. There's no investment in terms of armor, so they could justify trying to hunt down a few weapons. Getting Kenny's op out of his hands might be beneficial. And they'll try and do exactly that as they get closer and closer to the site.
4-on-4 with Simple's nice headshot there, but not really much they can do into this round. It's similar mentality we saw in the first half. Maybe touch the bomb towards the end and baits and seems to go down, but allow it happening. That's going to be Shoxy and Kenny S going to town, and they find 4 kills between the two of them. Nice work to finish things off. 3 in total for Kenny S there, as they close the margins now to 12-10. And in terms of the buy from Navi, they do get another one on the board here. And on the CT side, which we stated before, is the more favoured side on Overpass here, but still not without a full buy. Guardian's got the AWP out, but no head armor, not a big deal against the AKs to be fair, but no grenade. So he's going to go aggressive towards middle this time. First time we've really seen him challenge. We'll see whether he can get anything going. Not going to be going all the way towards the bench, actually holding in bathrooms for now. Flamey on the other hand, he is going to be possibly challenging him.
Possibly. Shox will get him down, flash through. Shox gets to the cubby. No one's going to be able to spot him. Sees, tried. Backing away as well, making noise. He's been fired upon. Hit as well. Sees very low. 18. Tanked up that time in the second approach. MBK is still hunting for that final bullet. The nail in the coffin, you could say, Henry.
You could say that potentially.
It's very poetic.
Yep.
Cliche, but poetic.
He's down to 18 HP. Another 5-on-4 for G2 to kick off round number 8 here. They consistently find his opening pick, and it's Flamey to go down this time, and another ding coming in. Not full damage, but Simple's down to 47 HP, and Shoxy, he knows it as well. Hungry for blood, will be walking into the B site here, and the rotation's actually working in his favor. There's no one in the B site whatsoever. He'll be calling for this. The bomb will make his way there. He's got full control, my friend, as we hit the 45-second mark.
Control. Edwards sits in behind the smoke, blocked out. Simple will go in. There's 2 there, in fact. Boost above. Try and see around it. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to try and do. Apex. Going to wait down below and hold off as well. Covering as it wraps around to make sure no flank and potential shocks just waiting. This is going to have to be a back out. Navi's going to give it up. So they take all the momentum after an 8-7 half. Get things rolling quite well on this particular side in CT. They're around 4 in a row, and then now it's been all G2, and money is dwindling. This, you're right, could be a game, but I'm starting to favor G2 in it, oddly enough.
Yeah, I think that might be correct. That is consistently losing the initial duel. It's Navi going down to 5-on-4 in the last 3 rounds, I think, and they'll be saving 2 weapons this time. Navi with Simple and Edwards surviving just about. Shoxy finding 2 kills there. Great work from him to find that initial kill as well. The awareness to check that tight corner where Flamey is waiting as well. Hearing a few sound cues as well towards the B site. Walks in, finds another free kill. Full control of that B site. Calls the rotations to come in. Excuse me. And At that point, the round was over. Smokes were good. Na'Vi tried to boost over it. Didn't really get much for that. And we go into another difficult round for them. This will be a tactical pause, I assume. So 2 M4 saved. 3 players on about 2K. They can drop some UMPs in, get a buy out of it just about. That's a problem with it. That's the main problem with the CSGO economy right now. Like, this historically shouldn't be a buy. And you should have a backstab your wall. You shouldn't be able to even get anything together here. You have to think, okay, let's take the eco. But now in CSGO, the fact that the UMP is only $1,200, you only really need 2,200 to get a buy-in. And it's enough to actually win rounds. That's the real problem.
Well, just buying the Gev.
It's banned in this league, but yes, you could do. If you wanted to break the rules.
I don't break. The only person I know that breaks rules in leagues is Jason.
Okay.
Who's consistently using a teleport when it's been banned.
He got disqualified for that today.
He did. Thanks.
The first time the commissioner really put his foot down. Good to see Mitch actually stepping up to his responsibilities there.
It's true. And if he does it again, he's going to be relegated to the Premier League of Worms WMD.
That is very true indeed. So just to give you an update, it's body that's dropped out. It's internet. Kind of probably have online games of CS. Like sometimes the PC dies, the internet dies. There's so many different variables. You've got 10 players in 10 different locations. So it happens from time to time. Not as much as it used to. Do you remember the DDoS days of CSGO? They were a lot of fun. Don't
remind me.
When I first started casting with Richard Lewis, we'd have like a whole game that would last maybe 3 hours because of DDoSes, and it was hell.
You're pushing it, Hank. Just quit while you're behind on that topic, because I'm going to get angry. Pasha's going to get angry. He will find you, and he will find you, my friend.
Oh, I remember that video that was made.
I don't think he said my friend, because you're not his friend if you do that.
Well, here we go. There isn't going to be a force buy available for Na'Vi, and this should be the point where G2 tie things up 12-12. I said it's probably going to get the distance here. Certainly looking likely to be so. As we go into this one, round number 9. The M4s will be heading towards middle here. It's simple. Trying to make something happen. Certainly a high-impact player. Find the first frag. It's Edward to go down first. Up to Simple now with the last remaining M4 to try and make anything come in their favour.
Shots up. Simple gets it. Body goes down. 4 versus 4. Simple back toward the bathrooms as Apex will hang out at Picnic. If you go down in the woods today, you're sure. You know that Teddy Bear Picnic?
Yeah, we have that.
You know that one?
We know that.
Nice! That was like my favorite song. I used to make my dad sing it like every night before I went to bed.
I'll sing it to you tonight when we're in bed.
That's weird. That would be the Pedo Bear Picnic.
Towards B we go now. It will be a contact by from GT, meaning they walk into the site until they're spotted, get as close as they possibly can, then they're going to explode, and here it comes. Guardian can't make the Deagle shots land, so he'll be taken down, and it's going to be a clean sweep for G2. 12-12, almost certainly coming in here. Seeds with just a P250, and he's walking in from Monster. They're not watching it, but Joxy, okay, I thought he was about to swing around, and a couple of kills. This is getting interesting now. How has this happened?
He might find more. Oh, he's P. He only needs the headshot on Apex, and we got a game, but it's another round for G2. 12-12, we tie things up. Na'Vi back with weapons. We'll go on to the AWP immediately with Garden. He's guarded. He could be in a garden. He's the Guardian, but he's got his armor this time.
Yes. Well, 12-12. We are all tied up here on Overpass. 2 Titans of CSGO going out of here. Nuke was first, G2 currently at 1-0 here in Pro League. Looking to find the second as well, but still anyone's game. The opening shot coming from Simple. He had a better spawn than Guardian, so he'll be taking over the AWP roles, at least for the initial sector. Gives it back over to their main sniper here. So back to a default setup. Guardian's heading towards long. He's very good in this position, but Simple might even be better in middle as he finds the first headshot down on Apex. Up to Shoxy now, trying to make something happen towards short once again. He had a chance, but can't nail the shot, and Flamey will take him down eventually.
He will indeed. Not bad. Good start. Exactly what Na'Vi need. Body's going to head his way toward the B side. There was 2 stacked up barrels. Thankfully, they've changed that. Not much utility to put them in an awkward position. They still have 3 smokes to work with on the terrorist side. I get the feeling, though, that the smokes aren't going to be the ambition. It's going to be picks instead. With MBK getting this close, he's going to try and just find headshots. Guardian's going to back off. A little bit indecisive, jumping twice. Second time he spots. Calls for the rotation to come back over. MBK gets 1. As I mentioned, the smoke's not utilized, and as he's tagged, Guardian swings out, uses the pistol. Down he goes.
Nice clean round there from Na'Vi. Getting the opening kill was Simple in the middle area, and at that point, Shoxy knew he had to try and make something happen once again at the B site. Couldn't nail the shot. Down to a 5-on-3 just like that. They get funneled towards A, and Guardian comes to life once more with that AWP. finishes things off, and they take the lead once again. Tons of money available, though, for G2. They actually won 5 rounds in a row. Quite convincing ones as well, so they're absolutely fine. And they could actually send Na'Vi into a reset, but they actually kept, I think it was 4 players alive at the end of that one. So still, both teams relatively healthy. Guardian on towards the flower bed this time. Apex watching towards short. Seeing if anyone will boost it up. Not going to be the case. And he might walk up and try to find a frag here. We'll go for this for a safer option. And the bomb's down at T-spawn. 4 players towards the B side of the map. We've got MBK watching the flanks as well. And a player's dropped out of the round. That's Guardian, no.
This
is problematic.
Issue.
What happens,
We're not... so,
no
again,
damage inflicted.
No damage inflicted. Not a minute gone. This, to me... Now, again, it's different rules for each. My ideal rule set says this to me is called...
Running T-spawn at the
Yeah,
bomb.
I think this is a call stop. I think, in this case, you should be allowed to call stop to the round and redo it. You're about 15 to 20 seconds into the round. There's no damage done. Guardian had an AWP. Someone just got $300. It's a very close game in a very close league, and I think you have to call this off. Apex is still going, but I think everyone else has called it off.
Yeah.
So let the round, yeah, there we go. Navi's joined in, and they'll medic this back. They have to. There's no question. I think that's the right call. I agree with that.
Yeah, I think so, for the reasons you just explained. It's a very big game. But I think, Matthew, it's going to take a little bit while. So we're not going to ruin everyone's ears with our nonsense. We are going to keep talking, okay?
So it's, yeah, match medic, it shouldn't take much longer than a few minutes.
5 have been told, but we'll give it a go.
Well, you know, let's not hold anyone accountable for something.
Well, you might as well keep the expectations relatively low. Then when it comes in faster,
yeah, that's what I do with everyone all the time. And then usually I also deliver on the low side, so it's fine. But that said, as you set the expectation that we're going to talk, you've set the expectation high, and I'm going to disappoint everyone. Or maybe, depending on your flavor, you get a nice break from us, so it could be positive too. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Well, we get back underway. Guardian's back. The doctors fixed him.
Yep.
And he is ready to roll. They'll have the AWP. We'll be back at the 13-12 scoreline. All things will resume as though they never changed.
Yes, we had a bit of a technical issue. Guardian dropping out, a very pivotal time of the game. And at that point, we thought, okay, let's slow things down, get the most aware. No damage is inflicted. Normally, that's a bit of an issue. But overall, 13-12 in favor of Na'Vi. We're getting back into this momentarily. Been a bit of a back and forth affair. G2 stringing quite a long spell of rounds together, but Na'Vi fighting back and taking the lead in the previous. So at this point, as I was explaining before we took this break, money's pretty decent for both sides. I think there's like a buy in the bank for either side. So this round, still obviously very important for Na'Vi to find 14-12 or to GT to tie things up. But it's the next round after that one that's really going to decide the outcome of the game.
Yeah, I would agree. For money purposes, as you mentioned, that's exactly where it really comes down to it. I think G2 have to really kind of be concerned here, I think is the best way to put it. They went up 12-7, and then it's been all Na'Vi ever since.
We'll see what happens here. We'll get back into it. It is 13-12. I know it's a little bit confusing, but I'll keep track of it for you. I'll get a pen and paper.
Because I'm not going to be able to do that.
It's towards the short tunnel there. Apex trying to find the first shot. Not going to happen. And it is going to be 5. This will be a big execution. We haven't actually seen this from G2 at all yet. This is a lovely boost there from Edward. No one to be expecting it. He gets gifted a kill there, can't land the shot, and actually might be punished here. Guardian is going to be backing him up, though. And it's going to be an equal exchange until MBK steps up and brings it into a 4-on-3.
4-on-3. That's about to change. Good strike from Flamey. Takes the bomb down as well. It's now a 3-on-1. Kenny the last alive. Trying to find a way back into the site. Flamey in behind on the ramp. Should peek this and time it accordingly. Does. Down goes Kenny. 14-12. I would say that round more influential for Na'Vi. Obviously gets them closer to the end than it is for G2 just because of money. As
that
you
money
say,
doesn't
G2,
look correct. They shouldn't have $8,000.
I was thinking that too. That's why I was trying to do the math in my head. I was going to say that would have brought G2 back into it if they had
that didn't look correct.
Won it, but yeah, Na'Vi.
I think that's why they're taking the pause. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe it was just a GoTV bug. I'm not. Maybe just catching up and it's getting confused. I have no idea. But they shouldn't have $8,000. I'm pretty sure. They had like $4,000 before. We took that pause.
And they were all rifle.
Yeah, and they didn't get a bomb down there.
Yeah, because I was thinking break economy would have gone if Na'Vi won against G2.
No, they both had a buy
G2
available.
They both had a, okay.
So there wasn't that much though. So maybe that's why we've got a pause going in. I'm not sure. But it's 14-12. That's the headline for Na'Vi. 1 round away from getting match point and potentially tying this series up. I guess we've got a series. It's 2 separate best of ones. G2 won the first one. And now Na'Vi in touching distance now of actually picking up the second. So another pause coming in here. We're back into it. So, okay, that money that makes
sense. That looks much better. So obviously we did the GoTV non-update issue where it's delayed and the HUD doesn't keep up with real time.
Here we go then. G2 now maybe on their final buy. They lost, but if the bomb goes down, they still have a buy available. And a shot coming in from Kenya is very close to finding the CT player for the B side. Another B execution coming in here. Molotov, smokes, everything going in their favor. Let's see if they can find the opening kill.
Oh, spraying in. Despite being blinded, Flamey managing one, but gets taken down by Apex, who's cleared the water, wrapped back around, spotted his teammates, and therefore now they can focus firmly to where the CTs re-entered the site.
Is the bomb even on the site yet?
Yeah, it is. It's just struggling to get planted. It's
outside. Apex to drop down with the bomb, I think.
I think you're right. It was Apex. Maybe that's why he turned back. He's got 1 HP. That actually buys a lot of time. Kenny gets Edward down. He gets tagged. Look at the HP. This is not done yet. In fact, even with Guardian up, I'd still whisper a shout at this, but it would be a hard one with the AWP, especially if he sits still like that and doesn't peek. Did I just speak something that could be true? He did lag out previously, but either way, no chance in that round for him. So that should definitely play on. We do have a tactical pause called out. This one would be from Na'Vi.
14-13, I think money is available. That was the full B execution there from G2. Molotov smokes all over the site. I think Flamey was there alone as well, so I took a bit of a gamble towards the A side of the map. Didn't work out for them as Flamey went down without a frag. And Apex, a bit of a mistake on his part. The fact he jumped in towards water with the bomb as well. I was wondering, why is the bomb not even planted? They've got an open bomb site here. And they weren't 100% comfortable. Apex wanted to see if there's another kill coming in. They want to keep their guns out. Didn't want to give anything away. And they did win the round overall, but it could have been a little bit scary for them if a nice shot came in from the CTs rotating in. But G2 needed that. I should pick it up. I'm going to sneeze.
Bless you. What happens if I bless you before you sneeze? How does that work? Does that mean I haven't actually blessed you? Does that mean... Oh, it means I'm a time traveler, according... I've always wanted to travel through space and time.
Yeah? Well, we'll see if we can make that happen. I think Jason's working on a time machine at the moment.
So he can get hair? Is that his alternative to hair
Back
replacement?
to there. I
Goes
don't know
back
why,
and then
why
he
did I set that up
prevents
for you? Well, that was actually one of your better ones, to be fair. That's quite fast, so I can do that.
They just come to me. What can I say? Those hair jokes, they're so hard.
Well, okay. Guardian, he's towards short this time. You can see they are slightly limited here. No nades really whatsoever. 1 smoke remaining, 3 flashbangs as well. Guardian has got the AWP. Needs his first shot. Can't nail it. Apex. That's going to be his invitation to maybe go straight towards the B side. Just 1 player remaining there now. I think it's Flamey. Edwards in towards Connector as well, but G2 are buying their time and seeing what's going to be happening here. Is it going to be a reaction straight away? They're going to commit towards the B side. They're seeing what the CTs have to say at the moment. 14-13, so anyone's game. If G2 pick this up, that could be the money gone, and all of a sudden they've got a huge advantage.
Shot in. Jogs down. Oh my God. It'll be now. Good play from Simple. Good accuracy.
We need to see out from his POV.
And that is Na'Vi going an incredible 15-13.
That looked amazing. We didn't see it like it's difficult to get hyped if you don't spot it, but that was really, really sick from Simple. They lost their first frag. They didn't have any nades. He manages to just mow them all down and find match point as well. That's really cool from Simple. Very well played there. He's actually on 33 kills. Going above and beyond for his teammates. Double AWP setup to potentially finish this off as well. 15-13. Only a deagle for MBK here. Smokes towards the monster. That nice little dribbler.
That's very cool. Right on that pillar. It's perfect.
Backspin.
Yeah, very cool. Well, it's Body that wants to get around the corner. Simple's going to wait, flashes in, he fires immediately. No waiting around that time. He's not playing games, Simple. Well, he's playing Counter-Strike, but in the game, he's not playing games.
Okay, all right. Glad to clear that up.
So you can see the shadows from the leaves. You can't see beyond that as MBK has made it through, and Guardian needs to be weary of this. If Na'Vi want to take this map and split it 1-1 in the evening. I think this would be G2's first loss in quite some time in Pro League. How'd they do last night? Don't recall. Guardian, a little bit of a circuit overload as he couldn't decide to flick down or up there, I think. Confused by the motion. Goes back in, has a lineup toward Long. They're gonna go in, he's got the first, that's bombed down. Temporarily, dropped again. Guardian will go back to Apex. And that certainly should be it. It will be. Flamey takes down Kenny. 16-13 in the end, I believe it was.
Yes,
Is
it was
that correct?
indeed. Yep. So we did almost go the full distance there, 29 rounds played, but Na'Vi coming out on top towards the end there. Guardian, great performance all night. Couldn't actually pick up Nuke, but still delivering a solid showing on Overpass. Same story for Simple as well. That one round in the previous one, where he gets a 4-man spray down with no nades after Guardian drops as well. That should have been a G2 round all day long. But he manages to keep their heads above water and ultimately winning the game as well. So very well played by Simple. And we do split the series 1-1. Jason, what do you have to say about that one?
What do we have to say? Indeed, a lot of pauses. You know, a match that was broken up quite a bit, but still 16-13 for Na'Vi. They do split the series. G2 is going to be a little bit unhappy with that one, just because could up their playoff chances, obviously, by winning that.
Yeah.
Either way, I mean, overall, some good sniper performances.
Yeah, well, technical difficulties are my favorite kind of difficulties.
Nothing
Are
like
they?
a technical pause.
Yeah. The maps went the way you would have expected. G2 to take Nuke and Na'Vi to take Overpass. As mentioned, my mic cable has swung around in front of me.
You're right there. Do you want me to hold it around the back for you, mate? He is like a little lead for Chad.
We need the clips. We need the clips.
This is some teamwork. I think we have the clips. There's a couple
Anyway,
spread out across the desk.
a really strong start from Na'Vi again on that T side, but then the double AWPs from G2 basically lit it up. We had Kenny with a couple of multi-frag rounds, Shocks, you know, chiming as well with the AWP, having very impact plays, you know, not in the situations you'd expect. They weren't finding the picks long range, they were being combat AWPers, the way I like to address it.
Yeah, and then you've got to highlight along the same vein is how impactful Apex was throughout that. Not just, you know, the kind of filler that he can occasionally get. It was, you know, that classic Apex, you know, opening things up, finding opportunities, simply outplaying Simple a couple of times as well. You know, just 1-to-1, finding some brilliant kind of fights there as well. It was brilliant to watch him actually come into his own, because he can be a little overshadowed sometimes with even with the rest of the G2 team. He's still a headliner, but it's like it's hard for him sometimes to break in. As he said, and he'll always say, you can't be a consistent entry fragger. It's not like you can always do it, right? It's not something that's just given to you. So it's good to see him finding room to work there. And considering these were both quite polarizing maps for both teams, they're actually quite competitive, close games. So it's actually quite fun to see how close G2 brought that, even though Na'Vi did seem to have just that little more depth to go to.
Something I found very interesting on G2's T side was as soon as they found a pick somewhere on the map, they always seemed to find that gap. You know, there was that round where somebody walked all the way into the A side and was flanking C's at B. He had his knife out walking back up to the A bombs that he had no idea. That other round as well, I think was Shox at Sandbags, and they were like selling a fake, but then Shox just walked into the B bomb site and all the other players rotated away to the A site. Just looked like maybe there was some seeds of doubt being placed by the way G2 were playing it in that middle phase, and then they started in the end of the game going to pack strategies, and once that was happening, the multi-frags were just coming in from Na'Vi, and they were too strong from that point.
I think that speaks to a couple of things. One, the benefit of G2 having so many individually talented players to make those kinds of plays, and also two, you know, one of the difficulties that Na'Vi has had that Andy, the coach, is specifically working on is communication and organization on the CT side of things, which Na'Vi has struggled on recently, but has looked much improved. And indeed, they do take that second map, improving from the first loss. When we return, we'll have Virtus Pro taking on Heroic, seeing if VP can increase their chances of making the playoffs, because they're currently sitting, I think, at around 10th. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. We just saw Na'Vi and G2 go at it, and before we move on with the rest of the Pro League, I'd like to mention how you can start your own professional career. The Mountain Dew League is giving amateurs a direct path into the ESL Pro League. Quite easy to find out how. All you have to do is head over to esea.net/MDL for more information. Up next, we have Virtus Pro, the CSGO legends turned part-time footballers, up against the Danish team Heroic. They'll be playing on Nuke and then on Train, a map that Heroic member Valde has said his team needs a little bit more practice on. Thankfully, Rush has put together a quick tip to help them on their game.
Hey Future Pros, all aboard as we are back on Train with another flash. This one is for Pop Dog and should blind or push any CTs away from the area. First step is to wiggle yourself into this corner, then crouch down and aim along this vent. Use mouse 2 on your RGB high DPI gaming mouse, and whoever is playing inside of Pop will not be having a good time.
The memeing is increasing daily with these pro tip videos. But either way, Pop Flashdown ladder is an important one to know.
Yeah, high DPI gaming mouse.
It's a bit much. It's a bit much from Rush. Either way, we have Virtus Pro taking on Heroic now. So pretty cool matchup coming into play. This was the matchup that got Virtus Pro eliminated from playing in front of their home crowd in Katowice.
You know something that was really intriguing with that match? Heroic, none of the players on that squad had a positive rating when they won that game.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't see that too often.
The other thing about Heroic is they actually topped the group in the Swiss format with a negative round total.
Yeah, so what that, I guess that translates to they just ground out wins, right? Like they played good team Counter-Strike.
Big.
I suppose, but if they topped the group, Jason, you'd assume that they had to play some.
Well, the matches that they did lose.
No, Jason's right. If they are negative despite having a winning record, it means they lost bigger than they won.
But what about in the game specifically that I'm talking about on Nuke that references this matchup between these two teams?
Correct. Go on.
Precisely. So that means that they won the crucial rounds and were able to reset and stuff, whereas VP maybe just like absolutely punished them when they were eco and that kind of stuff to buff up their scoreline. But something that I really appreciate with Virtus Pro and why I think I'll be a Virtus Pro fan forever is the nuances and the little adjustments they make to their game.
It's because they're the only team that's going to be around forever.
Yes. That is true. I have a little clip here of just something very, very small, and it just shows that they do their homework and they study their opponents. I've actually highlighted this one before, but this is from a more recent match. And they know that Draken plays the left side of Warehouse with the AWP, and he only spots a very tight line. So they boost in these boxes, they jump on over, and they get close to Mini or Annex or whatever you want to call it. He has no idea that they're there. They're able to walk into Annex and kill a player who is expecting Draken to be covering that section of the map or relying on sound cues and get a frag before anything even happens. It's just those little tweaks. You know, it's not really a strategy. It's more like a move or a play that's able to get them into rounds. It's great to see.
Well, also shows instead of necessarily looking into overarching strategies of the matchup, they're looking into the different ways that individuals play and how to attack that area, which is pretty cool as well.
Yeah.
Either way, now, I mean, we saw this go Heroic's way on Nuke at Katowice, but here, I mean, is this going to be, I mean, how can you even kind of talk about where this match is going to go, considering that it's not only online. We've seen Virtus Pro have very good matches in this league. We've seen them have very poor matches in this league. We've seen them very much up and down. I mean, are Heroic actually, do they have a shot at taking this?
I think VP would have to still be the favorites, even though they did lose it on LAN, right? But you'd say VP are the better team. They're the more well-rounded team. It just depends on the version of VP that we're going to get, because we do see so many different iterations of them. It seems like maybe if one of them wakes up and he woke up on the wrong side of the bed, they might have a bad day.
It just feels like we have that conversation pretty much every night with Virtus Pro. There's really no other way to take it because you don't know what product they're going to come in with this kind of an online game.
I don't know how to quantify it or explain it to anybody, right? It's not something we can really analyze or put a finger on as people who watch these matches. They're probably one of the most exciting Counter-Strike teams with very well-balanced players. Anyone can step up at any point in time and carry this squad or have impact rounds, have clutches, have amazing aces. These guys can do it all. The thing is, they don't seem to do it on a consistent basis in the online league more so than LAN. But maybe that would also, you know, maybe they have something to prove here. They want to beat Heroic, who kicked them out of their home tournament.
Well, let's do this as well, because we have, we can talk a lot about Heroic, because obviously this is a team that's considered to be the 3rd best in Denmark, which is a very, very strong region, obviously, at the moment in Counter-Strike.
Yep.
But they have Valdi, very compelling young player coming up, supposed to be one of the next big stars, not only in Denmark, but in Counter-Strike as a whole. They've got Snappy, who's a very underrated and well-respected in-game leader for them. Denmark seems to be pumping out in-game leaders at an intense
About the only
volume.
country in the world right now that's doing that.
Yeah, I mean, they really have a grasp on that kind of in-game leadership.
The other thing as well that goes a little bit beyond that too is, and a player you didn't mention, hasn't been getting enough mention, is Nico. And I know that Henry's brought it up a few times. They've mentioned on that team they expect him to be one of the best stoppers in the world. I think he's got incredible skill. He's got a high ceiling. He just hasn't hit it yet, and he's got potential he's still building upon. They say in practice or just when he's messing around and there's no pressure, he hits everything, and he's annoying to just even warm up against. But as soon as you get into a game situation, he's still not developing, whether it's tactically or making decisions on when to take duels. He's just still developing that finer part of his game.
Just kind of leaning on that potential at the moment, maybe for Heroic.
Yeah, which is a problem. I mean, potential that's not acted upon is essentially nothing. It's just there.
I mean, it's the same with Valdi, though, as well, right? Like, this is a guy that we've seen take over games. Just, you know, once he continues to get experience, it's just going to be happening more and more. So, I mean, it is kind of, that is kind of what makes him the 3rd place team, is developing these players that are going, it's going well so far for him.
Yeah, and I guess, right, to be the 3rd rank in Denmark can be a scary thing. We were talking about these guys being the farming team, you know, but it seems like all 3 of these teams have kind of settled now where their lineups are, and everybody seems to be relatively happy. I think the thing with the Heroic team specifically is Snappy and Moddy have so much experience. They've been playing Counter-Strike for a very long time. Valdi's that kind of middle guy. He's been playing at the higher level just a little bit before Nico and Yugi. The development period that we're going to see out of these guys, whether they do what they did last year and they don't take the player break off and they just go hard and come out of that player break, you know, ready to go, whereas everyone else is a bit sluggish off the start, that could kickstart them to have another good end of the year like we saw from them in 2016.
I mean, this on Nuke, this is, I mean, you can almost say that this is both teams' kind of best map, couldn't you? I mean, Heroic, I mean, this is a map they've shown very, very good proficiency on, a little bit underrated in a sense.
Yeah, but VP hasn't won like a CT round all year in Pro League.
In Pro League,
Did we investigate that statistic?
We need to investigate
In Pro League, they haven't done fantastic on Nuke, but in ECS, just the other day, they did pummel NIP, who we would consider another relatively decent Nuke team. So whether they've turned that around or...
Relatively decent in their own relative terms.
Yes.
For NIP. My point being, I don't know if we can call them a decent team right now.
God bless it.
It's not bad.
I like it. You're back on the desk. This is when we have some fun with Matt.
It's true, actually.
We have to force the fun.
I didn't bring a button-up shirt today, so I thought
Henry's
if I was going to look like a
fundraiser.
mess, I'd just go full mess today. This is my Chad cosplay.
That's normally what I look like when I'm trying to look good, so you've nailed it.
Thank you. I thought I would do my best. It's because we're going to Sydney in just under 10 days, I think, at this point.
Who's counting? Not me.
Yeah.
I am. Because I have
excited?
I have Canadians down there I'm going to go hang out with. And apparently you're going to jump out of a plane.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. We talked about that a little bit earlier, but the plane jumping.
How many people did you book?
So far, we've got, I think, 5 locked in.
Okay, I'm going to book a plane that has only room for 4 parachutes, and I'm going to push you out first.
That's cool.
Grim? Grim as usual.
That's nice.
You're welcome.
Maybe we can look
at
some recent Heroic Nuke results.
Okay.
They've only played it 3 times in recent history.
Yeah.
2 of those were in the Pro League. 1 was versus Astralis and 1 was versus Mousesports. They lost to Astralis and they beat Mousesports on it.
Yeah, Mousesports has lost this map every time except for once this year. I think they played it 5, they're 1-4.
I don't know. That doesn't really give us a lot to go on, right? Because we know that VP have absolutely dumpstered Astralis on Nuke. And we know that Heroic just nudged VP out on Nuke. So it's not really, we can't really use that that trickle logic.
No, you can't. And especially because Mousesports is, like if everyone's beating them, then it's not saying much.
Yeah, well, I think that's going to about do it. Thank you all for tuning into the Outside. It's been a lot of fun. And now back to Lauren and Mitch in the studio.
Thanks, Moses. We are live here out in the field. But no, you're right there, Mitch? You having a good time?
Yeah, it's always good to hear from the Peanut Gallery, but I mean, I have to say, credit to Matt. I don't think I could get my hair to look like that if I tried.
I can give it a good crack.
It's pretty. You want to give it a go?
Yeah.
Maybe later. Anyway, let's jump into this one here. Heroic VP, you've got a bit to say on this one, Lauren.
Yeah, just having a chat to a couple of people about this and how they rate Heroic coming to this and their thoughts towards it and a little bit of background information. Right now, actually, Heroic are, well, a couple of the players apparently are at boot camp at the moment, 3 at minimum, getting ready for the DreamHack tournament coming up not too far away. So these guys are, very mentally in it right now. You know what I mean? Like they're in that boot camp mode, they're in that playing, you know, for progress mode. They've had very good practice coming in towards this, not necessarily for this matchup, but, you know, eyes set towards DreamHack Austin. So that's the Horizon game for them. And just a little note. So speaking to a couple of Danish players, or a Danish player, who's rated... I
wonder who that would be.
Yeah, no, but he actually rated Heroic the best Danish team on Nuke.
Okay.
So, you know, high praise. Whether or not we see it through here now is going to be a different factor. But eyes towards what they bring, because this should be Heroic in their very good form.
And keep an eye on VP as well. Lauren, we've been blessed with some lovely VP Nuke maps, but Taz has been consistently performing a little bit weaker than the rest of his team. 20% less rating than the average on his team over the last 10 games. So that's averaged out, but it's not been very good for him. We saw him even try the P90 on this map to no avail. But pistol round now going to be starting off here.
And a double Tech 9. Yugi and Valid both having Tech 9s. This is kind of unique. Flash for Modi, flash for Snappy, and off we go. This is a set piece. And so far it's not worked perfectly, but Yugi's there. Snacks finds Nico, and that's a problem. But the trades come in finally, beneficially towards Heroic. They've got 3 standing to the 2, and Neo is low. Yeah,
not a terrible spot still for him to be playing with that USP, but it needs to be in and out very quickly. Pasha, though, gets the better of Modi, catches him by surprise, and now it's going to be Yuki falling. Snappy had already absconded to the lower levels and gets a bomb plant, but he's got 2 VP players to get through.
Now, Neo does have a kit, and Snappy doesn't have armor, so all these things slowly add up together, but we'll see how he plays this one out. Playing from that kind of decon room. Now, Neo's the one towards the bomb. Very low HP on Neo, and Snappy's patience is being tested. Opens the door, now gives away the game. Spots that no one's on the bomb yet, but will he expect the kit as well? Now you can see Pasha trying to basically be the bodyguard of the door. Swings out, oh, Snappy! What a shot comes in! I don't think he even meant to hit the shot on towards Neo, but he does anyway. He gets one for free, and it's the guy defusing. And Pasha here almost turned this round right into the hands of Virtus Pro.
Suffice to say, that did not at all go to plan. Pasha was hoping to, well, not only absorb the shots, but also be able to win that one out, but it cuts straight through. And with nothing but that pistol, we didn't even have armor, as you mentioned, Lauren, in that round. Snappy somehow wins things out. That's beautiful stuff for Heroic.
Yeah.
And an excellent start for them. And perhaps the nightmare maybe continuing for VP, although they did improve better in ECS, of course, earlier on this map, but still hasn't been great for them so far this season. Heroic headed to the outer side of the map here. Snacks hoping to challenge a little bit closer, but the smoke will be pushed.
Yeah, I'm wondering how prepared VP are for Heroic on this map. On a one-to-one basis, matching up probably wouldn't necessarily put them into the same category, even though really VP have suffered at the hands of Heroic quite consistently at the moment. And they seem to have done again. This is a good map for Heroic. I don't know how much you can read into what they're doing, how much maybe they've practiced against each other off, in unofficial games. But still, you've got to hope that VP are prepared for this. We said it already at the very start of this show. These games for Virtus Pro are their step to being possible to qualify towards getting to those offline finals, to get into those positions. They are very much on the lower end of that cutoff point. So again, very important games tonight.
Yeah. For both teams, as you said. Nika trying to get up close. He's very, very deep with that weapon, and VP pulled 2 pistol kills back in their favor, both of them from overextensions from Heroic. One was up towards the upper, VP managing just to sit back. It was Taz, of course, receiving him. And that one there from Nico not playing out too well at all. So, VP more than happy here just to let this one go to the keeper, as we say, back home. But they've got a scout. There's an AK also recovered there by Bialy. And I'll let this one tick away here. Don't really fancy going in for it. It was actually a very much a stood back sort of hold there for Virtus Pro. Didn't really even venture in towards the upper side. Back towards their spawn they played.
So all in all, from that round, not bad recovery from VP considering that they've got a nice little rifle for free there. I say for free, but you know what I mean. Now, Heroic still sitting on 2 rounds. Still sitting pretty at this point. Relatively unscathed. They did lose out on a little, but you can kind of just deal with it at this point. And I just want to see how strong this T side is from them. We've seen the VP, they are that kind of hot and cold team on occasion. You don't know who you're going to get. And at the moment it looks, I'm not going to say it's online VP yet. You don't know.
I just want Taz to rush roof again with the P90, Lauren. That will make me happy.
But you know what I dream of, and it is that. Well, it is that P90. It is just charging around the map in his hands. But so far, Heroic just going to be trailblazing their way down towards that lower side of things. You've got 4 players pretty much in that squad, just kind of barreling through, clearing out the corners, opening up the doors. And it looks as though they're taking control towards the control room. Very thorough, very well versed, and it's worked.
No warp in play for Virtus Pro, so can't really counter this out. And Snacks was playing quite passively closer towards Annex here. So they have to give outside control to Heroic. They have to be expecting at least that they're going to have a strong presence on the lower side here. But Modi's up here to catch rotations, or players like Snacks, who are forging further afield, maybe to try and go down secret on his own. Bialy finds a Yuki early on. The bomb is down, though, already. And there's no kits at all on Virtus Pro to work with, so they do need to be relatively expedient here. This might be another catch here. Snacks realizes he may have just messed things up, goes for another peek, and no, it's trying to back away. The grenade just scraped by him. Neo tries to go straight for the bomb there, maybe even a quick defuse, but there's no chance. Nico with the 2. And this is struggle city for Virtus Pro here. They let the bomb be planted very early in the round, brought no kits in, and that's the way it goes.
Asha desperate to get something, and will be Taz with the CZ, at least finding some ways to cause some sort of pain here. But for now, Heroic are fine. They keep 2 up. Pasha gets found by the bomb pretty much, but Heroic get the first 3. And I wouldn't say the cleanest, but, you know, a couple of bomb plants. They get what they need done. They retain good money. You can already see 6 cases going on Yugi, so that could be an AWP coming in pretty darn soon. And right about now would be the case. So he's straight up on the AWP. He's got the armor as well, so he's not kind of suffering in any aspect. VP can't get it done yet. They've gone for the rifles. They're fine on that. They've got a fair whack of utility, but no kits.
Yet again. So VP now probably need to be a little bit more proactive in this round, or at least less reluctant to meet Heroic out ahead and give them too much map control. It will be Pasha playing forward, of course, here in ramp room. Pretty standard opening here. The T side actually threw smokes towards outer. A bit of a VP-style approach, actually. Continuing throwing smokes to outer, and then they're going to make their way through, perhaps even into ramp room themselves.
And I really like it. You set that precedent, don't you? You set that marker of, we've done this before, we're going to keep doing this, and of course they're not. But VP fell not necessarily hook, line, and sinker for it, but you can see where Bialy is, you can see where they're starting to tender towards, and now it does give a little bit of freedom. Now, Neo's got to be careful. He might have already been spotted. He definitely has. Modi, quick on the trigger, going to find him, and then bursts in towards that upper site.
Modi tries to make things happen from rafters there with the UMP, but it's a little bit too tough for that particular weapon, and Snacks meets at a head. It's going to be Nico inside the hut. 2v3. Valde going to deal with Bialy pretty comfortably here. Molotov thrown. Pasha's down in the vent. This is something we actually saw a lot from Happy. He will sit here and wait, knowing that, of course, it's a pretty comfortable pickup. Someone drops down. He's not on the ladder. His accuracy is not affected, but Snacks didn't have a chance to let a bullet fly. Now Pasha has to try and challenge himself. He comes straight up the ladder, finds Valde. The bomb is still ticking.
And they don't have a kit. No one on VP had a kit, so timing is going to be a huge factor. Now, Yugi doesn't know that, of course, and he's going to be playing up from Crows. Flash comes in.
It's time to duel, Yugi.
I can't believe you said that. And now, well, Yugi peeks back in for it. He's going to get the job completed for Heroic, and that's 4 now. Completing not just those first pistol rounds, converting them cleanly, but then following it into that first important gun round, keeping the money, I wouldn't say super low for VP. They still got the kills, they still did some damage. It wasn't, you know, that clean-cut round that I can imagine Heroic would be hoping for, but they get the job completed and, you know, in the bag. It's the safety done now. So for VP, it's can we recover the economy? Can we bring it back? Because we know how hard Nuke is to hold for a CT team without full utility, without all those Molotovs to slow things down. As good as Snacks and Bialy are holding that, you know, towards Squeaky Door and playing off the back of that, it does get incredibly difficult, and that's certainly not going to make things any better this round.
Yeah, I mean, Pasha can't sit back in ramp room there with just the Deagle. At least he's not confident to do so. Wanted to push a little bit further forward and get something done. Modi finds Neo still lurking around the area, a little bit out in the open here. The one chance for VP, even that's a very slim one, is that Snacks has made his way towards the outside. Players like Shocks, you know, we see a lot of them really playing towards that red container and getting in people's faces. That might be an answer here for Virtus Pro if they're not willing to meet them in other areas of the map. That was Bialy, finds the frag, gets himself a Mac 10. Lower bomb side hit now will be in progress.
And it just seems so well played out, so far at least. You know, this could be unraveled, but look at it. Instantly spraying this away. Oh, that's a little unfortunate. Does manage to claim Modi en route, but is what it is. 2 players now remain for VP. Just Eagles, no upgraded armor either, so purely looking to just do a quick bit of damage, maybe get a gun away, maybe try and escape, but Yugi's having none of it. Showing he's just as good with that rifle, and an AWP's even been picked up, so he can be dropped that one out, swap it onto an over. Their money sits pretty, and now this is a test again. VP get another kind of go back at it, but they need to start getting on the board here. They need to start getting that round there, otherwise this could be one of those games that adds to that terrifying stat that they barely get rounds on this map.
Oh, that was the situation there. That was just Nico. A little bit too keen, maybe feeling that Modi would fall. We've actually seen multiple players killed in a collateral fashion, actually, in that part of the map already this game. But we've also talked about VP struggles on the CT side on this map in recent times, Lauren. I don't think the stat is quite 0 rounds won, but it's not been good.
And I wonder how much this is getting into the heads now of VP. You've seen, again, that line of smoke outside. Are they actually playing to it, or is this just another fake? It's very hard to tell here, and VP are the king of fakes themselves.
Yeah,
so
VP
it's a
do this every round.
Yeah, it's a little bit of right back at you. You know, if you can do it, we can do it. Let's see how well you'd handle this. Nice little molly on towards the top of hut, and it looks as though this could be possibly a hit towards upper, just seeing where Valde and Nico are, but They haven't fully committed yet. Yugi's still en route. This is still yet to be fully seen, but Taz is in an important position, and no one's really checking for it. They go in straight away for the trade. Valley faces towards Snacks, and it's Nico to find Taz in the end. Taz did minimal damage, but at least got one.
Oh, their Passion now is going to burn pretty darn low. Went for the shot, and he doesn't take it, and it just seems like VP. Whether it's by a matter of inches or miles, they're just not on song today so far. Well, the execution has not been stellar. Passion manages to find a shot there in from the warehouse, and make his way in towards Mini, but again, at this stage, it's just trying to get some frags on the backside. He'd love to save an AWP, but it's not going to be the case. Modi swings in through from the right side and takes him down.
This is such a beautiful T-side so far.
Right, so we have a few things in place, don't we, Lauren?
Oh,
we have...
Yugi, yes. No, don't you dare drop that. Yes, Snappy. We're going to watch Snappy. We watch no one, but don't you dare. This is probably a misbuy that they're just kind of like giving to the port. We're gonna, Can we follow them this round? It's against Eagles. Just treat me right.
So we've got the SG here. No worries.
He's going for what I like to call the girl gamer gun.
Oh, I'm glad. I can't say these things. You can.
No, I can.
I'm happy to let you
know. Don't you worry.
Right.
Now Snacks could be the first victim of the girl gamer gun, as Nico's seen his teammate go down. So I was hoping he'd be straight in there, somewhat like Swimmer, but he's not.
No. What was a P90 last time? This time SG. Nico
I don't care if we miss the frags. I'm sorry, chat, and anyone watching this right now. I want to see the SG work, and so far, he is not being, you know, snazzy with it.
Let's make this more academic if we possibly can, for Nico's sake.
Someone misbought, and he's had to live with the choice. Don't do this to me. Yes, that's the angle I want to watch.
This observing is on point, by the way.
Nice.
They're catching all the kills and still showing us Nico. That's great. Okay. Getting serious, it's a 2v3. Time ticking down, less than 1 minute for for Heroic to plant the bomb here. VP pressured heavily. Neo's got nothing but a pistol here, so Taz may well find Nico.
Don't ruin my
the
fun,
vestiges
Taz.
of smoke will fade away, but Taz has gone for a dive. The bomb is awfully slowly moving here. I'm not sure what Heroic are waiting for, but there Neo shows himself up in heaven. That might be the ghost signal. There it is. The SG gets involved. Quickly swapped out, rather sheepishly in fact, but still, Lauren is happy.
Team Secret, CLG Red, take notice. That was outstanding. I like it. I like it a lot. Now, sadly, he's gotten rid of that gun. Bit of an error. He somehow misplaced it and found I think it's an AK instead. Incorrect. Don't laugh, Mitch. I can hear you laugh. I don't appreciate it. Sexism. Neo on the AWP though. Let's get back to business because this is a buy round and I'm hoping there's a bit of a difference of pace. And what a shot from Yugi. That was an absolute stunner. Bialy's head goes rolling. And now VP left kind of just like, well, all right, this is going to be painful. Here we go. Straight towards upper and then not mess around. Heroic switching up the pace when they want to. The 7 rounds up to the good. And VP are left in tatters.
Yeah, not good. Neo with the AWP. It's an investment made in this round again, but Virtus Pro have not been able to find anything for their money. They're getting completely trumped in every aspect of the game. Pasha again, we've seen him in this position late round. It's just sort of where he sits hoping for an exit or something. Didn't work out so well last time, and Neo's not going to have any entrance in through upper here. Just adds a smoke to the pile. All them CFCs. Chlorofluorocarbons. Lauren. We don't really have them anymore, but they're probably in smoke grenades. I don't think they really care about the environment. Anyway, Snappy pokes his head forward. He exposes himself for a little bit too long, and Pasha is in position to find him, but this round is done and dusted. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Neo backing away in Heroic 8 rounds to 0 thus far. And for Virtus Pro, it's not a good look. Neo has not had a frag yet in this match. That is the bond status, of course. And a pause here would be good.
VP pause. I can imagine just going to throw that real wild guess out there at 0 to 8. And we actually discussed this before. Neo AWPing on this map was a weird one. We thought it was kind of like a, I'll give it a go sort of thing. You know, they were down quite badly again last time we were watching this, and then he gave it a crack.
It's a little bit like the Mouseboard situation at the moment, actually. You know, where you don't really know if it's always going to be Oscar. I find Oscar plays more of the T-sided AWP now than Chris J, if I'm not mistaken. But we've seen Snacks with it. We've seen Pasha have it.
I'm not opposed to it at all. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I still think Neo is, you know, a god-tier player. I'll never dispute that. That's just dumb to even consider that. But I don't know if I'd put him above the other AWPers right now on this map. I just haven't seen him deliver yet. Sure. That's the one thing. I want to see just that little bit of proof to show, like, all right, he's got something going on here. Just not seen it into play at the moment. And on the other side, Yugi's having a nice little game there for himself. Not exactly, you know, huge moments. He had some nice shots, you know, of course, but not like crazy impact just yet.
No, and plenty of it's been without AWPs as well.
Yeah.
He's been rifling quite nicely.
I think the overall thing to take away from this, at least in my eyes, in what's just so impressive with Heroic is just how well-rounded they look to this map. They have so many set pieces, they have nice variations on it, they have that switch up of pace. They seem just to have this really good read into how they want to play it out, and it's snappy at the helm.
It's interesting that you have a map like this where you can commit 4 smokes at the start of the round for no other purpose than for misdirection. And then you still have sufficient utility, especially if you're buying up, you know, the whole brace of it, to do things obviously on either of these sites. They're less smoke intensive. It's not quite like Overpass, for example. You know, people try and pressure that A site. You definitely need a few smokes to sort of cordon that one off. But here, not so necessary. Maybe it is, but still teams still value the ability to keep their competitors confused and prevent them from really seeing what's going on the outside part of the map. 8 rounds, though, on the T side is very, very good from Heroic. Definitely one of the earlier proponents of this map, Lauren, when it started to come back into fashion, especially when Heroic started to form, you know, in previous permutations. It's not quite the same, of course, now with these additions, but still, 8 rounds to the good, damn good start.
And you just think, what would happen if Heroic's map pool got to the point where they're as proficient on other maps as they are on this one? That's the big scary factor, isn't it? But Bialy going to make light work of Yugi there. Maybe getting a little ahead of himself. Maybe VP starting to, you know, get a little bit pumped up by this, get a little bit of momentum behind them because they need something to work for them. As Neo's been forced already off the angle. Rampar's completely taken over, but how many players do they have down? They don't have anyone yet. They're just getting down to the vents now for VP, so the bomb's going to be planted quite comfortably. I don't think anyone's going to be able to challenge anytime soon, and it's retake time already for VP.
Bialy doesn't know where the bomb is at the moment as well. He can't really suspect that it's just on the other side of the door. He's going to bang it out, though. That's a foul, should I say, just to get a bit more information. Door open, C snappy. Not enough for him to make the shot, but Bialy there with his second of the round. First, of course, was when he met Yugi trying to press forward into Squeaky.
And that little hole in the door actually plays well for the bomb plant. That's I can imagine why it's there now. It does actually backfire, but Nico's position is so unnoted. He's got 3 players to find. He tries to work his way into it. But the defuse will be picked up. There was a kit as well on Taz. And even though it was close, that's handled in the end. But you got to feel if maybe something worked out a little differently then towards Nico at the end of it, it could have been different. But finally, VP get one on the board, something they feel they've been lacking a long time in the making. But it's also a chance for a reset. Heroic could just, you know, completely crush that spirit.
That would be the literal nightmare for Virtus Pro right now. Fortunately enough, it was a costly round for them to lose 3, but they brought a couple of guns into the next round and they've been able to spread them comfortably enough here so that there's no real discrepancy. Let's see what that play from Bialy actually was. Quite aggressive in towards Annex, or at least for you may be a little bit further forward than we expect him to be. Now Nico's actually going to make use of this outside play, but Snacks is going to be here to meet him this time. It doesn't matter. Nico finds the head first. A lot of smoke. Bialy not able to find the damage. Yuki might fall to that nade, though, right at his feet. Nicely done by Bialy. Well predicted indeed. 4v3 now. It's been a costly opening to the round for Virtus Pro, and for Heroic, it's been very comfortable trading to get access to these parts of the map.
They've been so good at getting here, and the hard fact is, and something you've got to always highlight with VP is that generally Snacks is such a good player at kind of, I guess, just being a nuisance and always making some sort of impact, but they just seem to be able to go, you know, forego him. Bialy's having a bit of a muted game too in that aspect, and of course Neo can't be ignored. But beyond that, right now it's retake time for Virtus Pro. Now they do have kits this time, they do have utility left over, so Heroic are going to be put to the challenge here, and all 3 players playing it very passively from Heroic. No one wants to take any sort of risks just yet. One touch towards the bomb. Spray comes in from Nico. Position now duly noted, but Valde takes the time to take the shot. He'll find Neo, but the bomb is being defused. Bialy! He tries to hold it, but Valde takes the chance that he was given at the start, swings out again, and takes out another bit of hope for VP, and there's the reset.
It's happened. Taz has got $1,400 here. That's devastating. That was so close to being a defuse there as well. Real butt clench moment, but it's not enough for VP there at all. Heroic are flying high. VP down to nothing but the pistols. That loss bonus, of course, completely and utterly reset their income. Now low, they're on the CT side. It's even harder to develop a robust economy as it is now. And Virtus Pro look like they want to stack the rafters area to start this round off. Maybe even aggression in towards lobby. We'll see if they want to do that. Or is it a drop-down vent? Stacks opens the door here, but Heroic playing this one so passively, and they know. It's so obvious to know what situation VP are in. It's 9-1, they just reset them. Maybe they can sit back and wait for these pistols to try and get in position.
I don't know what to say about VP anymore. It's all good and well to discuss the fact that, Heroic are good at this. There's very few other ways to look at it than just that. They are an incredibly diligent team on this map, and they can challenge the tier 1 teams on it no matter who they are. So nothing taken away from them, but you've got to look at VP and hope that there's more to them than this. You know, online VP, sure, you know, maybe just want a timeout playing too many things, but
such a bloody meme
still,
though. I mean, we've seen him perform really well online, even on this map recently.
Yeah.
Maybe the caliber of opposition wasn't the same, but I still have nightmare flashbacks to ESL 1 Cologne last year when they picked this against SK and just were not ready for that at all. That sort of put them out of the finals there. So I honestly don't think Virtus Pro are a top tier team on this particular map. You can take that win against NIP with a grain of salt, but you know, you've got a team like Heroic who clearly really have a really cerebral approach to this game. They have a real heuristic protocols in place, Lauren. Virtus Pro doesn't seem to have an answer.
No, and it's not the first time. It's not like we haven't seen them in these same sort of predicaments again and again. I'm hoping that they find a response. I don't think it's in this game. It may be in the future. It may be down the line. Maybe it's a map pool readjustment. I don't know. Currently, Asana, you know, 1 to 10. You're on the CT side. You've had a rough time. Don't get me wrong. You didn't win out on the pistol. Lost the first gun round. You got reset after the one round that you did win. It is tough, but still, they've had some opportunities. But this looks like the faster piece again coming out from Heroic, showing their full hand, what they can play with here. The trades are so good. Bialy can't find any more. He runs out of bullets and opportunities to find the kills. And by this point, they've taken over the side. The volleys go up, and the CT side are forced out.
So quick, so fast. Virtus Pro, they didn't even have the capacity to deal with something with such a pace. I was hoping to find something through the smoke. Maybe visions of glory, past excellence, but no, it'd be Modi to shut him down. And Pasha, toast a marshmallow, think about his current situation and contemplate his fate now. Again, that lost bonus will be starting to build again, but Pasha would hate to throw this gun just into the fire. But it may be a matter of jumping into the fog here and trying to make some impact. There's no kit on him either. Virtus Pro have been found in these situations so often. The plants are coming very early in these rounds for Heroic, putting a lot of pressure on VP, especially to play towards outside. Heroic get 5 men on that bomb site before VP drop 1 man down. Then it's ridiculous, and it's almost like VP just not able to get a finger on the pulse of what Heroic are doing.
Yeah, and any other team going to DreamHack, which like, let's just make sure we don't give them Nuke. You know, you sit there and you're like, I think we're all right with that.
Okay, so when you've got Astratus saying that Heroic are the best Nuke team or the best Danish Nuke team, I mean, you know, you can already infer that means a little bit more than just the best Danish Nuke team.
Yeah.
At the moment.
There are definite challenges out there, don't get me wrong, but these guys, you know, this is something that people, you know, that was worked out internally that they just feel is obvious thing. It's not quite as easily founded, but we're finding out how good and how well just fleshed out this entire T side is. And I don't think we're going to get too much of that CT side, if I'm honest. A bit of a shame so far. Neo, though, with the Deagle, going to at least do some damage. But by that point, Modi was well into position and not going to have much more of what he was selling. So Snacks and Pasha. Pasha being one of the only players who actually had a rifle at the start of this, but it's Snacks to get his name on the scoreboard, at least into this round. As Pasha just waits in the vents, not even broken out. He'd have to announce his presence before he could even get towards the site.
And for what purpose would any player drop down to the lower levels here? It's such a low percentage situation to take as a tier right now, and you don't need to go and kill him. For Heroic, it's all well and good to get guns out of his hands, but, I mean, VP's economy is still in such a fetal state. Pasha's held this weapon for 2 rounds. Might be able to catch Modi here. It's kind of late round play we've been seeing from, you know, singleton players. That may well be it. Virtus Pro doing more damage to Heroic than they've done in most of their preceding rounds. But again, it's 12-1. And this is Virtus Pro looking to be that shell of their former selves, Lauren.
They can at least buy. This is the thing. At least, you know, lost bonus gives you a little bit of something to play with, but it does still feel a little bit few and far between. And I don't think we've even seen the depth of what Heroic can do. These guys are running, and they're running this already so well.
And you can't fabricate a hype around this kind of performance either. What we are doing quietly here is just appreciating how polished Heroic's approach is to this T side. It's really quite a thing to behold.
I just wish we could see more of a resistance from Virtus Pro. Snappy already finding Snacks so swiftly. It's these sort of starts that are just going to break the back of VP. Neo, though, at least will find a trade out on this. There is another player out by Garage as well. This could be good. Bialy's there. Finally, VP are trading a little effectively, but now they know that Bialy's still in this position. He already got a kill from this sort of spot. They found one up by the rafters, but Pasha then supports. This is better than actually playing as a bit of a unit, but Bialy takes a fight against Modi, and that's a mistake, as it's left Pasha all alone. 3rd
round in a row, he's been in a 1vx scenario, Pasha. This time, though, might actually want to go for it. He does have himself a kit. The bomb hasn't been planted yet, so this is perhaps, you know, characteristically different to a lot of Heroic's earlier rounds, where they've been, you know, making these focused hits on bomb sites, less worried about contact play or, you know, pushing outside with, you know, multiple players, and more about getting the bomb down and actually getting into sort of post-plant positions. So time, at least, is on Virtus Pro's side, but Pasha knows that Very different. You know, if Pasha was a T-side player, you know, he'd know that he'd probably get himself, you know, a couple 1v1s. To split between two sites on this particular map, but here, shoes on the other foot. He knows he'll need to face probably what's going to be a crossfire, especially if he's not going to try and interfere or intervene while the bomb itself is actually being planted. That would be his best opportunity, really, because one player can't really watch that secondary angle, but sound's been made there. The vent gets banged in, and they know Pasha is waiting.
I'm wondering how well he was able to time that.
Oh, God.
Not so well. The molly's forcing him out. They're going to hear those tags coming through. I think one of them's at least close enough. Yeah, Moddy was. He's definitely going to hear that he was in the vents. And now Pasha has to play back in. A little bit of off angle up on the sinks, but Pasha adjusts perfectly. And now he's down to that 1v1. Now it's a bit of an unorthodox plant, so it's kind of giving away that Yugi's there. But look at the time. You can hear it. The bomb's ticking. Doors are gone. But, oh, burning alive. Yugi forced out. And he still wins the fight. A disaster again. Strikes for Virtus Pro. And this scoreline is atrocious.
Damn, Yuki doesn't give a damn. I mean, he knows he has to play that way. I don't think he had a smoke that he could have just thrown down, and that doesn't really help him. It obscures his view of the bomb side. It completely gives himself away, yada, yada, yada. So he has to challenge that one, and he does. This could be a 14-round half from Heroic on the T side against Virtus Pro, who are considered to be one of the, I guess, the more natural Nuke aficionados here. Talk about online VP as much as you like. They've been yo-yoing like crazy. And Heroic, you've really got to give them credit to how they've laid out this T-side. We've talked about it already. Let's just see how this now works in the last round of the half, Lauren.
I like a little bit of CT aggression. Now, I don't know if now's the time for it, but at least they're trying a little something. You've got some plays coming up towards, you know, going up from ramp, playing up towards radio. Kind of like it. Moddy doesn't. Fair enough, Moddy. Didn't expect another, did you? There you go. Pasha at least going to find a bit of something, and now he can try and clear out where they're going, but it's still, Heroic haven't given away much. They're not being too hap-handed with this. They're not just rushing in. There's still plans afoot. I wonder if they'd expect this much of a late play going through towards lobby.
Well, Heroic might be caught out here up on the rafters. It's Snacks for managing to find one. Not getting the second, though. Nico responds with the shots pretty much straight down. That still leaves Heroic in a man advantage, but they haven't selected a bomb site quite yet. Pasha now playing reasonably up close here, inside the hut. Bialy in Annex. So, decent control of upper. Limited information about lower side of the rest of the map. That's why you can see Bialy now just moving out a little bit. Are they up on the rafters? Are they working around the outside? Is it a late push towards Secret? Information right now is a limited amount for Virtus Pro. They can only surmise as to the position here for Heroic. But Pasha's hearing this. He's hearing Snappy come down. He may not know about the second player, and Snappy chances a jump across the gap there. Nuke playing it very dangerously there. Nico is found by Bialy, but it's quickly responded. Now Pasha again in a 1vx situation. Been called on to be the clutch man now, but Snappy, of course, is just going to make it easy to get down to the bomb site. So Molotov in towards the vents. Only a few seconds left. Pasha's like, well, don't really have a smoke, so I can't just have to go down and deal with this. He waits out the flames. Now, looks at the position of the bomb plant. It's an educated guess that Snappy's going to be waiting in this door. And how do you deal with it? Just go for it? You do. But once again, Pasha unsuccessful in turning around that clutch situation. And unfortunately, that's not even half of Virtus Pro's problems, Lauren. It's been a rough first half, 14-1 for the veterans. Not ideal, but Heroic are looking excellent on this particular map. Let's see, Lauren, how Nuke turns out. Let's see what happens if VP can get on the T side or maybe get things rolling or not. Either one could happen. We'll find out after the break. Righto, Dr. Pansy, give it to me straight. What's the prognosis here on VP? They haven't been looking very dominant at all in this first half.
No, it's not looking like a positive outcome at this point, is it? It's a little bit of a disaster. Heroic, if they just win the pistol, they're already sat on that point. They're already looking very good in this one. And maybe not such a pushover when it comes towards playoffs as well. Maybe going to take a couple of teams with them. We'll see what they can do now. Hopefully it's a clean close for them. You don't want to see VP suffering. As we see 5 decoys. It's a plan. It's a plan. Maybe not a good one, but it's something.
I'm not sure if they're trying to obscure something there. Or maybe, is this his rush towards lower? They're trying to obscure the footsteps
sound,
there?
It could be.
This is what Hellraisers do on Inferno, I think it is.
Yeah.
Either way, let's see if it works out. Yugi's going to be pushed by the inside. What is this round? VP all grouping up together out towards the outside of the map. All right. Glock train it is. When all else fails, try and go for it. It's going to be traded out. This is going to be a messy round. So far, Heroic are holding on. They're holding on to those crucial spots. Eventually, VP have to make a foray into the power station proper. And Neo has the bomb here. But he's not just going to drop down on towards the upper side and get a plant down. There are players there waiting for him. He needs to be a little bit less simplistic, perhaps, about this.
Yeah, Snacks is just going to try and be his scout, basically. They've got 50 more seconds here, so it's important for him to try and bait this one out, basically, try and allow Neo some room to work. And the problem is that Moddy's already here, so he's going to see that no one's actually pushed in. So they can just kind of sit there and be like, well, I don't need to rotate too much, do I? And how is Neo still alive? Nico made a little bit of a meal of the first one, but he made up with the second towards Snacks. And even though VP did try and pull a fake towards lower, they weren't having any of it because there was already a player down there watching the clips.
Probably to contextualize this scoreline, maybe for viewers that are not super familiar with either of these teams or what the Pro League's been like this season, this is very much an outlier of a result. We really do not see this score between any of the teams in this league whatsoever. This could be one of the biggest losses, in fact, of the entire EU season here. I'm willing to even bet on that one. Virtus Pro now have to bring it back. They've got to have force pistols in this round. In fact, they've got to force for the rest of the damn game because it's match point for Heroic already after 16 rounds. And they're bought in for this one. Yugi with the scout, tags up Snacks pretty heavily. That's going to send him back with his tail between his legs. Maybe Neo can provide some moral support now as he might just make his way in towards Annex, and Valde just brutally eviscerates him. Cuts him down as he tries to make his way to the site. Valde traded out though. Neo at least there with the Deagle, but Snappy comes through, shots up towards Rafters. Easy as you like. 2 plays left for VP. This is going to be over very quickly, Lauren. Pasha's gunned down, and that is an utter crushing victory for Heroic there. The Danes stand tall, and Virtus Pro nowhere to be seen, Lauren.
Hero just made him bite the pillow. That was a rough game.
Indeed it was.
What more do you say about that?
Well, not a whole lot, but we do have some people that we actually pay to say more about this. So we'll have to see if they have anything to mention. Let's head over to the desk with Moses and the lovely hairstyles of his fellow panelists.
Hard to believe I do get paid.
I don't know if we can exactly top bite the pillow. Something about a danger needle, perhaps.
Look, I'm just curious as to when Valve, I mean, if I'm iBuyPower right now, I gotta be sitting around going, what the hell is this? When is Valve gonna throw the hammer at these VP guys? Honestly.
Let's not be throwing those accusations
seriously,
out into the internet.
At what point does the best team in the world, quote unquote, Taz, get it calling us out? Own up to it. The fact of the matter is this is the most elaborate scheme ever. By being this inconsistent, they can throw games whenever they want and none of us suspect it. This is bullshit and it has to stop.
Well, they say if you give a man enough rope, right? I think that's what we just witnessed.
Yeah. Look, the scoreline, like, you would have a better chance convincing me that the world is flat than we would have just seen what happened there. But, you know, if we're going to highlight the positives that we saw from there, it was obviously all Heroic's way. What? Are you a flat earther? Here we go. Conspiracy theories.
Let's have some fun on this segment, boys, because there's no game to talk about.
No, I've highlighted this before.
Not even on the world.
I've highlighted this before. It'd be good if Rush had like a library of the clips that I've done, and he could like bring them up. But that's not possible right now.
No,
but we did highlight in the past the way that Heroic do that lower control. Right? They do those really. Yeah. They do the quicker outside smokes than most teams do. They're not really high and loopy or jump smokes. They're throwing quite quickly, and they get that thing quicker. They get secret quicker than most of the teams, and then they get back vent control, and then we see the Molotov off, I call it Megaton, and then they smoke, and then they get full control of the site, and they're so good at doing that. And there's protocols and stuff that you could probably have in play for that, but by the time, like, unless that's your instant response, your first gun is, hey, if we see these smokes, let's drop 2 players down vent, let's fight them, let's not give them control at all. If you let that start to like snowball, when you eventually make the gamble to go, that's when they fake you and go topside, and you're just like, oh, jeez Louise.
Jeez Louise.
Jeez Louise.
Jeez, please.
Yeah, well, why don't we do this? Since there wasn't really a whole lot to talk about, let's throw up what VP's remaining schedule is, because this is a team that's supposed to be contending. They're not that far out in the standings. I think they're like 10th or 11th, but like they're close in wins.
Those are all pretty high. So as I mentioned G2 earlier.
This is the one, this heroic matchup is the one out of the 4 of those that you would say is where they would pick up 2 wins to provide some kind of a cushion.
That's what they needed to have to make sure they, I guess, stayed out of relegation.
Oddly enough, that would therefore mean the odds would be the greatest and the return for the throw would be the high. See? It's all there.
God bless, making a circle about this. Yeah, G2 has gained two spots. You can see VP down there in 11th. At the moment after that, Heroic has leapfrogged them. And I mean, they're not even out of the playoff race. I mean, in reality, I think it's only Kingwin who doesn't, I mean, even statistically, they're not eliminated
And even
yet,
still, there's probably some like ridiculous chance if they won all their remaining games.
Yeah, no, they could make it. Just like did the math today. If they run all their remaining games, I think they, they must be playing right now.
No,
That's
they're
why
not. There's only an A stream this evening.
Okay, well, they have 17 games played according to, I think they're actually 6-12, and they could win out the remaining 8 and put themselves in contention by getting 14 wins. But it's pretty hard.
Excellent. Well, Forrest Gump once said that's all there is to say about that. So we will be right back with the second map in the series.
Run, Forrest!
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Your eyes did not deceive you. It was a 16-1 beatdown for Heroic over Virtus Pro on Nuke, one of the maps that VP has historically always been phenomenal on. Now we move to another one that historically for VP has been great. It's going to be Train, a map that not only have they been good on, but Heroic themselves. I mean, Valdi has pretty much said he needs to get better on Train as an individual. The question is, does the fact that VP has so much experience on this map even matter at the moment?
Well, they're going to be pretty down in the dumps, but they are one of the most experienced Counter-Strike teams we have in the scene right now. So if anyone's going to be able to turn it around after that 16-1 scoreline, it'll be these guys right here. The fact that they know their Train is under par, or Heroic know their Train isn't up to scratch, I suppose, is probably not a good thing for VP, because that means they may have changed the way that they're approaching the map. You know, they don't want to get caught up. Maybe they're going to try a different approach to see if they can beat VP here. But one of the things that we always say with Virtus Pro is how diverse they can be on both sides of the map, and how all the individuals can do different roles and play different positions. So it's hard to really catch them off guard, unlike what we just saw.
Here's my kind of issue is I mean, yeah, Virtus Pro experience, and obviously have a massive ability to reset. We've seen it time and time again, but I didn't see like even the involvement of the players in that Nuke match to think that even if they mentally reset, are they actually going to be in the game?
But they've already made their money. They've already done the job. The odds were against them. Now they'll play the next game, get a 1-1, get a paycheck.
Why are you still sticking to this?
Don't do enough to make the playoffs.
Matt doesn't believe in the moon landing. Thinks 9/11 was an inside job.
Hey, man, how do those pillars break each individual way down?
How many shooters were there in JFK?
Jet fuel can't melt steel
How many
beams.
shooters? How many shooters do you think there was?
I think there was 2.
I stood on the grassy knoll. I looked at the angles, and I think the guard in the car was in on it. Carry on.
Where can you really go from that one?
Conspiracy theories aside, even though I do,
I don't even follow conspiracy theories. You literally just mentioned the 2 that I know something about, so I just played with it.
Whether they can turn it around or not is
the question.
I don't know.
Flip a coin.
I really don't know.
Do you have a coin on you? We can flip one.
I spent all mine on chocolate bars that I give to you guys.
Surprisingly, none of us have cash here in a place that doesn't really allow credit cards.
It's true.
Thanks, Germany.
But no, I mean, VP, you got to imagine, I mean, the best way to get back into it is to play that hyper-aggressive playstyle, right? Is to kind of just get aggressive like they like to do in middle and E-box. They like those setups. Maybe get a double op. That's always an easy thing to fall back on. Like, you don't even need to have, like, you don't need to be, like, hitting this insane level of skill to just kind of sit back with the AWP and pick 1 or 2 players off as they come into the bomb site.
I guess to, like, kind of frame what happened on Nuke, right? Like, you lose first round, there's 3 rounds you've lost. You lost the first gun round, all right? You're 5 rounds in the hole, basically. Then
lose the next gun round and you save it.
They lost a 1v2 to Snappy.
Then you win a round and then you
get reset. And then you, at that point in the match, you're at a point where you know you need rounds, so you have to force buy. So you're never up to scratch with weaponry or utility. So maybe it's not as bad as it seems.
I mean, we're really reaching for silver linings here, because it's one of those things where it's like, yes, teams can get economically reset, and that can contribute to a bad half, but then even win a round until round 9.
Speaking of economy and silver linings, I named my race car Silver Lining because now I'm broke, but I have a race car.
And I wonder if Virtus Pro can go around the track of Train as nicely as
the
Matt
train tracks.
at the Nürburgring.
Really trying to pull it together.
The train tracks. It would have been better.
I made a Nürburgring reference.
Yeah. You did. I like it. It was good. No, I heard it. It was great.
It's very difficult to break this down, right? Because the way that Virtus Pro approach this map is always different. They always have a different face in the way they do it. They can have that hyper-aggressive style that you're talking about. They can do double orbs on the T side. They can be very slow, like a Na'Vi-esque style. But one of the things that they do very well is the default into the pincer. They like the Ivy control. They like to pincer the players into hell.
Yeah, old hell, whatever you want
I call it cutout. Much better name. And just slowly squeeze and waste out the C2 utility, and then just pump them. You know?
Pump them.
Pump them with aim.
Squeeze.
What was it? Face down, bite the pillow? Is that?
I think that was Lauren's line.
That was Lauren's line.
I'm just combining lines to create a linear storyline. That's what I do. So, biting pillow and pumping them.
Great. Excellent.
Jason's was talking about fantasy and going deep.
We did hit on that innuendo earlier.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm ahead of you right now in that fantasy.
I suppose.
Lauren's always on top.
We're not waiting for players, are we? Because I can see them all on the server.
I haven't been told anything, so we're just going to be hanging out for the moment.
I think the producer just likes to see us bumble around.
Yeah, certainly.
I think
certainly likes to torture us, doesn't he?
Do you know what the game devs need to fix? Is that if I click away from Solitaire, it closes and doesn't give me my game back. So if Google could fix that, thanks game devs, that'd be great.
High quality content from Sadakist. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Yeah, no, so, I mean, are we expecting, what are we going to see out of Heroic on Train at the very least? I mean, do we have an idea of kind of what they're going to be doing on Train?
Here's a question for the internet. I'm sorry to cut you off, Jason. This one's a good one.
Okay, do it quickly.
How long has Fetish been coaching Heroic for? Somebody tell us.
6 days and 4 hours.
Yeah, well, with this brilliant segment that we just threw together for you guys, I hope you really, really enjoyed it. We worked hard on it all day. We're going to send it over to Pansy.
Sure, these are scripted.
And they wonder why in the control room they renamed like the switch to casters button the panic button, and they put like a big red thing on there, and just like a key in there, like silo codes, all the rest.
Oh no, Matt's starting again quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Solitaire aside, though, I mean, this is definitely not that kind of game for Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
It's not as simple as just thinking about their own game. Now they need to start considering what Heroic are bringing. The silver linings, they were pointed out on the desk, of course, is that Heroic themselves admit that this is maybe not a super strong map for them. But Lauren, we saw Virtus Pro, we saw lack of execution. We also saw, you know, an inability, I guess, to win out on early trades on the map, things that might not even be, you know, map-specific scenarios here. What do we love from Virtus Pro, I guess, that we see from them on this map, and what do we, I guess, want to see more going forward here?
More than one round.
Yep.
That's basically it.
Yeah.
I'm going to stick to that.
Okay.
Now, there's a lot to be said about VP's train game, all in all. It was brought up on the desk predominantly there. I like how they play this out. Again, being the Masters of Fakes works brilliantly on Train, but it should also work pretty well on Nuke, but it didn't. And that
didn't really get much of a chance to do that, did they?
No, exactly. So for me, I don't know. VP, I'm hoping that that first map doesn't get too much in their head. I'm hoping that they aren't just in the wrong mindset by this point, but it's going to be hard, you know, just to reset away from that sort of game. Even if you are VP, it's even then, you know, it's 16-1 isn't pretty to be even considering. But this isn't a great map for Heroic. They say it publicly. It's, you know, I'm wondering what they can do to improve on it, just purely because they seem like a team who can put a lot of theory crafting in. They do have talent there, so that combination always kind of bodes well. Now, anyway, back into the game, though, we can look at what Moddy's up to here. Just kind of having a little bit of a peek down towards Ivy. There are 3 players there, but Snack's already walked out towards that Olaf Meister spot now. Swing back in from Moddy. Now knows he's pinched. He just backs away from it, gives up the real estate, and says, all right, VP, let's see what you take from this one.
Yuki just prepared to sort of, well, prepared for a wrap, I guess, around in his direction, but VP are all going to go together. It's the Glocks and they're out. Pasha gets 2, but Snappy and Valde now stand tall up on that bomb site. Bialy's forced to send and deliver where he stands, but Nico has a wrap. He has a pinch, and he gets it. It's just going to be Neo left now, and that 1v2. And Virtus Pro moving in numbers, and Enforce early on the round have been cut down to just the 1 player, and Neo does not survive the night. Heroic win the pistol round yet again. That's 0-3 for VP and pistols.
Players to look out for, though, on this map specifically for VP, I'd say Pasha on the CT side can always be influential. Bit hit and miss on occasion, but recently he's been doing fine. Neo as well, he seems to be able to pull off one of those classic Neo performances on this. It's one of his better maps that I enjoy watching him on. Whether or not we see that is completely day-dependent, it feels, with VP, but again, a lot to be said for that, but for now, we'll keep our eyes on what we're seeing in the round itself. At the moment, we've got the Scout Deagle combo coming out from VP, so looking for those picks, and Snappy's not letting them. A couple of tags have come through in the meantime, though. Yugi and Snappy now just being, you know, put on alert, basically. Don't want to feed into this. Let's play a little bit smart here. Don't allow that Scout to get any work done.
A foot forward play for Heroic in this round. Snappy cuts him to the quick. Pasha has very minimal opportunity here to egress further with Bialy. The smoke does just clear now in Ivy, but Yuki was ready for that. Still somehow actually comes out a little bit worse in the trade. Snacks is given a second lease on life, a stay of execution, a chance to back away. But what are VP looking for here? It's a Scout for Pasha. Obviously combining with the pistol, Bialy can secure kills pretty comfortably. 1 tag with the Scout will equal a deagle kill to the body. What are they going for?
This is the shame almost here. Heroic are vulnerable. Their 3 players are a little bit worse for wear considering, and Pasha now the last man standing, you know, position duly noted by 2, and 5 alive for Heroic, keeping numbers up. And considering that could have been a bit more for VP, it's a bit of a shame nothing happened to it. Yugi, Snappy, and Moddy were all tagged within something that they could have achieved. They had the deagles, they had everything else they needed, but yeah, it didn't come through. So VP push right back down.
Yeah, and this allows Heroic to be especially thrifty in this round. They hold on to the UMPs they brought in the prior one. They're going to have just as much impact, if not more, in this round, especially when Virtus Pro cannot afford to armor themselves up. They're going to roll together again, though, similarly to the pistol round, but Yugi just nails Taz with that nade, of course, with the help of Snappy. Nicely read, Heroic. The playbook full of notes. Fetish definitely leading from the rear, and it seems to be working out thus far. It's going to be Valde now again. Again, we've seen these in isolated situations already from Heroic, some aggressive CT plays, but Snacks comes in with the Desert Eagle, but it's not going to be enough.
No, Neo found one earlier, so it looked like there could be a chance from that one, but the rest of Heroic kind of neutralized it, and Neo was trying to find a bit of a swift way in, maybe cause some damage, maybe find another kill to grab or just stay alive with that rifle, but it wasn't to be. So Bai comes in finally for VP. Now it's about how do we handle that gun round?
Yeah.
Last time Heroic won it out on Nuke, so I wouldn't be, surprised if they can do it here. Straight away up on Yugi too.
This is where we get to see if it's the fundamentals that are tripping up Virtus Pro. I mean, if you needed any more evidence after the previous map, or if it's strategical and execution-based stuff. Very technical term there, I know. But Bialy's going to now get that smoke on in. There's 2 smokes over on the A side thus far. Smoke, of course, up in brown holes. And Neo takes a small amount of damage from a grenade thrown in his direction, if I'm not mistaken. Nico doesn't challenge on B, but Snappy might be in a position here to break Virtus Pro apart if he times it well.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on Yugi too. He's going to be the one playing over by B as well with that AWP. He's pretty much dedicated here for now. Snappy's pushed up by Pop. That'd be nice if they actually do try and split towards it. Oh, Nico almost went for a little bit of a look there, but held himself back, played the corner. VP not committing at all, but no information really, or not too much information found for Heroic. They haven't pushed up anywhere. They haven't pushed on down Ivy, because of course there's players there. Now, it is that weird split that comes in. It's probably Pasha over by Ivy, and the 4 players that remain with VP slowly working those brown halls. So Pasha can at least be a nuisance. He can split through CT as well. He can try and find routes to support his team hitting this B site. But there's still Yugi here, and there is still Nico. So this is what we want to see. How much can Yugi do here? Finding another angle, works it well. Neo falls foul to it, but Bialy breaks through back for VP. Now the bomb can be planted at this point. There is no one to really stop them. No utility can hinder this. So now bomb goes down, but keep your eyes on Snappy. He is on the flank.
He spent all round waiting in Popdog for his chance now, and he's not even going to be able to get involved. The big investment of time, and it doesn't really matter. It's not required here for Snappy. He's just going to wait to make sure his teammates can pick up some guns. Valde wanted himself an AK-47, and that's the defuse. Virtus Pro now again back down into the dumps, back to the drawing board to find out how they're going to approach these rounds. They were completely stopped in their tracks, especially by Yugi with that double kill up on the upper part of the B side, should I say.
Yeah, it was really important for him to be able to isolate those 2. Sure, the 3rd, of course, became a problem, but even just finding 2, it kind of nullifies what VP wanted to do with being able to apply that pressure at the same time towards that A site. Normally, maybe, I guess it was Nico who was there, would have been overwhelmed by that eventually, but no, they retained what they had. Now, we're not seeing the same thing twice. Yugi going elsewhere this round. Snappy, though, playing quite aggressive as to what we seem to have seen so far. Likes to play up quite attentive towards Pop. And Yugi is over by the bomb side itself. Valde, that is not ideal, but Yugi's there to babysit, keeping control of the situation. Pop flash again, and oh, he catches Taz so well. Neo Avengers, but by this point, they lost 2 players and gained no ground.
I like so Heroic playing like bull terriers at the outer extremities of the A site here. Virtus Pro can't get in for free. They can't even really get a look in at the moment. They're not playing with an AWP. They haven't really been able to afford it. So that makes the investment much greater if they actually want to get some real estate, and they can't. They can't do it. Modi shuts down Pasha Viceps before he tries to get through, and it's Yugi to meet Neo. 3 kills for Yugi in this round as well. He is making the AWP do some serious work.
And it shows nice variation for him too. Saw him quite dedicated towards B, the round prior to last, showing that maybe that's the read they had, maybe it's the approach that they knew that VP liked to do, and then he adjusted again, playing towards the outer train site. So just nice changes up, nice bit of a read, good positioning. Now VP do have a buy into this to a smaller degree. They have a lot of utility, but not much armor. So this is clearly a set piece they've got worked out here, and I'm wondering how this one unfolds. As already we're seeing Snappy quite up close. He likes to play by Pop. He didn't do it in the last round. It was more electric, kind of playing towards main. And we are seeing the smokes go up. 3 mollies still to hand as well for VP. So this isn't the full strat yet. But Yugi already finding Pasha isn't looking good. Nice flash though. Snappy sprays him wildly. Still finding Neo. That's the surprising part. But Taz does trade it out. But they're down to 2 now.
Smokes are on the side, and that's all well and good, but Lauren, VP are lacking the players in a big way.
How is Taz here?
He snuck through. There was a flash, I believe, but Nico's going to be there to meet him. Always a gatekeeper, and Valde puts this one to a swift end. This map is starting to look a lot like the previous one here. Heroic got, I think, out to 8 or 9 rounds before VP could chime back in. Now,
let's again put this in context. If people didn't get to catch the start of the show, I highlighted the fact that Heroic, from what I've heard, have been practicing pretty much, hell for leather. They've been putting a lot of time. They are 3 minimum players are at boot camp right now as well. They're aiming for DreamHack Austin. They are prepared for this. So you're seeing them in, one of their premium modes, in some of their best sort of form, whereas VP it's online, you know, pick all the excuses the VP love here at this point, but Taz has found room to work. We'll come back to that point here because they've sped up the pace and they've found angles to play with here. They've actually allowed access to the sites. Modi desperate for a boost to get up on that box, have a little bit of sight above, find someone like Pasha, and he does, but Taz again trades out well. Leaves Yugi all alone, but that doesn't seem to matter. And now Bialy, try and handle this.
Still a minute and 20 left in the round, but you can see the bomb, it's out in the loose. Bialy knows where Yuki is, and he probably makes an estimated guess of the best spot to be watching the bomb. And that is right here. So the smoke was a good call. Bialy's one of these players, he's like a Houdini, Lauren. He can weasel himself out of a lot of these situations and make them positive. But he still hasn't gone for the bomb yet. He was hoping to bait something from Yuki, but nothing gives.
Now, I want to see how Bialy approaches this. He knew where Yuki was, but he doesn't know where he is now. Now, Yuki's gone down to the CZ, cautious of his push, careful of what could be coming. I don't think he saw him either. Just a little bit too shallow on the angle. Now, the bomb has been recovered. Bialy can place this down now. Yuki's slowly encroaching, but still by the old bomb train. Both players so cautious, not 100% aware of what's going on just yet, but now the bomb's planted. And Yugi has to mentally work his way back in. Merely a CZ, but that's all you need. Bialy crumbles at his hand, and Yugi is having a huge performance for Heroic. Individually outstanding and providing clutches. How much more value can one man bring to a team here?
And you can see just how Yugi's thinking this round through as well, especially the lines he was watching when he didn't quite know where Bialy was. I do particularly enjoy the fact that he entertained the idea that Bialy might try and sneak off to the B side via connector. As risky as that would be, given that Yugi has a safe rotation through CT. Double AWP now for Virtus Pro. Desperation tactics come out, but Heroic have two to match.
Double or T-side on train. Now, I guess you can find a little bit more value in this map for it than others. CT side, sure, I kind of like that look. You know, we've seen Fnatic run it, we've seen other teams run it. It looks quite nice on them. And actually, Heroic have the money. You're 7-0 up, you've had clean rounds. Sure, why not? VP, on the other hand, this is one of those like, okay, we've got to get rounds on the board. Let's try something new. Let's try a new approach. Maybe get some picks, maybe try and make some plays, but those nades are doing some work. And Yugi has been on form here.
A lot of linearity to train, which is why we see the AWP be such a prevalent and dominant weapon in a lot of situations. But Virtus Pro, they picked double orbs because they're hoping to play around some picks here. And there it is. Modi falls to Pasha. Good opening for him. That was down by Ivy as well. So it's not often you see a rifler go down so cheaply to an AWP down that part of the map, but it did happen.
Because it's such valuable real estate. They hold so much access to the map. So again, you have to be very, very aware of that. Now, Valley's reclaiming real estate back. So he's claiming that map control back for Heroic by doing this push and allowing the others to be like, okay, we've got to get ourselves ready for the hit that's coming in towards A. They have double AWPs. Taking sides isn't going to be easy at this point. Now, Valdi, how long does he wait? He spotted 2, 3. This is massive for Valdi. He makes the call. He gets the frags. He didn't even need to get the first. Yugi was already on it. And sure, Pasha's trying to make a stand with Bialy, but by this point, everything's been noted. The bomb is in such a bad spot as well. They have to go uphill to even try and get it.
The AWP is still in play here for Pasha and for Snappy. But Bialy's now trying to make something happen over towards that bomb cart. It doesn't work out, though. And the bomb is loose at Valda's feet. Pasha needs to challenge this one, and he does. It's a quick shot, but it's only 5 points of health. Very vulnerable, strong. Gust of wind would knock him over, and then a Molotov on the bomb. That's lethal for someone in Pasha's condition.
And they might have just bought enough time here almost. He does manage to pick up the bomb, but yeah,
no
time's
chance.
run out. Really smartly done by Heroic in the end. I'm not sure who had that molly out of the players. I can imagine Nico.
The money.
You're skint already. And dying after the time is just going to make it worse. Oh, God. But yeah, this play, a bit of a response, it feels like, to losing out on, I think it was Modi who got picked up over by Ivy. And instantly you saw the playback. All right, okay, we've got to find something way back into this. We're kind of playing blind at this point. Played it back in so well.
Oh, Pasha's got $350.
Yeah, there it is. There's that money impact of killing anyone on the T side after the time runs out. And that is just, you know, bad to worse for VP. You'd kind of hope that they'd get themselves started into this map. And not many, I guess there is a discussion to be had of how much does momentum and confidence, you know, picking up even just the first couple of rounds, allow VP to build back into a game. You've just kind of been thrashed 16-1 on Nuke, which, sure, it's a great map for Heroic and not a brilliant one for you as of late. Okay, mentally fine, you kind of accept that. But you want to at least kick it off, right?
We talk about like a 14-map win streak on Nuke for Virtus Pro. That was what they did have. And that's why people tuning in and thinking, why are we dunking on Virtus Pro for the Nuke, for example? I mean, it's purely the contrast to what we saw from them earlier on in this year to what we see now. But perhaps it's more than just a map-based issue. Perhaps it's more fundamental. And the reason why we can make that particular conjecture is this. Still no rounds. Virtus Pro, 1 round in the previous map. 1 round out of 25 they have won so far. That's going to break you. That's going to be very, very hard to come back from. We know this is a team with mental fortitude and stamina. We know that. But it doesn't mean that you can make things click after suffering such a big defeat, as we saw earlier on. And look, as we just mentioned, VP have a round loss bonus that's at maxed out, right? They come out with like 3.4 to 4K, but Pasha, he can't buy anything. He buys a smoke, that's all he can afford.
And the heartbreaking fact is that for VP, this has been one of their real lifelines recently. Train. It's been their kind of go back to. They managed to beat Astralis on it during ECS, which is, you know, was a couple of days ago. So, you know, as of late, they've had some relatively decent results. Not too long before that, though, they also lost 16-2 against Fnatic. So it's one of those that, yeah, it can be a hindrance. It can be quite difficult. DreamHack Las Vegas, let's remember, your DreamHack Masters, they beat SK on this. They beat Astralis again there. They beat Mouseful. It's one of the maps that they can go to that is often strong for them. But right now, we're not seeing that. We're seeing Heroic in prime form and VP not in that. So it's a big disparity between the two. Neo going to be putting the smoke up. It looks like the kind of line of smokes are as much as they can afford to do towards that outer bomb site. Only actually 2 up on deck. So a little light on what they can achieve here. And eventually, they just have to try and take the fight towards the site. But good line of sight from Modi here, allowing room to work for the Orbs, be able to spot most of the push, excluding someone. It's Snappy landing them back-to-back. The Orbs are going to town, and sure, Snack snuck through, but it doesn't matter. He's found in the end, and Neo trying to find a connection with the Deagle, and it's just a round out of the way. So VP probably taking that time out and discussing what's going to happen in this round, the buy round.
Obviously, AKs are an option here, even the cheeky AWP thrown in the mix, but Virtus.pro already attempted a double AWP play on this T side, which is unorthodox in itself, and it didn't work, so suffice to say. It was a closer round. Snack's going to go for it, though.
Yeah, and it's Snacks this time. We saw Neo running with the AWP before. We know that Pasha likes to run it on this map. But let's kind of take account of what's happening here. The double AWP often encourages you to hit sites themselves. And now Val is going aggressive, so I kind of like that. You're kind of reading what the counter, quote-unquote, is to what you're playing. Now Snappy's noted that too. So, excuse me, Snacks noted it as well. So a bit of information trickled back and forth. You have Nico playing on the side too, so they've kind of bolstered the numbers by B for Heroic. And it feels like maybe a good read from Snappy this round.
Nico repositioning here towards the back of the site. Snappy will be standing guard via connector. Yeah, double AWP, CT side forces you into an execute that involves a lot of smokes. Obscuration, if that's even a word, of sight lines. Very important here, of course, given the linearity of a site like this one. So all lines everywhere, but VP have made their way on towards the site now. Easy does it. Flashes up there, and Valda can't get much forward. He can't see a heck of a lot, and Bialy's able to cut him down. Nesta's going to force Yugi, in through connector, and Snappy's at the back of the site. VP have a lot of control of this B site.
Yeah, so far, really well played. They have pushed back Heroic, and Heroic aren't playing back into it as perfectly as I can imagine they'd like. Bialy lands a blinder too. Nico swept under the rug, and it's Yugi playing retake on this one. 1v3, that might be a bit too far for him, but he's got the first, so maybe game on. But will you expect Snacks out on the site? Like, oh my god, Snacks misses the shot. It opens up a chance, and beautiful movement from Yugi, but a better shot from Snacks will seal it finally for VP, getting one on the board. But you saw how aggressive they got, and I like that. They took the aggressive stance. They basically got the bomb towards the side, but the deeper smokes allowed them to play into it. They pushed forward. They kept Heroic humble and further back.
You can almost hear the words on every VP fan's lips right now. 4 of them. Please don't get reset. Not like the last map. This is happening in a similar fashion as well. And VP, I'm probably sure they're acutely cognizant of the facts.
Oh, look at the pace here from VP. Again, just going right back into this hammering pace, and Heroic just don't expect it. Nowhere near aware that VP would just do this sort of thing. You kind of sat there scratching your head going, why would you? But Yugi is putting on a show. The third doesn't come through, but Modi swiftly finds a way to find some sort of relevance to the round. But where's that bomb? Who's got it right now? So it's Pasha who's got the bomb. You've got Snack still with the AWP. Oh, Snacks almost had a shot then as well. Nico, you got to watch this one. And Pasha going the long way around. This is a very, very brave play. If Nico somehow had an inkling of this or finds an angle towards Snacks, Pasha's all alone.
This is the best way that Pasha can make a sort of outside rotation and still put him and Snacks in a potential crossfire situation, or at least a refrag, right? Pasha heads towards B, gets a little bit harder. Harder to pinch Nico in connector, at least. But I like this for Nico. Playing more from the outside here. Circumventing Pasha's route as well. Catches Snacks. That's just beautiful. Okay, he still doesn't know where Pasha is, though. He has no idea that Pasha snuck so close in, and in the meantime, Pasha's going to head over towards B.
The important thing for Nico, I guess, if you want to find that, is that he's got a molly. Now, Nico's starting to get towards the site, so he's going to notice this isn't a right about now, of course, as the bomb goes down. Now, Pasha's got time to adjust. Not fully aware of how long he's got, but long enough. He's got a molly as well, and there's no smoke on Nico. So he's going to have to kind of do the dance either way. Now, might speed up his tap towards the bomb site. Molly towards it now.
He's going to peek it, surely.
Pasha, you don't need to peek this. Nico's looking. Now, by this point, you're thinking, all right, he's going to be on upper, surely. No, he was expecting ramp. Pasha readjusts very well, finds a safe angle to play from, and the switch up of pace then completely called off Heroic. They still have the fallback money. You've still got 9K at that point. It was sat on Yugi, I think, and the money's stable enough. There's enough left over for VP to fashion a buy, but I don't think you're going to get away with those kind of like one-off pieces where you just rush.
It's just extreme contact play towards the side. They're using a lot of those smokes there as well, so they know they're going up against some sort of double AWP and they're getting in their face. And albeit simplistic, it's been an effective response so far. And Pasha actually winning a clutch round there as well. Very important because he has struggled on Nuke especially. I think there were 3 of them where he was in 1v1s, where he wasn't able to come on top here. So looking better, but definitely not out of the woods yet. Again, this is the classic VP 3-man investment over towards Ivy here. But Modi, you can see how passively he's playing it. It's the smallest of shoulder peaks and it's a smoke out there just to buy a little bit of time. Allow Modi to reposition.
Now, this pacing, this approach hadn't worked previously for VP, so that timeout might come through. This has got to be another round where you've come up with something and an idea to work for, but right now, Heroic have 4 players still by A. Nico, no inclination, no idea that there could be anything towards B. He's felt no pressure. A little bit of a boost above the smoke between, I think that's Snacks and Neo. Sees nothing particularly. Backs away from it. Slower hits, slower pace, but building through Ivy now. And you can see Snappy right at the back of this.
This could be one and done.
And I like this crossfire. It feels like a counter. It feels like a read. You do have Modi still watching this who's flashed out, but they now need to be aware of Modi who's just spamming into it. They have Valdi there as well, but the pinch needs to come out now from Snacks and Neo. They need to apply the pressure, the next level on it. They're down to 35 seconds, but the bomb is now by the old bomb train. They're not sure where to go. They're going towards B. Bialy and Taz, they're heading towards B, and Nico's still here, completely unawares.
Surely he gets caught out by this. The closest player to Nico is Yugi and Connector, and Nico's not watching his back, or is he now? He hasn't heard anything. Sees Bialy and wins it out. The bomb goes loose. Oh, that's a big little trade there. He may have gone down, but he's cut VP down to the single player up against 3 on the side of Heroic, who will take their time on this one. Taz doesn't have a Molotov or Incendiary, so he doesn't have any option to try and play up, and he's not in a 1v1, so that rarely works anyway. He's going to be surrounded now, corralled into the middle of this bomb train. Time for Taz to try and pull something magnificent out of his hat, but he can't. He can't even get the first. Modi and Valda combine, and Virtus Pro are shut back down and sent close back to poverty.
Heroic switching things up as well. They're not playing it exactly the same either. It's so much more presence towards Ivy that time. You saw Snappy, finally going over there. You throw your minds back to the start. He was consistently over by Pop. He was, pushing up towards aggressive sort of stances towards A, way closer to where the T's normally make that first bit of contact. But he switched things around, which I guess helped out a little bit. Then you got the information flowing a little easier. Now VP's money's on that borderline again. Far from perfect, but fashioned together in some sort of manner. But maybe a switch up of speed again could help, but it feels like you're just running on kind of fumes by this point. Heroic are back in the buy.
Again, this may be another one of those rounds where VP want to get up in the face a little bit more. They have players positioned above Pop Dog, and you can see Snappy's waiting below. Just a little bit split from VP here. If they want to explode into Pop Dog, which we saw, they sort of follow up with a flash. Snappy already at least got the 1-for-1 last time this happened, but it looks like that's what VP want to go for here. Smokes on the side, drop down Pop. Or will they?
Not yet. Now, Snappy's the early warning system again, but him going is a problem. But now the others can ready themselves. Yuki backs away from this, finds a new angle and finds Neo. Looks for more, he's right on the edge of the smoke. Oh my god, they've all gone past him. There's one right next to him, he gets blocked, but he gets out the other side, but Snacks, fully aware, somehow spins around and catches him out. And Modi gets swept aside, and you're down to this 2v2. Hectic as you like, but Valdi stands tall, and Nico secures the round. Heroic again denying everything VP want to try. These guys have worked on their train. We've said it before, Heroic said themselves, we're not that good on it yet. It's a work in progress individually. I don't feel that great on it yet. This looks like a far different team. Where you want to put Virtus Pro on the scale of what they can be on this map is completely up to you guys. It's hard to judge it, right? Is this VP in a good place? I don't think so. VP in a good place don't get 2 rounds.
You've got an intersection of VP on a downswing and Heroic really having worked on this map. VP could have been polite last round and actually just sat on pistols or forced maybe, like weaker pistols and had enough for maybe even an AWP in this round, but they lose it out. And now it's pretty much nothing. Except the P250. Pasha. No armor.
It should just be this B hit. You're playing for a plant. You just want to get a little bit more money. Nico knows that. I don't think he can stop it. He's having a nice little farm though, but Oh, this is lovely. Nico couldn't quite close it down for the ace for himself. Yugi and Snappy were there. But for VP, they did what was expected or what they wanted of that round. Get the bomb plant. Just allowed you a little bit more cash to play with into this pretty much final round coming in pretty much right about now. So they do get the utility. They do get a little bit more to play with, but not by a long, a large margin. And on the other side of things, you look at Heroic, everything you'd want, everything you'd need. Double orbs coming out, plenty of cash to spare. But what an outstanding performance we've had from Yugi and Valdi so far.
I mean, Yugi especially was a player when he sort of first made his appearance. I think it was in Katowice, or actually many said that this guy's got potential to be one of the best AWPers. It's from Denmark. I mean, he's got a bit of opposition there, but 20 frags already before the half. Admirable. This time though, doesn't connect the shot. Now, it's just a one-man play towards Ivy for VP at the moment. It might just be that B hit now, and that's sort of evidenced by the fact that Bialy's sort of sitting back towards Pop Dog. They're not, sort of poised to make an execution and play contact on A's. We've seen them with maybe lesser economies. It's a bit more measured this time around. Valdo wants to mess it up. Doesn't quite get enough damage down there, to be honest. Gives a bit of ground. Let's bring Snappy in now as well, just to assist with Nico on B.
See, these sort of players, like Valdi, these kind of new, not new is the wrong word, but, people like this, you'd love, also what Drop the Bomb did with Lekro, you get to kind of meet these people, kind of talk to them and talk it through. These guys have had great successes of late. It's awesome to see that coming back in, but back into the game, you've already seen, as said, Valda being down is actually quite the hefty blow for Heroic. He's been a hugely impactful player. Nico going anti-flash for a second then after hearing a couple of pins being pulled. And Bialy begins to go walkabouts. Now, Yuki finding might give, the incorrect information over. It might make Nico and Snappy doubt themselves. Or they bolster the numbers and get ready, because here comes the hit. VP send 3 players in towards B. Snacks makes it through. Did not expect Snappy to be there, but Bialy's amongst them. Now, spotted, yes. Still a threat, definitely.
Grenade now out towards E-Box. He was just going to back away with that one. Just let Modi sort of think about that one a little bit. He'll head into brown holes. The bomb's over on that B side. Bialy needs to get there first, so he has to use that Molotov purely just to, make sure he's not prevented from planting in the first place. But he takes down Snappy somehow. Quick little adjustment.
That was on 3 seconds. No, he didn't in the end. He just planted on 3. That was on the very, very verge of it being a possible plant. That could have changed things around, but what's happened is Heroic have 13 rounds sitting in their favor, which is a huge deficit the Virtus Pro need to make up now for.
Yeah, they've got one more round of the half than they did in the previous game, but unfortunately that's really not going to cut the mustard right now. Virtus Pro, a huge task ahead of them once again on the other side of the half. We'll see you there. Well. Another similar story as to what we saw on Nuke earlier on. Lauren, it's Virtus Pro have struggled. Trigger discipline like this, only one part of the full arsenal that Heroic brought to bear against Virtus Pro. And speaking of the Bears themselves, they have had a quiet half indeed. 2 rounds is all they managed to get themselves. Again, that reset was always looming after they picked up the first. It seems to take them 7 or 8 rounds to get that first round win of the half, Lauren. By that time, they are well and truly behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, outplayed. And I've got to say, generally the strength for Heroic, in my eyes at least, is how they approach their T-sides. I find them so much more enjoyable to watch, well-crafted, well-theoried. I'm not sure if we are live right now.
This one is a little bit ahead of us, so.
I think there's a technical issue, but I think we are live in the game. So I'm going to take it as such for now. Yeah, we are. So we get to see that nice little frag movie looking sort of screen right now. The minimalistic UI, you know, we're going for the realism look.
All right, well, we'll try and help people out with this one here as well. I mean,
so just a reminder, T-side is Heroic, Virtus Pro CT side. At the moment, we've got this kind of like 2-on-2 going on. Bomb is being left all the way back towards spawn. So Nico's just picking that one up, and they're starting to work things around. That's Nico on the way here. Just going to grab that. My version's actually faster than this, so or further ahead on GoTV, so this is even more confusing. But for now, it is Nico heading all the way over towards what looks like Ivy for now. And Snacks has already gone walkabouts over by B by this point. He's worked his way up towards those brown halls, so full information gathered. That's a big issue here for Heroic. They've got to ready themselves for what's coming their way. But in response, you can see Moddy kind of just checking this around. He's the one holding over by Pop here. So again, this could flip either way at the moment. And there we go. There comes the first bit of contact. Snacks goes down. Big information play. Now they know that pretty much Virtus Pro know their exact plan. Taz readies himself down by Pop, and now the hit comes in.
Yeah, you can see Heroic trying to make their way in from Ivy right now, but it looks like they've been caught up, choked even around this area. Valda goes down to Taz, and now we see the challenge. I think this is Nico here on your screen. No, Yugi goes down. This will be Nico. Gonna get it right eventually, no doubt about it. It's the 1v2 though. Work to be done, no doubt about it. Oh, you can get our overlay. That's something, at least. He has the bomb in hand, if I'm not mistaken.
It's going to be hard to play into this. Both players peeking together, going to make it difficult. And Taz, sat on the bomb site, does eventually complete the round for Virtus Pro. So just to update you on the scoreline, it will be 13-3. Virtus Pro give themselves breathing room. Now, coming back into the next round, I'm just going to talk to you like it's a radio broadcast because you get no additional information.
Oh, we're back.
We are live into it, so I can stop that. Yay! You don't have to sync up your Winamp with us, don't worry.
Those are the days.
Yeah.
All right, well, obviously, with Heroic now losing out on that pistol round, Virtus Pro, there's a glimmer of hope here. We're going to do it without sound, though. That's sort of fine with us. Heroic coming into this round, they do force a couple of those Tech 9s into this situation. Nico's going to be one with armor. Oh, hello. That's a thing.
Hello.
But VP is split over the sides. They've actually got Snacks playing fairly close towards the exit from Pop Dog. So he might be able to receive this one here. He's been given the UMP in this round. Nothing really to write home about, though, about the setup here for VP.
I like when I can tell we switch between PCs at the moment with production. That's a spicy meatball. Now,
is it a spicy meatball?
It is for me. Now, 1 minute and 9 seconds left. Neo prepares the nade. Taz placing vision towards the upper side of things. And this is going to be that big explosive hit towards B. This is looking good, especially with that. That is the axis. That's a key given over. That's a bomb plant. And I like the positions actually for the after plant as well from Heroic. They're taking fights. They're pushing up close. Neo is overwhelmed. He sees nothing. And now VP are locked out of this.
This is ridiculous. This shouldn't be happening. Heroic getting here so comfortably. Moddy gets the possibly one of the most ridiculous frags to open this round up. And our pass is being forced back. It's Heroic getting so aggressive over on this side. Bialy desperately trying to intervene, make a difference. Even give it a tickle on the bomb site, but he's up against 4 players. And if that isn't some sort of euphemism for Virtus Pro's performance tonight, I don't know what is.
Do you know what's really fun? VP getting reset in these rounds. It's so upsetting to see. Every time they're on the CT side, the reset just seems to hit them so damn hard. And then Heroic as well, getting the plant to boot. They don't need to upgrade too much. They had a fair few alive. So for VP, bring me something. Show me something of what you got here, VP. Your CT side needs to be somewhat phenomenal to be able to even get a glimpse of back into this game. Heroic are right on that doorstep. They're so close to be able to pull this one through. And VP so far, I want to see aggression. I want to see something different.
So far from VP, Snacks might be giving this to us. So the fact that he's already found himself in towards Connector is one thing. He's actually got a player behind him on Ivy. That's Bialy to make his way through. The question is, are they going to be in position to actually get involved before the action starts, or do they lose half their teammates? Snacks is playing up close. Snappy's surely not ready for this one here. He's looking towards Pop Dog, so he loses his head, but already the hit's happening on towards B.
Yeah, that's the threat handle. If Snacks had maybe, I don't know, been quicker or they hadn't been as aware, there could have been an issue, but Valdi keeps everything safe and sound. Now, Bialy trying to find a way back in, but, you know, you're in a 1v4, you're not going to get it done, so why not save the armor, keep the MP7, keep the 5.7, try and, you know, maybe an exit would be lovely. If you can get a rifle away, perfect, but I don't think that's going to be the case for him at all. I think he might be pretty much stuck down onto this one if he doesn't get chased out here by this point. I think Heroic might even go for it. Yeah, Nico's going up for the clear as well. Peeking the corner very, very cautiously, and the dink's not enough. In the end, Bialy will be overrun here. And we're speeding up in time. 15-3, though, is the scoreline now. Heroic very much knocking on the door now of closing this one out at 2-0, which is a huge play for Virtus Pro and a massive step in the right direction towards Heroic, who could really cause some upsets in this Pro League.
It's going to be out-and-out aggression here for Virtus Pro in this round to try and make something happen. It's going to be the Nova for Snacks. He finds one. Modi drops down his lifeless body. And Snacks takes a lot of damage for that one here as well. He still wants to play back into it because he's got nothing to lose at this point. Unfortunately, Snappy will shut him down. That completes the trade. The remaining weapons on the side of Virtus Pro are no more convincing. As the Scout, there's CZs in a 5-7 here, and with the Molotov being thrown down, this forces Pasha away from being able to play close angle on the push out from Ivy. That could hurt him really badly, make it harder for him to bring the CZ to bear properly.
Now, with Heroic getting a 2-0 here, that will put them on 10 wins and 11 losses. That's next to the likes of Fnatic. That's within almost top 7 range, so this is what this game means. They can actually get into the qualifying spots if they play this one outright and they get the next games to follow. But into the round we go, as it's down to Neo and Bialy to try and save some sort of face here. But Nico and Yuki are low, so there is a chance they get this one on the board.
2v2 now. That bomb being carried by Nico. Oh, he gets met by Bialy there as well. VP playing from less expected angles here as well. The game state is in flux, but they managed to get themselves right up into brown halls, and that puts a lot on Yuki's shoulders. He's had a fantastic game so far, but Neo meets him there with the Scout to keep Virtus Pro alive. They carry 2 rifles into the next round, and the rest should be able to be supplemented to a degree. Well, Pasha and Taz, if they're one armor, they're not going to get themselves a heck of a lot going on. Yeah, UMPs need to be brought in. There's 2 Mag 7s, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, the interesting factor with this team is they have Kingwin up next as well. So we'll see if these guys can get into the qualifying spot. That'll be an interesting one. But right now, Bialy going to go for the information play, trying to get a bit aggressive here, and he does dominate the angle, but he now needs to beat one that is Valdi. There he goes, and Yuki trades it. Where did Yuki get that frag? I'm not even sure, but yeah, this is worrying. Taz being so low and Neo being pushed up. If Neo doesn't get everything going his way, in a situation like this, a clean kill and be able to back away, that would have been troublesome. But Molly burning a fair bit, and Taz, please don't walk into that Molly.
That's so big, though. Taz actually manages to get around that nade. Justin, Neo's up on the high ground there just to assist him. Snappy has access to the bomb, but it might just be a trap, and it is. Neo just turns around, comes back in towards brown holes, and spots Snappy trying to make good and make away with the goods. And now Heroic, actually with less money than we've seen them with in most rounds, except their pistols.
Yeah, this is actually important to keep that many players alive for VP as well. It means they can actually flesh out their buy here, because before, they would have been a little bit lighter, might have had to invest into maybe less than ideal items, but now they're okay. Now they're in a nice keel. Whereas Heroic, just probably on the pistols, probably just going to look for that plant, maybe do the B hit that worked out for VP in round 14. Now, obviously, they didn't do much with it beyond getting the plant, but that's the intention, and that's what you really want to get going. The guys to deny it will be the classics, Taz and Neo over by B. Taz playing quite close as well, so he's going to be the first port of call to try and deny that plant, so Neo watching for the push out above him as well.
Should be a veritable shooting gallery from here on out. There's no armor on Heroic. They should really all be gunned down. They've got no way of getting themselves access towards that high ground easily. Tash should be able to meet them as they drop. Valda falls. And yeah, should be pretty standard stuff back and forth. Neo takes a bit of damage there and Taz falls. Surely not.
It's a bomb plant they were looking for. The rest is a benefit, a bonus. It doesn't really matter. Snappy finding one is big. 2 kills there. Very nice. Considering they had rifles up, that's pretty good. I'm not going to lie. That's what you want out of this. That's probably one of the better outcomes you're going to hope for. 1, you get the plant. 2, you get down 2 rifles. You cost them a little bit of a reinvestment. Now, for Heroic, step by step, you're still on that match point. No need to rush. For VP, it's, you know, back to the wall CS sort of style for them. Not that they're completely unaware of that being the form they're in recently. It's been up and down.
The game changes economically when you're forcing every round, or when you have to force every round. When you're on match point, that's the situation. Virtus Pro don't have the opportunity to really mess around. Fortunately, the money for them is totally fine. It's enough for them to sort of buy into this round properly with everything they need. They are completely decked out, but Heroic have got plenty of arsenal, plenty of firepower of their own.
Yeah, now they've got Yugi on the AWP too, who was a integral piece to the heroic puzzle on their CT side. But D side, not going to be too easy here. A lot of utility already being put down towards Connector. 4 players here, quite attentively for VP as well.
This is what Heroic want, though. They're happy to draw a lot of this away from VP, especially in the first 30 seconds of the round. But it's a change of tact here for Yugi. In much the same way that VP like to play that Ivy position, Yugi's going to join Valda down there with the AWP. He got himself into Pop Dog here. It's been smoked out by VP here. So essentially suicide if he tried to push that. Neo changed position towards the bomb train and was ready to receive that one now. Pasha, Molotov blooms, 1 point of damage, that's all. Responds. Second, now it's going to force him right. But they did the same thing to him when he had a CZ. Just to make it harder for him to clinch those easy up and close kills.
Now, doing 2 mollies there obviously shows there's 2 players. So now, you can imagine they might have had an idea what's going on, but somehow Yugi just beats Pasha to the punch, and that is a problem. Neo's already got himself in the right position for this. But it looks like Heroic are actually facing this one. I don't know if they saw him earlier, or this is just how they like to work out of Ivy. But if there's pressure from another direction, that's where the problem really begins, as Nico wins out. Finding Bialy is big. Snax trying to bolster the numbers, though. He's going to just try and keep this one tilting towards VP's favor, but Yugi and Nico still stand, and there's still a chance in this round.
Yeah, Nico can help Yugi in a big way here. The smoke is up, and Neo is obscure behind it, but he finds Yugi regardless. Now it's going to be Nico on his own. He needs to salvage this round for himself. There's a player up on the bomb train. Taz is going to go hunting. He doesn't find him, though. Nico gets the better of him. Taz had that one dead to rights. But Nico, without the odds in his favor, still clinches it, and Neo's only got 40 points of HP. It could be a big capitulation in this round for Virtus Pro, but Neo steadies the ship and saves the day for VP. Now he's going to just back away.
Get the AWP.
Get that defuse in.
Yeah, just getting the AWP there. He's got plenty of time. He's got a kit, and the feet just peeking out underneath the train, pretty much giving that one away. A bit of a shame there, almost. You could have felt that happening, and Taz almost allowing it to fall apart too. Close rounds are deadly, but they still have decent money to fall back on. Double AWP as well now into practice. That's interesting. And on the other side, a decent enough buy for Heroic. No AWP this time to be seen. Valde might have to just UMP it, or you just go for the very basics. Yeah, no smokes to be had, really. Only 2 into play. No, excuse me, 3. Didn't see mollies there. So they can still do the smoke wall if they want. There's plenty of options, so we'll see.
VP now, even the prospect of bringing this match back is still far from their minds. It's round by round stuff here for the Poles. And for Heroic, it's just a matter of 1 more round to close it out. Spam down in towards Pop Dog just in case, but no one is going to be attending for VP this round. That's because they have a double AWP set up here. Sitting back on it. Snax and Pasha both have those actually over towards that A side. Snax are looking down at Connector. Pasha, as you just saw, in towards Ivy. Good amount of control of that A side at least. But if they have to play a retake, if Heroic can play ahead of their utility and set up something decent, they've only got 1 smoke left, but still they could pressure those AWP players.
So basically, wherever Moddy goes is the big telltale sign. He's the only one who can really set off the play. Unless they want to just play, you know, the dry contact game almost. Kind of dangerous, though, but timing is everything now. Down to 56 seconds, and seems though the 4 players are ready at B, and it is about go time. 1 smoke goes in, the flash comes out. They face together towards Neo. He's going to counter, though. Flash goes back in. Peeks for information. He's going to find it, but they're not going to rush this one. Neo's just watching the cross quite smartly, quite passively, and just gives us a real classy show here between him and Taz, handling it well, and Heroic are running out of steam.
Yeah, good patience by Neo and Taz sitting right back there. It's going to be a plant for Heroic and probably not much more. In fact, not even that. Yugi cremated as soon as he hits the ground, because it saves Undertaker fees. Heroic just going to have to get Valden to back away here. Neo going a little bit too deep here, but they'd love to get guns away from this Danish squad. They're a little bit light on money. They couldn't afford an AWP in this round even, so that'll be a great way. And that's something you definitely need to consider here as VP in this round. They're not looking too hot for cash either, but a win here will set them straight. I'll be reminded as well that Henry G will probably overtake me in the fantasy standings because my Virtus Pro fandom overtook my logic in how I constructed my team. But that's life, Lauren. It's going to be 15-8.
Tactical pause comes in. And I like that from them. I can imagine it being Heroic. Why not take the pause at this point? You're the ones who are eyeing up DreamHack Austin. You're the ones who want to ensure that it all goes your way. You want to ensure that if you do run into these problems when you're at an event, if you ever play people like VP at this conjecture, How do we approach it? You know, it's why not take it when you have the opportunity? You are at 15-8. Sure, OT could be a possibility, but it's still a long way off. So they have rounds to play with, they have rounds to spare, but address the issue while you have time to work from it and work on it. So this is the one that we'll be looking at. Still, it looks as though that double orb has been paying off somewhat, but it's more the CT side sits well with VP at the moment. Neo's side to find a little bit of that edge to his play almost. He's found that nice little bit of work that he happened to show at B just in that last round. So again, this is where things get a little bit tricky for Heroic. How much depth do they have to bring on this T side?
When we talk about Heroic, you know, having to prepare themselves to face particular problems going forward, why has that been for them? You know, where have they come to this screeching halt? That's more of a rhetorical one.
Yeah.
I mean, you're more than welcome to chime in if you knew, but VP just now, it started with some of that more aggressive play on that CT side. And it's the end of them a solid few rounds, 6 rounds in this half for them.
Oof.
Here's the execute though.
Yeah, here he comes. A lot of smokes, a lot of flashes. So all they've got take nice and deep. Snacks? What is that? Snacks, why are you going up there so aggressively? Isolates himself from the rest of the team. A quick plant comes through as well. Now, sure, the retake might come in, but the bomb has been planted. And that's a huge bit of impact already found from Heroic. I don't expect them to win out this round, but taking down Snacks with the AWP, finding a plant, then claiming Bialy. Now, Yugi, if you find anything more, you're a bit of a hero. Swiftly tries to back away from it, but merely into the loving arms of Pasha by this point. And it's snappy 1v3. And Taz shuts it down.
So we like that from Heroic, that we know that they're sort of going up against a VP that are playing double AWP into this situation. So it could also be, if you're Neo, you see the smokes coming in, you're like, okay, it could be cut out from this side, it could be forced into some really tight angles or not really be able to get involved in the fight. The push forward was interesting, maybe expected, you know, more of a flood of players coming out from Pop Dog across towards E-Box, but it's just traded out. Fortunately, they replenished the AWP that was lost. So not much changes here for Virtus Pro in terms of what they can bring into the round, but now Yuki has himself the AWP back.
And this is the round the Heroic should have been preparing themselves for during that tactical timeout almost. You know, this is the one that they'd be theory crafting for. How do we approach that double AWP? How do we play around it? You know, how do we break that B side? What do we do different here? Taz, this is nice. This is almost classic from Taz, I guess. He used to do this a hell of a lot, pushing up by himself, sits above here, and he used to catch people out all the time, but he's got information aplenty. Now, VP are fully aware of what's happening. They can put that utility into play. They'll put down the mollies. Until Taz gets stopped, they have no reason to look away from where they're looking right now.
It's a process of elimination, Lauren, but well, so far it's Virtus Pro getting eliminated, but Snacks turns it back around. It's Valda, though. It's getting a little bit messy over on that side. Traded through. Taz going to go down now. Virtus Pro, they work so hard to keep themselves in this. They've got to keep going, and Neo does just that. It's a quick double kill to spray on towards Valda to secure it. It's a 1v1, though. I've already used up my Yugi meme, but now he's got the AWP, and Neo only 20 points of health. The bomb is loose out in front of the train, and it's time for him to save his team yet again. But no, not this time. A man can only dream sometimes, Lauren, and Virtus Pro was so far behind the 8-ball. Even at the start of it, Heroic taking it 2-0.
And you can only save those who want to be saved at this point. That felt like it was almost inevitable at that point. Once it got to that stage, good adjustment from Heroic. It felt like it was a bit of a push at the end, but they did eventually get there.
And that's it. We're pretty much done for the night. But before we do, of course, we'd love to hear what the guys on the desk have to say about this one, especially, you know, small improvements from VP, but overall a very disappointing performance, boys. What are your thoughts?
Well, initial thoughts is 16-9 is usually an indication of a pretty decent win for one team, but this one might even just be generous because at one point it was 15-3. VP never showed up in these two maps.
Yeah, on that first half, I don't think they even got an entry frag on the T side until the 8th or 9th round, right? So they were really struggling in the beginning stages, and then it started to get a little bit closer, but I'm not going to say unorthodox positioning by the players from Heroic, but they always found themselves in advantageous positions or managed to be able to step out and trade with each other when they were losing those picks. There was one round where it was an inner split was happening, and Nico found himself like in a really good position to stop Bialy with the bomb, and fantastic play from them across the board.
Yeah, I mean, especially coming down into clutches and important situations, it always seemed to be the Heroic player making the impact. Yeah. So, I mean, really good stuff, surprising, convincing victories, that is. You seem pensive.
It looked like Virtus Pro met their makers.
It's not bad. I like that.
I was going to make a few more.
Yeah, can you go more?
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro will be pressing escape after that one.
Maybe Heroic obviously drew a pentagram on the floor and
gave them a bit of a G-shock.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
I'm betting there was 5 golden bets made on EGB.
Just really forcing the issue tonight, aren't you? Really forcing it. We had a good thing going there, Chad, for a moment.
Yeah, there's probably more. I did bring up the Wikipedia.
Prepared
I
segment.
can't really work that one in.
Which one?
I was saying to the frag executors.
Yeah, I mean, we could, but it'd be really cheesy, wouldn't it? That one's almost
Chad,
too
you
in
wanna
your
cut my
face.
hair for
We're
me?
just going to skip right over to the results of today.
Let's
If you
do it.
missed some of the matches, this is what went down. 16-10 victory for G2 to open things up, and then Navi responds with a 16-13 win. That was our KFC Zinger Burger hot match of the week. And then moving on, you can see just how badly Virtus.pro 10 rounds across 2 maps against Heroic. You don't see that every day.
Did they lose last week as well, probably, Virtus.pro?
I'm not sure.
So I was going to say, since I can't remember the scores last week, but like they went like, what, 13 rounds over 3 games at LAN and groups, and they got 10 rounds
They are
tonight.
having a rough
and
time.
this is really bad.
They're
to
in
be
one
fair.
of the downward trends, certainly. G2 gained 2 spots in the standings. They're now in 4th, so trying to solidify that playoff position. And Heroic, they gained 3 spots, and all of a sudden their chances of the playoffs are looking pretty good, while Virtus.pro plummets.
Yeah, they're out driving around in their new E-Class is a little bit too much. Maybe taking care of some kids and not playing Counter-Strike.
It's just
Down
a
and
weird.
out.
It's a weird thing because the other night in ECS they managed to have a really good showing against NIP, and here it seems to just not be so. So maybe just another one of those nights for
Been a while since
VP.
we've seen them at a Pro League finals, so I mean, it's looking like
Yeah,
again we'll see them missed out. Either way, if you're going to stay up once again for the North American division, always fun watching some good old-fashioned North American Counter-Strike. NRG
Cutler's
taking
gonna
on
outfrag
Team
Gusto.
Rush, and Complexity taking on CLG. CLG, who is so surprising over at Star Ladder. Very impressive performance from them. We'll see if they can keep it up against Complexity online with some good stuff over there. Tomorrow, make sure you're tuning in. We've got LDLC taking on Navi. We've got Kinguin taking on North. Penguins versus Lions? Wolves?
Wolves.
It's got a main, though.
Penguins versus... That's a Lion.
Yeah, I think it's a lion. The LDLC
Yeah.
one is definitely a wolf. Either
Well,
way.
it's the FC Copenhagen official animal. That's what it would be, I would assume. I assume
Oh,
it's
yeah,
a
I'm
lion.
not sure. You'd think there'd be some kind of synergy
Yeah,
there,
there's got
wouldn't
to be
you?
a correlation somewhere.
Either way, those are the matches we got for you tomorrow. So come back, join all the fun, all the madness. You guys witnessed it tonight. It's a good time, definitely. Thanks for tuning in this evening. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great evening.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.